right, welcome. Today is Tuesday, October the 18th, 2022. This is a work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And we are delighted we are doing budget for the next 24 hours. Straight through with a lunch break. So no, we have staff here and Connie, would you please kick it off for me? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning. Let me share my screen and pull up the presentation and we'll get started.
Connie, thank you for the snacks.
Okay, so today our budget presentation centers around one of the core focus areas of the county's strategic plan, the livable and supportive community. And we'll touch on a number of the success factors from that core focus area. They are a sense of personal and community safety, diverse and livable housing options, self-sufficient individuals and families, access to recreation, education, arts, and culture, and improved community engagement and participation. And we hope to address many of these as we're going through the different presentations. The budget for this section of the strategic plan is $39.8 million, and that makes up 20% of the proposed 2023 budget. For the numbers, we'll be going through these in much more detail as we get into each presentation area, but overall, there's a 15.8% increase over the 2022 original budget, but this increase does include capital. We'll start out the day with APCHA, the Housing Fund and General Fund Housing. Then after lunch, the District Attorney, Sheriff's Office, Coroner, Library, Human Services, and Public Health. And this core focus area also contains the Healthy Community Fund and the Ambulance District, but they'll be presenting their budgets on November 15th. So we were going to start off with APCHA, and we have Matthew Gillen here to help present.
Welcome back. It seems like you were just here.
I know, I was just going to comment
too long ago.
at the top. The strategic plan for Pickens County meshes very nicely with the work plan, which for APCHA, which I showed you guys last time I was here, so that was great. I was very happy to see it meshed together. So APCHA, we've actually been around for nearly 50 years providing affordable housing to workforce and retirees in the Valley, so we're very excited to see that. So I'm just going to go to the next slide, and we'll do the structure. Now, what I want you all to see in the structures are actually pretty small. There's 13 full-time staff. 3 of them are maintenance and 2 of them are admin. So it's actually a fairly small gang we have working for us. And also, if you look at that second one, it says compliance, and that's 0.85 of an FTE. So I just want you to hold that thought. So we hold that thought. We don't even have one full-time person on compliance. And I don't interrupt me if you have questions. So that's the structure right now. Go ahead. And here is the revenue. So you'll look and you'll see the county subsidy, and that's the 597, and that's the 620 fund we call it, the city calls it, and then we have a couple other funds coming in, unallocated revenues. That's fines, sales, applications. There's quite a few other things in there. And then the facilities maintenance, that's money we're getting back from HUD and CHAFA for our LIHTC properties. That's Aspen Country Inn and Truscott 2. So we get a little bit of money back from then. And then the 3 city-owned managed properties, we get management fees for that. But then, so for the county's purposes, you're looking at that 597,450 number, which is very similar to what it's been previously in the previous years. giving space for questions, by the way. Okay. And then expenses. This is pretty similar to what we've had before. There are the big expenses are outside the scope of this budget hearing because they're capital improvements on the 3 city-owned properties, so that you guys don't have to worry about that. So this is fairly straightforward, and there'll be one supplemental coming up in a sec, which I'll be walking you through.
Quick question.
Yes.
Just on administrative, what is the, what's the percentage increase every year?
I
doing
believe
the
it's
math.
4% unless there's a supplemental.
Got it, okay.
Right.
Just trying to
And there is a
track-
supplemental coming up.
Tracking into 2027, yeah.
Right.
I have another slide with the
Oh.
supplemental, just this.
Whoops. You didn't get that one?
No, I didn't
Oh.
take that one.
Okay, I will tell you about the supplemental, excuse me. We are requesting one supplemental position, which is a compliance manager. So that would be working under the deputy director for compliance, which is Bethany Spitz, which is that one position I highlighted for you, which is currently 0.85 of an FTE. So we'd be asking for a non-supervisory position to report to Bethany. Now, what you got to remember about ABSHA, there's only really 3 rules. You got to work in Pitkin County 1,500 hours a year. You've got to
Some people feel like that.
yeah, people work hard. You've got to not own another property in the owner exclusion zone, which is basically the Roaring Fork Valley, and you have to live in your unit. So there's really only three rules you have to worry about. We do a biannual affidavit to owners in which they confirm they have that, they are fulfilling those 3 requirements. And then we also work with our rentals to also do the same. So what we're looking for in this position is to do a better job reaching out early, talking to people if we think that they are out of compliance, doing a better job with the affidavits, maybe doing some audits. We feel that people generally want to do the right thing, and they want to follow these 3 pretty simple rules, which in the context of their deed restriction, there might be a few other things. But it can be a little intimidating, but we want to make sure people can do it. Because we feel that it's important for the integrity of the program that people that see that we are enforcing the rules and that people have faith that ABSHA is doing the right thing and making sure that people who follow the rules aren't disadvantaged by people who are, wandering off a bit. So we're hoping that we can get people into compliance early. We don't have to take law enforcement, legal actions. There's been the legal action, while necessary, takes a huge amount of time. There's been a couple cases in the paper you might have seen recently. They take a huge amount of staff time. So we're hoping that we can get people back into compliance early and in a less adversarial way with this supplemental request. Currently, Bethany is working on.
That means your time's up.
Right, it's fine with me. And that's,
We only got 3 minutes and you.
and so that's what we're hoping to do with the supplemental request. So it's one full-time position. And happy to answer questions.
I actually have a question.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that supplemental included in the
Right.
amount?
Yes,
It is
it
included
is.
in the 597?
Yes, thank you. I should have said that there.
What was that
It-
question?
If the supplemental, the additional position
It was
was
already built in.
included
Yes.
in the 597?
Okay.
So it is.
The board have any questions? Kelly or Steve?
No
No que-
questions. I strongly support this position, and I continue to advocate for some conversation about what like a fully staffed APSHA might look like, for us to kind of deliberate over. So that, and I talked to Matthew about whether it's possible for us to think through that. So I find this just a really important position to just build more integrity and trust and efficiency into the program. So I do hope that this board chooses to support it. Thank you.
Could I follow up on that? Francie?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Certainly, then, Francie.
Only that I just got surprised. I want to hear what a fully staffed APSHA looks like. That's not what we're doing here.
Well, I mean, the question is, what do we want APSHA to do, which is a philosophical question. So we're, I'm taking this position, asking for it right now because I see an immediate need. But if we look at APSHA is, quote, it's fully staffed right now, but I think the point is try and have a more deeper discussion on what we would want it to look like going forward the next 5 to 10 years. Something we've talked about in the APSHA board is assistance in the board meetings is assistance to HOAs. Are we doing good enough job with that? We're not. But if we wanted to have a position to work with HOAs, what would that position be with? What would it look like? What would it do? And are there other positions to fill a similar need which we're not even aware we need right now? So I think that's kind of what Kelly's going back to.
Okay, thank you.
So the
Some of the
full-time,
conversations we've had are, that we could use a communications person to really tell APSHA's story and have direct contact with people who the inventory and the public who have concerns about the inventory. We've talked about should we have, people who can act as like engineers and contractors on staff, because we run into the problem where people can't even fix their units because they can't even get people hired to come over and fix them, that everyone's busy or they're opting for other jobs. Housing jobs aren't nearly active.
Kelly, you're breaking up and
Hire someone
occasionally
who comes-
freezing.
Oh,
If she
I'm sorry. Let me turn off my video. Hopefully this will help. I have had internet problems this morning, unfortunately, and I'm very sorry I'm not there. I'm home with a sick 3-year-old. Can you hear me better now, I hope?
Yeah.
we could hear
we've had
everything until your last
conversations about
sentence.
how there could be other. Shoot, I'm gonna call in because I'll keep on the Zoom, but you guys can't hear me. So
Kelly,
I'll
that's
yield
clear.
my time.
That's clear now, Kelly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we've had conversations, about should we try and hire people who can do contractor type work on staff, because folks who even want to maintain their units can't get anyone to go do the work. We've had conversations, should we have communications people who can directly liaise between APSHA and the community to be better informed about their concerns and to communicate what APSHA is doing. So those are when I say like fully staffed, those are some of the conversations that we're having at our APSHA meetings. And I don't know, I guess I don't think we are fully staffed right now, Matthew, because we still have that grants person that we've been unable to fill, that I was hoping would be a person that could help leverage pulling down state monies towards maintenance of units. So those are the concerns that I have about this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Francie?
So when you're going to come up to a full-time enforcement person,
Compliance.
compliance, is that 15% more, or is it a whole 100% more?
It's a whole new position. It's a whole new person.
And so what happens to the
And then Bethany
0.85?
would still be doing the very high level, cases which take a huge amount of preparation and are generally going through MIC, through the hearing officer, and may go to court. So there's still plenty of work for Bethany, but this would be kind of I don't want to say lower level, but more routine maintenance, sending out letters, asking people for more information, auditing, so we get a better sense of what the situation actually is, that kind of thing.
But Bethany is full-time, isn't she?
She is full-time, but she-
85% is compliance
Right,
and
right,
15%
exactly,
is...
sorry.
Okay,
That's
great.
So
exactly
the new
it.
position will try and keep people in compliance
Yes,
and get them back into compliance quickly.
right,
rather than have it drag on
Right,
and get
Yeah.
to
right,
a serious
like
right.
level.
in
So I think
Baker's
that's
Day.
better for the community, people want to do the right thing. It's not, sometimes people, they don't know that they're out of compliance, and we want to make sure they know very quickly, yeah.
And we have
Thank you.
sometimes, and maybe I don't wanna say false, but incorrect accusations of
Right.
people who are not in
I-
compliance, or vice versa.
And I think, it's very important that people trust us to enforce these rules, let people get into compliance. It helps the integrity, helps the image of APSHA, helps the integrity of the system, so I think it's very important.
Yeah, and I think that'll address a lot of what we're hearing from the community in the last couple of years, actually.
And I have one more
Yeah,
question.
Francie, go ahead.
I have another question. I think I just lost focus when you were explaining this, Matthew, but the extra $900,000
That
of revenues this year is,
Other revenues, yeah, that's outside this fund, but that was, if I remember correctly, that was Burlingame 3 sales, which are not happening this year, so.
okay, thank you.
It's hard to keep the city, the
Right.
county, APCHA straight.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I get it.
That's why we hired you.
Great,
Okay, any other questions from the board? No, thank you.
thank you very much.
Thanks. Really
Thanks,
nice to
Matthew.
see you again. You can come join us anytime.
I will.
Okay,
Okay,
next
Connie,
we,
now we're moving to,
next we have the housing, the county housing budget, which actually is, starting in 2023, split into two different areas. We've left the capital development and the infrastructure in the housing impact fee fund, but then the operations, maintenance, property management, and the strategy and planning for housing, we've moved into the general fund. So two different areas, but very much working together. And Rich will start us off.
Good morning, Board. Rich
Rich.
Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. We've got a team that'll be addressing any questions you may have here and also doing a little bit of this presentation here. So, but first off, just again, the purpose, it's in your document about really what we serve. There's three kind of primary purposes for housing. Those are listed in the document that we have provided within your budget. But getting into this, last year we did talk a little bit about some of the constraints that we had in using just a housing impact revenue, and it does limit our ability to do some broader things. So we are, as Connie mentioned, we're looking at starting to separate a little bit more, doing some general fund contribution to this as well. So all that came about through a number of things. One, we have John led an effort for our community, or for our organization, to go out and do listening tours and kind of hear what was happening with our employees on the housing side. And so it made us start thinking about our delivery, our service delivery, not only for the employees, but on a community perspective of how we're going to start addressing housing. And so in doing that, we're happy to let you know we have started, with your support, the restructuring that we have done. And Jody Smith and Ashley Pearl are both are now coming on to assist us with the housing component within our organization. So that's exciting for us. And tomorrow we are actually doing our first kind of our swim lane restructuring conversation about what that all looks like and who's going to be kind of
stay
doing
in
what
that
there.
swim lane.
We have, yeah, we do. We'll have some definitely crossover, but we'll know when they need to cross lanes, right? So, but with this, if you, GR, I believe, may be on. I'm not sure if he's here or not. We are going to get into more conversation about Phillips whenever we have our infrastructure presentation to you. And but Phillips is in this housing fund on the capital side. We do have money still set aside to work on the waste and domestic water system design. But we're right now in the process of doing the architectural work based on the direction we did get from the board. So we have secured a firm that's looking at different options within Phillips. And so those will be coming back to you in greater detail with some ideas and some thoughts. So we'll be able to sit down around the table and work with you all on what that may look like and then get further direction before we go any further in it. So we will have certainly a time to sit down with you all on that. And we'll get in more detail of that.
When are they expected?
We just did a second charrette with the architectural firm, and that's where you sit around and everybody throws ideas out and they put something together out of it all. But we're hoping, in fact, I don't know if is GR on?
Yeah, he's here.
GR, do you have any idea on timing of that?
We are looking to basically bounce right off of this budget season and then bring you a nice long work session on Phillips.
And the timing?
So that would be probably in December.
Okay.
We have so much time in December.
Merry Christmas to you. And
We
good
may
luck,
go
by the way.
January. How's that? Can we say December or January timeframe? Would that be all right?
Yeah, Francie will be chairman there, so.
Oh, well, we can do that. We can wait.
I'm happy to start with Phillips at the very beginning of my tenure.
Okay, all
So,
right.
so can I just ask a question since GR is here? I'm surprised that the domestic water design is twice as much as wastewater. I
Oh,
would,
the domestic water gets us twice as far in design. So the budget that you're seeing today is basically the budget that keeps us moving in design, so that we have something that's a little bit baked when we bring it to you. Your opportunity in the future, based on the decisions that the board makes, will inform the future budget for the project.
okay, that's also very helpful if we're starting to go out and look for grants, to have a project that's pretty cooked and literally on the shelf. So I think that's important. And, yeah, and I think it's great. We're gonna get it going.
And then on this slide, we show capital purchases. It's a placeholder for things that may come up this year. I believe Phyllis had approached you all on an opportunity that you agreed to, and we ended up purchasing a unit that was open on the market. So we just set aside funds just generally to earmark those, so.
Question on
That's-
that? Go ahead.
That's for this year.
Yes,
October,
for-
November, December
Yeah,
acquisitions.
Okay, that was similar. I was just thinking, that'll buy half a unit these days.
yeah, we, well, and one of the things, and you'll see on the next slide, is we do carry forward. So, if we have some funds that are allocated, we try to carry those forward so that we can build over time. We've talked about that in our deed restricted program, is setting aside money, because when houses do come available, we just utilize those funds.
The extra money after they do the new unit, the money that's left over will carry over.
Yeah, that 2 cents.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And change.
Yeah. As far as the deed restricted program goes, 22, we had the original budget was 600,000. We made adjustments because we did have a sale of a unit. We're able to replenish those funds and have more available. This year's budget, we've set aside 800,000. And then each year, as Connie has done in the past, we set aside 600 kind of per year. And those are acquisition-wise as well. Is that right? Okay. So, it's a healthy budget, but as you guys have just mentioned, it's a challenge, with our housing and the cost of housing. But it's a great program. It has really helped us as far as the recruitment side. You can go to the next slide.
Can I just ask, so the 700,000 remaining in 2022 will roll over and be added to the 800,000? It won't become part of the 800,000, it'll be in addition to the 800,000? Oh, I like that, okay.
And how does that relate to the 500K for the housing acquisitions? Those are two separate funds?
Not separate funds, but separate line items within the budget.
I'm sorry, not separate funds, but separate line items within the budget.
Could you the deed restricted is where we're on the deed, we're co-owners. Is that how I should interpret
It's,
when you
something-
say deed restricted with this?
Yeah, we enter into an agreement with the employee. They find the house on the open market.
Right.
We place a deed on it, a deed restriction on it. And so for those first 5 years within that program, we buy that unit. We tell them we're going to buy the unit. And then the board decides if they want to keep that for housing or if we want to flip it out on the open market. And but that's our way to kind of wade into the housing.
Right.
We see it as a great thing. In fact, John's got great aspirations here to try to see if we can get this out into the community and the private sector in some way. So it's a really a good program for that, because it's infill, it's not building stock. That's one of the advantages to it.
I have a question about that too. So I know we have something that has a $300,000 limit down valley and a $400,000 limit up valley.
Mm-hmm.
So is that this shared purchase?
That is this program.
And so then you say, and so we buy it. I thought we bought it in partnership with the owner. We buy
We
it.
just purchase a deed restriction on that. We record a deed restriction on there, the right to put that onto that house.
But then when this person doesn't work for the county anymore, they move or whatever, and it sells, it's split.
Right now, it doesn't sell. We purchase it. The employee, if they leave or separate, we go in and buy the house.
Okay.
And then determine
I
the
think I
next
get it
steps
now.
with the house.
I just wanted to propose that deed restricted has a much broader term in the community, maybe shared ownership or something like
It's
that.
a shared
Just
equity program. isn't it?
shared equity. I don't know if there's a better name
Yeah,
for
I'm
this. Did you guys already go through? I don't want to.
Yeah, there were some issues. We started off calling it a shared equity program,
what I-
and there are some challenges putting that out there that way. It's in essence what we're doing, but we're really purchasing a deed restriction, and it matters how the money is viewed in the first 5 years of a purchase versus the last 5 years. We'll be bringing some ideas back to you on all
We're
that.
not restructuring the program, we're renaming the program
Well,
and restructuring.
we will probably bring, as the program's matured, we've learned some things, and there's some opportunities, I think, to come back and be a little bit more specific about our intent and strategic with it. And so, yeah, we want to bring some recommendations back to you.
So deed restricted in this case means that
Joint ownership.
it means it's a different meaning of deed. It doesn't mean it can't grow at more than 3%. It means this is a shared deed.
Yeah, it is a very different program than, for example, when we purchase or build and deed restrict and put it in the APSHA stock. This is a very different kind of program. We're really subsidizing to a certain degree the person coming in and then making a choice whether the unit makes sense to keep in stock or sell and turn back into fungible assets that can refund the program in future purchases. So it's a different animal than what we have typically done in the past. I think it's worked well for our employees who have come into
So
it.
it's not quite a deed restriction, it's a restriction on the deed.
So it is a change from how we've done things in the past, and that's why it's been a good experiment internally. But basically, all a deed restriction is, as Rich said, is a property interest that we purchase in the property that gives us certain rights in the property. And so what we're saying with our employees is we will go in on the purchase of a unit, but we want to maintain certain rights in the property, and that is through a mechanism which is a deed restriction.
And if that unit grows in value, we get a certain percentage that grows in value too at the time of sale?
Well, so that's part of the restructuring that we need to bring to you. We've defined very clearly what happens in the first 5 years. The way the program was originally structured was just like a joint equity program. We take the equity as a percentage of what we put in, and the employee takes an equity of the percentages as they put in. That's not how our program is structured for the first 5 years. It's been left a little bit ambiguous, so that's what we want to come back and talk to you about, because we think there may be some opportunities to incentivize people to stay a
Yeah, your
little
first
longer.
explanation is more what I thought this program was.
That's
Me
where
too.
we start.
Yeah.
That is exactly
That's what I
where
thought
we
too.
started
My
with
old
it.
history is
There's
coming back.
there's lots of reasons, and actually I think it's evolving into something that makes a lot more sense for what we're trying to achieve as an employer, and could evolve into something that really benefits our longer term
Okay,
employees
so
too.
moving us along to
Well,
budget
just one
issues.
last question. So whose name is on the deed?
Mine, because I'm.
No,
just-
I mean,
The
is the
employee-
county and the employee?
No, the employee's name is on the deed, and then we have a deed restriction
Personal
that's
and-
recorded.
So
on
it's
the
kind of like a
property.
personal loan, sort of.
It's a
It doesn't,
covenant on the
It's
property.
kind of like that. The recording order of this is very important.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we've
When will
learned
this come
that.
back to
Okay.
us?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
We haven't.
We will
set
have a
date.
broader
We're working
discussion on this after
Sometime
Christmas.
soon.
Coming soon.
Great, thanks.
So there is no soon in government.
Yeah, so just, and again, we've got 7 employees in the ownership. We have 6 that we have put into rentals under the current program itself. 13 since inception. And I should back up. You all made some great changes to the program. You upped that contribution to $400,000 that you were talking about. We did increase the boundaries as well. And our last 2 that we have done have been outside of that area. And we have 1 in the works right now that's in Silt. So it has opened up those opportunities for us from an employer standpoint. So it's much appreciated. So we thank you for
Oh,
that.
good for them. I mean, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. You can see the dollar amounts here, so I'll just keep moving along. And I think Connie, this is Connie's slide.
So this is the budget and 5-year plan for the housing fund. Again, this is the capital side. The main revenue source is the housing impact fee. And this has been growing. We've had a couple of very strong years, 1.3 million in 2021. We're looking at almost 1.9 million in 2022. But it is also a difficult revenue source to predict. It depends on the applications through community development. So we have the budget set at $1 million, and we'll need to see if that is high or low. We'll adjust as we go on. The good thing is that if the revenue comes in stronger, we're able to come back to the board with supplemental requests of different opportunities that may come up through the year and add to that budget if there's more funding available.
Can I ask a question about that? So this 1.9, is that because of the increased fees that we approved last year? Is that why it's so much higher? Or is it because there's more transactions? Or, and I don't know if you can answer this, are more people choosing to mitigate themselves rather than paying the housing fee?
Your last question, I don't know.
Okay.
That would be a question
Calm
for
down.
Alex
Yeah.
in community development. But it is a combination of fee increase and also the number. And that's where it's difficult to determine what might happen in future years.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So this has left us, or we're projecting that we'll have a fund balance of just over $2 million at the end of 2022. And that allows for the things that we've included in the budget with the funding for Phillips, and then some potential acquisitions, and then the $800,000 in the deed restricted program. You'll notice that in the out years of the plan, we do have professional services or design work plugged in as a placeholder. We have the deed restricted program, but that's about it in the out years. Fund balance currently does not allow too much more than that. And as projects are developed, we'll need to see if there is more revenue coming in or other potential funding sources or grants.
Question about the fund balance is there a basement bottom line that it cannot go below? Any
We
reason?
would need to keep a minimum of 3% of annual revenue
Okay.
is the minimum. And this is one of those funds that we don't need to be accumulating a large fund balance unless we're saving up for a capital project.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a decision point, but. I
Hey,
have a
Patty,
que-
can I jump in?
Yeah, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Thanks. Comment and a question. So building on Francie's question, I do think it would be meaningful if we would start tracking the the units that we're mitigating for. So just having some assessment of, okay, we've collected this much in fees and this is how many employees it's intended to mitigate for. And I don't think we have that information collected over time. I think it would be helpful in this process moving forward. And then, oh darn, is there not budget that we should be creating related to some planning or public outreach conversations about the partnership with the Forest Service and that exploration
Yes.
on the 8th Street curve and the Eagle County potential partnership as well?
That's on the general fund side, and we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so back to my question. The next section is general fund. We don't have a decision on that section where APCHA is included in that. This is just our housing fund and that budget that we need a decision point.
That's correct.
And there's no FTEs involved in this.
No FTEs in this fund.
So I'm just asking the board to give a nod on accepting the housing fund. It'll still be part of our ultimate end of this discussion, budget discussion approval, but we do these incremental steps of decision points. So I'm seeing thumbs up to move this section forward. Yeah, okay. So now we can go to the general fund impacts with Employee Housing Ownership Program, or EHOP. It sounds like
Okay.
a place you get pancakes.
EHOP, yeah, the EHOP. I hop at the EHOP. We did have two programs. You may recall that one of them we had to actually start up an entirely new program because of legal changes and legislative changes that took place within the program. We are down to only two employees. Well, they aren't employees. Actually, I think they're past employees that are in that program. This is a program that you can take with you. If in our deed restricted, if you separate, you can no longer participate. This one, you can actually take it with you because it's part of a third party through Impact Housing that allows us to do a $50,000 loan that's kind of tacked on a low interest loan to their mortgage payments. Gets them that money for down payment assistance. And one of the things that we can't do is utilize these two together in our programs. However, the employees have asked about that opportunity, so we're going to investigate that a little bit more and see if there's ways you can do some things here. But the 22 original budget was $150,000. We adjusted it to $350,000 again because of carry forwards that we had. In talking to HR, we have a portfolio that's out there around $461,000 that loans are still out. There's 11 individuals within that, and then there's one that's in the works to take advantage of it right now. We do have a balance of $178,000. HR felt that there wasn't a need to plug any in this year, given kind of where we're at with the fund balance. So we're just going to not do that for 2023 in the general fund.
But if by chance a need came up and we didn't have the funds, you could always bring it back for a supplemental.
That's right. There's enough, though, being held within the program that we could fund a number of employees through that.
Okay.
And this is going to be one of the programs that is going to come out of HR. In fact, Jody, this will be with her new role in our employee housing, is going to be getting more involved in our deed restriction and in this one. So, hey, Ashley, you wanna come on up? So this is we're going to talk now about general fund and the strategy and planning side of it. So Kelly, this is I think what you were alluding to.
So now we're talking housing, not childcare, right?
Hi, housing. Ashley Pearl, Community Resiliency Manager. So in the general fund, we have this line item, I think that's the technical term for it, for strategy and planning. I have just a couple examples up there. The key thing here is that there's lots of partnerships. So there's potential partnerships with the Forest Service on both the S-Curves property and the Elgibel parcel. There are potential partnerships with CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, some Mid-Valley locations, and there's just a lot of partnerships out there, much like the county. Every single employer, whether it be at the state, federal, or local level, is trying to build housing, and it turns out we're all coming to the same conclusion that we should probably build housing together. Because organizations like Pickens County, we have a lot of different needs, right? We have some people who are working shifts, who are seasonal, some people who have families, some people who prefer a single unit. And so when we're looking at an individual organization like Pickens County developing housing just for itself, we realize that there could be a lot of economies of scale of working with a partner like a CDOT or a Forest Service or an Eagle County, and maybe building all studios because we know that they're for seasonal workers, or building more of a community type for management type positions where folks might come in with family members. So really I think we're all realizing that partnerships are going to be key for this next stage of housing. So we've budgeted some money to think about those partnerships and what the county's role is and how we can hopefully meet some of our internal housing needs for our own employees, as well as potentially contribute to the larger pool for community housing through some of these partnerships. So I'm building those out. When appropriate, I will bring back more details on these different things as they build out, but wanted you to just know there's a lot out there.
Can I ask, how broad is the scope of partnership? Is it only with other government agencies like CDOT or CPW or other municipalities, or does it go to private companies, for instance?
SKICO has sat in on some of these conversations. Right now, the ones that are on the screen are with government or quasi-government entities because we can pursue similar funding opportunities through the state and similar agreements with the Forest Service if we all have the same structure. When you put in private entities, it gets a little bit more complicated, but that's not to say that we're close to that opportunity. So.
Great. No, yeah. I'm all in favor of seeing what's possible beyond, but I really love this. This is great.
Great.
Good job.
When I was in Washington with RAFTA in June, we spoke with the Department of Transportation and another organization that seems exactly the same to me but has a different name. And they let us know that whereas before the Department of Transportation was, their grants were awarded in areas that were strictly related to transportation, but now they have included housing in their grants. So I'm sure CDOT will probably mention that to you, but I just wanted to mention that is a very large source of grant money that can be applied to housing if that becomes a possibility.
Thank you. And I think it just speaks to CDOT may have had a very specific mission before, and now everyone's mission just to survive includes housing.
Right,
So
exactly.
that, I think that's a benefit to everybody.
Yeah.
I think I have one more slide. There is also the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, formerly known as the Greater Roaring Fork Valley Housing Coalition. This is the new nonprofit that we formed this summer. I say we in that it is representative of all the jurisdictions in the Roaring Fork Valley, minus Garfield County, and everybody has a seat on the board. I represent Picken County on the board. We have done a lot in the last year. Picken County committed $10,000 last year as seed funding for the coalition, and I think that money has been doubled through just grants that we've received in the last couple months. So we received a DOLA administration grant that Picken County is actually serving as the fiscal agent for. We received a grant from the Division of Housing IHAP program, which will scan the regional codes and policies to see what alignment exists across the valley and where we could get more alignment. And then we've applied for 3 other support grants that we'll hear about this month. We've also brought on a couple different consultants to support our work, and we are really just trying to stand up this nonprofit. While we are trying to stand up the nonprofit, we are also trying to run some new programs. So next month and in January, the coalition will be applying for ARPA funds, so recovery funds that are available from the state. That Kelly and some of the work that we've done on CCAT has really helped get those ARPA funds committed for funding across the state to housing. And that, you've heard this from me before, but I'll remind you, right now the coalition is focused on development neutral programs. We have an ownership buy-down program that we're looking to launch. The conversation you all just had about our shared equity program is the same conversation we are having at the coalition. There's different terminology for different things, but essentially the coalition would like to support people getting into homes and then buying a deed restriction that would be held by an existing housing authority. So a little bit more traditional than what we're talking about at the county, but the takeaway is that we have these internal programs of the county, and other entities on the coalition also have similar programs, and we're trying to feed that up so that these programs can be available region-wide, and taking the learnings from the county, from Eagle County, from CMC has some interesting ones. Every jurisdiction has something, so we're trying to feed them up, learn, really optimize, and make them available region-wide for community members, so you don't just have to be a member of or an employee for Picken County. So more to come, more terminology, and I'm sure more muddy, confusing conversations that we will all find our way through. But yeah.
Would they be available for anybody or just any worker in the valley or?
Workforce housing. So
Workforce.
we
Thanks.
would, the deed restriction would be similar to the deed restrictions we see right now in our housing authorities, which would require a certain amount of work hours in the valley. The other things we're looking at are rental assistance programs and what we're calling the bedroom incentive program. This is the incentive to add on a bedroom, rent out a bedroom, potentially build an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, if you're in a space that allows that. Basically, this is, again, trying to build out bedrooms without having to buy land and build entirely new housing developments. So that's what we mean by development neutral. And then the last thing I wanted to put on the board's radar is the coalition will be doing a stakeholder survey in the next couple weeks. I will send you that link when it's ready, but we really want to hear from the community to inform our 3-year strategic plan that we're working on as a coalition. So lots happening there, and I think I owe you all a deeper dive once we have a little bit more meat on the bones of that strategic plan. So that will come after Christmas as well.
Okay,
We'll just
great.
start packing those agendas.
Can you just share who some of the partners are?
Yeah, so
I'm gonna try and move us along,
Yeah.
because it's already afternoon and we have a short lunch break, so just keep that in mind.
Yep, I do.
Real quick.
I am. I heard the bells ringing.
Picken County, City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Eagle County Housing Authority, Town of Basalt, Town of Carbondale, City of Glenwood Springs, and we have, and Colorado Mountain College. And then we have observation from Garfield County Housing Authority and a number of Colorado River Valley communities.
Okay, and then is Dave Myler part of this one?
Sorry, I forgot about Dave. How could I do such a thing? Our founder, Dave Myler, is our at-large representative on the board.
Got it, okay.
Gotta keep Dave in there.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So,
And then we've got one more slide, Patty, for you.
yep, go, I've got it.
And if I could
Actually, I have
ask
two more.
Jody and Phyllis to come up here.
Thank you.
'Cause-
You've got the APSHI information that was just shared with you, but the county-owned property management. And again, we aren't looking for a decision, I don't think, today. We just want to kind of test the waters a little bit and kind of get a sense on rental, on our units that we do have in Phillips from an operational standpoint. Phyllis is going to be phasing out with that, and again, we've got Jody kind of stepping in to start helping with the management of that. But wanted to hit a little bit on the property management for that. So I don't know, Phyllis, if you want to start out or.
Sure. We've just been looking at, because it was budget time, looking at revenues and expenses that we have. Yeah, come on. And we didn't increase rent in the past 2 years. 2 years ago, we gave the residents there the space rents and the cabin rents, their first rent increase in a long time. I looked at what APSHA has done over the past 2 years, and which year? 2021, they increased their rents by 1.3%, and 22 by 3%. Anticipated that'll be 3% again in 2023. So we're looking at rent increase. It would be $30 a month on $400, so $430 a month for rent space, and $45 for the cabin, so for $645 a month. So we're not looking for any back rent increases, but this would be equal to what APSHA has done in increases. So for a trailer space, it would be $360 more a year for their rent.
Are we talking
So-
Phillips?
For Phillips. The other properties that we have, we use the APSHA rate of rentals for what the income rate is for the household. So if it's a single person and they're working for us, it's just theirs. If they're a married couple, it would be the joint income, and that's how the rent is set. So instead of it being a category unit, the income creates the category, and then we rent at that category. APSHA is just a flat rent. We don't do anything with categories. We don't know the income levels of the people that are living there. This is just how we've been calculating it, just using the inflation that we've seen, and we think the overall 7.3% with no increase in the 2 years is reasonable.
They own their trailers, and we own the property underneath the trailer. That's why all the rents are the same. I see.
Okay, Kelly has her hand up. Again, just trying to keep us on track, guys, because we do need a break. Go ahead, Kelly.
Thanks, Patty. But it was a little related to Ash's presentation. I'm unclear as to the budget that we are dedicating to support those efforts. Again, I look at our fund balance. We have an unassigned fund balance of $10 million in the general fund. I think we should be dedicating at least half of that to housing. So I guess please answer that question, and then that's my proposal for the board. Thanks.
That might be a longer discussion than we'll skip lunch. So, John, you want to address that? Kelly's asking us for $10 million in the general fund and taking half of that for housing?
So there's a undesignated fund balance, which is the blue color, I think, in the fund balance chart that Kelly, I believe you're referring to. And you're proposing appropriating half of that for use in housing. We also have the ARPA funds a good chunk of which we've designated, of course, for childcare, but there's still a remainder in there that I think the board had anticipated for housing. That is not recognized in the fund balance because that's reimbursed upon, it's an, there's an accounting
It's an
term.
unearned revenue.
An unearned revenue, so we'll earn it when we spend it. It nets out to zero, but that would probably bring us to about 6 million with Kelly's proposal. We might have projects, with the Kelly, as you had mentioned, the Forest Service. We still do not have a cost associated with that. That would be appropriate to apply. We would come back and do a supplemental if the board wanted to go ahead and appropriate funds for that purpose now. Staff would, we have some things we're working on to spend those dollars on now, and we could come up with some proposals to beef up existing programs. And so that would still, Connie?
Just something else for the board to keep in mind, and that is at Phillips, with the infrastructure that needs to be improved, we have money in for design, but we do not have funding in for taking the next steps to actually do those projects.
Okay, well, I don't have a problem necessarily. I'm going to speak here for a minute. I don't have a problem necessarily with using some fund balance for housing. I just have a problem unless we have a project. I know where that money's going. So I wouldn't have a problem with it coming back for supplemental when we have a plan in front of us. I think that, to me, would be more appropriate than just saying we're going to take 5 million and we're not really quite sure where we're going to use it. I would like to know where we're going to use it and then allocate it in that direction.
Well, but the reason for me that I think it's me is because we're saying that this is a priority, and that way if it comes back for a supplemental or a project that has to dip into that million that's unrelated to housing comes back to us, we have that discussion of what we're giving up. And I don't think we have those conversations when we're, generally talking about one big pot of money. It's not at the expense of what other board priorities we may not be funding. So that's, why we've said this is a priority. Housing is our board priorities. I think we should chunk the money aside and save for it. And if something comes back that says, hey, we need more money for this other project, then we can have that debate as to how they compete or conflict.
Well, Kelly, in no way am I saying that housing is not a priority. I'm just saying I would prefer to have the project in front of me to use that money that we are talking about towards housing. I'm not saying shift it to another need. I'm saying reserve it, but knowing where we're going to spend it. So.
And I don't know if it's a compromise. If the board did choose to appropriate, we could do it under the condition that staff brings the projects back, because we're going to need to do that anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Steve's had his hand up, and again, so the board knows, we will be missing lunch, so just be prepared.
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing that you did, Patty. When the opportunity arises, I'm willing to dip into our reserve to pay for the partnerships, especially, or for buy downs when the opportunities are there. I don't want to be stingy with the money if we have good opportunities to spend some of our reserve. Also, wherever we can to leverage our money with the partnerships with other entities on joint projects, I think we should put a lot of effort into that, because then it's not all our money helping to pay for it.
Okay, Francie?
I remember seeing some pretty high numbers around the Phillips development. And so, I mean, like 12 million or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but it was more than 5 million. It was more than half of the 10. And of course, I don't know what kind of timeline that would be on, but I mean, I think one way we could do this, Kelly, would be to set aside the 5 million, understanding that it might all be consumed by Phillips.
I'm fine with that. To me, it's a statement of priorities, and that it's not restricted. Like, if we needed to spend part of that 5 million on an open space acquisition, it's available to do that. We would just have to have a conversation about removing it from, the housing funding priority. And I think that's a valuable conversation to have. We don't generally talk about what we're not funding when our supplementals come back to us.
Does the board have any more comments? Where would the board like to go?
I'm not comfortable doing that yet. I don't feel comfortable with this. So I'm not on board for that. I kind of like the way it was going. I think when the projects come forward, we're gonna have an opportunity to look at them. I don't wanna delegate the money and then have to have an argument about priorities at that point. It's an interesting gambit, but I don't like it. Sorry. I'd rather keep it the way it is right now. So that's how I feel. Thanks.
And again, this says nothing that we aren't prioritizing housing. I just feel it would be better to have the plan in front of us when we use that money in that direction. Francie?
Are you asking me to make a decision on this
Well,
proposal?
we need to have direction. We can bring it back for further discussion if we can't reach a consensus here now. I was not prepared to have this discussion at this point, but since we're having it, and it looks like it could be a longer discussion, we could look at another time to just specifically talk about this and get more clarity.
Well, it would be, it's not a bad time to talk about it except for lunch, but in terms of the fact that we're doing the housing budget right now, and where else would we talk about it, and how could we approve this budget if we don't make a decision here, so.
Well, we have till the 7th of December to approve the budget. So we could bring it back in another time and have a more in-depth conversation.
We could bring it back at the end of today. There should be a little bit of time at the end of the
That's
presentation.
when we were supposed to have our open discussion time.
Oh, maybe that's what we openly discuss.
And we also have some,
I have something to bring forward for the board.
Oh, I know what it is.
on November 15th, we also have, I believe, an hour scheduled for any follow-up items on November 15th. So that's a possibility too.
So I don't want to not have this discussion. I want us to be clear about how we're prioritizing the use of this money and that housing is one of our top major priorities. And I think that it deserves a deeper dive discussion.
Do you see yourself moving on this with discussion, or do you feel strongly?
No, I need to have the same discussion Patty does.
Okay.
I think I'm willing to listen and to be persuaded, but I don't have enough information, and I'm not sure I want to make that decision right now.
Okay.
I wasn't prepared to have to make that decision right now.
No, I really wasn't either, but
Okay.
I'm okay as long as we do put it out there somewhere to be discussed.
I think Connie's heard our direction, and we will work on time. Kelly, is that okay with you?
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Okay,
So we at least have a nod to bring back also that rent conversation about increase there. Are you okay
no,
with?
I'm okay with the rent
This is rent
increases.
at Phillips alone or
Yeah,
rent across
just be
the?
Phillips.
Yeah, no, I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
You're gonna bring it back with a little bit more elaboration on the actual cost of operations.
Sure.
And we're running a deficit, right?
We are running a deficit. The total will only bring 13,000 more into the fund.
Yeah.
So it's
So
not
it will
gonna-
not balance it, but we think it's a reasonable action to increase the rent. And we also want to give the residents there enough notice to be able to tell them that beginning in January, the rent would increase.
And here we have high inflation costs and a possible recession. And what are we gonna do? Double, triple, quadruple their rent? Not for me, but I think some modest increase is appropriate.
$30 a month is
Yeah.
pretty modest.
Yeah. But we didn't do large increases the other times that we've raised the rent.
It's a case of cigarettes.
The last one we did was
I don't know, I
$50
don't
a month.
smoke.
It's not some of them do though.
So $50 a month, we would see as probably the high end. Using the APTRA calculation, it comes out to $30 a month. So I think that's really your decision point,
Yeah,
if it's 30
justifies
or is
it.
it 50.
And then the
They're both
cabin
pretty
was
reasonable.
50.
45.
Is that what- Oh, 45 in the cabin?
45 for the cabin, using that same 7.3% increase.
Does the board want more information on that? We can bring it back at the same time we have a follow-up discussion
I'd love to
on-
hear a little bit more, see that.
Okay, so bring back more. information, the revenue versus the expense.
What we will do is let the residents know there's a potential for an increase coming up, just so
Of
they know.
this modest range.
A modest range.
All right, next. We do have one more slide. We have the proposed budget, housing department.
Yes.
Gia.
For general fund. And
So the personnel increase is just, it's not new FTEs, it's just shifting, restructuring personnel from point A to point B.
that's correct, is we didn't have a general fund housing department before. The costs you see in 2021 and 2022 were actually in the housing fund. They were the operational side. So I brought them over into this slide to show the comparison. And the change is we really didn't have any personnel except for a little bit of Michelle McClinton's administrative time. And now we've shifted 50% of Jody's time, 50% of Ashley's time into housing as we're putting the resources towards these projects. So it's a shift in where those dollars are budgeted. And then some increases on utilities and repair and maintenance and so forth. On the other expenditure line, you see a 16% increase. There's the increase for APCHA, but then also a decrease. No overhead costs as it's now within the general fund. And that is all.
Okay, board have questions on that? Seeing none, we don't need a decision point on this one.
Okay, we will see you at 12:45 for the district attorney budget
Yeah,
presentation.
so you have time to run upstairs and run back downstairs. Okay, grassroots, we'll be back at 1:45, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. This is a continuation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session, and we are talking budget. And we are welcoming to our budget discussion the district attorney and his amazing staff. So please, sir, would you introduce yourself to the public?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Board. I want to introduce our office administrator, William, AKA Bill Brunworth.
You say William, who's William?
This is going to be Bill's last budget meeting with me because he's retiring at the end of this year. Then we have Brian Hollenbaugh, who is his waiter in the wings. He's the successor of Bill. And then I have our Victim Witness Program team leader, Steve Aran, and I'm honored to have those fellows with me this morning.
Well, welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you so much. I want to start off by saying what I always say when I have a chance to have the opportunity to have others' attention. I want to express my thanks, my gratitude for being the 9th Judicial District Attorney. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners here in Pickens County for your support over the years, your leadership, your stewardship of the taxpayer monies, and I also want to thank you for providing us a wonderfully accommodating space in the historic, one-of-a-kind Pickens County Courthouse. I just want you to know we're very thankful for that space.
And you have the old treasurer's office screen,
We do.
which is so cool. That
We're very honored and thankful to have it. I think
Yeah.
all of our team members who work there every day appreciate having windows. We were down in the basement. They appreciate the lack of radon, I think, in the air. And so I think we're just very grateful for that space, and I want you to know we don't take it for granted.
You'll have to take radon supplements.
That's right, that's right. Well, I always have an excuse for some deformity that I have. That's radon. But I want to let you know that we respectfully have presented our 2023 budget to you and the other two counties. For 2023, our budget is $4,760,995. There's a contribution from the state in the amount of $127,769 for the salary that pays for me. That leaves $4,633,231 that would be comprised of contributions from the three counties, Garfield, Rio Blanco, and Pickens. Our percentage of population dictates the ratio or the fractional investment of the counties proportionate to the population. We did have some population changes in the counties for this year. Pickens County and Rio Blanco County decreased modestly, and then Garfield County increased, which affected somewhat the proportionate share of contribution to our budget. I can tell you that this year's contribution from Pickens County that we would respectfully request, and if you were to approve, is $60,548 more than it was last year. So that's the increase in terms of dollar amount. The actual amount that would be invested by Pickens County would be $914,172, which represents a $60,548,000 increase from last year. The increase we've asked for this year is based due in part to get our employees' compensation up. And I would highlight that, at the outset, and to say that my teammates have struggled over 2021 to grapple with inflation, cost of living, as you know. Many agencies went to their funding authorities last year and requested supplemental increases in compensation. We did not. We had told the county commissioners, both here in Garfield and Rio Blanco, that we would live with the budget that was approved, and we did that. But it was hard. Particularly some of our employees have struggled to find housing, have struggled to pay the cost of living. I drink a lot of milk, and I can tell you that I feel it because a gallon of milk was $2.18. Now it's $4 and I think 18 cents. So it's almost doubled in price. So we really felt like we needed to get our employees' compensation at least to an affordable rate. And so we've asked for a 10% increase across the board. That's to make up for not asking for supplementals last year, and then try to get us to a point where we've caught up somewhat with the other county employees. I would also highlight a couple of other things if you're interested. One is our case statistics. They're relatively stable. So, normally you might think I'm coming here and announcing some sort of canary in the coal mine and try to be dramatic about crime. Our case statistics are relatively stable. We are seeing an increase in violent crime, and that's across the country, in terms of measuring the percentage of violent crime that we've seen in past years. We're seeing more of it, this recent sort of year and a half. Our employees also have done some remarkable things in navigating this mound of backlog from the pandemic. We were unable to do jury trials for a solid year, and so it's all hands on deck. I just finished an attempted murder trial a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, so we're all pitching in, doing trials, and we're wading through that backlog. And so we're hopeful that this time next year, we will have basically shoveled that pile down to, a flat state and get back to normal. But our team's been working really hard. A couple other things that have happened in terms of affecting our budget is, as you know, the legislature passed a bill that required any person who's been arrested to be advised before the court within 48 hours after arrest. So whereas we used to voluntarily work on weekends and jeans and tattered T-shirts, now we have to volunteer people to work on weekends because we do weekend court hearings every Saturday. Tony does them a lot. He volunteers to do them. And that starts at 5:30 in the afternoon on Saturday for Pitkin, then 6 for Rio Blanco, and then thereafter Garfield County. So we have to have people come in on Saturdays to do what we normally would do during the week to prepare our attorneys to make bond arguments, to also reach out to victims, to get information regarding protection orders. So that is having an effect on our budget because, as you might know, we have exempt and non-exempt employees. Exempt employees are those professionals that just make a salary, so they work obviously more than 40 hours a week, but they don't get overtime. Our non-exempt employees, however, if they work over 40 hours, we have to pay them overtime under the Fair Labor Standards Act. So, it does affect us in terms of having to pay those non-exempt employees to come in and work on the weekends. And you might imagine what a morale booster it is to tell people, we need you to also work on weekends. So it's a challenge for us. The state did allocate some money to cover the cost of that, but it's not covering 100% of the cost. I anticipate maybe long after I'm gone that money will go away and that the next DA will probably have to come in and ask you for money to cover that as a line item. I don't think there's an issue. I'm not complaining about it. I think it is good to get people in front of a court when they've been arrested. But that is, one of the unfunded mandates that has been, I think, is going to be pushed down to the local governments. The other issue is we're seeing a lot of, with the violent crime increase, we're seeing a lot more effort having to be put in by our victim witness program. And I want to highlight our victim witness program because we did ask for an increase in that program. That victim witness program is funded by 4 specific funding sources, the first being the contributions of the counties, which is very small. It only covers 1 of the 7 positions in our victim witness program. The remainder of the funding comes from grant programs such as VAIL, the Victim Assistance to Law Enforcement, and VOCA, the Victims of Crime Act, and then also a percentage of monies paid under the Crime Victim Compensation. What we're finding is that with the VAIL and the VOCA, the grant funds, that is an unpredictable, sort of unsteady funding source. We've had some cuts from the federal level in the past, and it becomes a moving target and becomes a very unpredictable funding source. To do what our victim witness program does for what the counties pay for it, I can tell you is a bargain. I don't think any of our teams affect your constituents and mine more than our victim witness program. They are actually sometimes literally hand in hand with victims, going to court with them, calling and supporting them, connecting them to community resources, ensuring that they're made whole, and trying to help help them navigate the rough waters of being a crime victim. That program does a tremendous service to our citizens. And so I can see down the road that we might want to start to look more towards the counties to fund that program in total. But we did ask for an increase of $20,000 in that program this year. And so I wanted to highlight that and tell you it is a program without which we wouldn't be able to do half of what we're able to do to help victims of crime. And then lastly, I always want to make sure that I praise our team. Our team obviously volunteers to confront very uncomfortable truths. We are exposed to a lot of trauma. And just last night, I went home after watching a video of a baby who had died, who was being given CPR by police officers. Of course, this is a case that I'm having to deal with. And you go home with that, and the image of that little baby, that lifeless little baby is in your head. And so that's just a fraction of what our team members have to deal with on a daily basis. And so I really want to make sure that I highlight their selfless sacrifice to really do things and confront things that most of us wouldn't want to confront. And they've done a remarkable job being resilient through the pandemic. We've even had to enlist cooperation from victims who got tired and fatigued from all the delays from the pandemic. Literally, some of our folks have had to go out and recruit, get the victims back engaged, because we're like, okay, now we're going back online. There's not going to be any more COVID delays. And so that added stress to our staff. But our team is a remarkable bunch of folks. And I am so thankful for each and every one of them. And really, it's my honor to be their leader. And I hope that you'll, if you get a chance to see some of them like Tony, just thank them for what they do. I try to thank them as much as I can. And I try to participate in confronting those uncomfortable truths and dealing with that trauma as much as they do. But it's a hard job, and we signed up for it, but they do deserve praise. And so with that, I would tell you that we present a budget to you that we think is sound. We present a budget to you that we believe we can live with the entire year, barring some unforeseen circumstance. And I would respectfully ask that you approve it, and I'll end my discussion and shut up and be willing to answer any questions that you have.
I just want to note that I was the recipient of an threatening email, and I was contacted by a victim's assistant program of some sort, and they kept me emailed in on the status of where the alleged sender of that email was in the system. And so I knew when you moved from Colorado Springs to Point B and then back up here, which was, gave me a sense of things were under control. Mm-hmm. And I really appreciated that. At first I was like, where's this coming from? And then I realized they were just following through on the fact that I had been the target, well, not the target, but the recipient of the email. So I thought that was really interesting. And I think you're absolutely right about thanking all of those. Thank you all for working and doing the hard work that you do. We appreciate it up at this end of the valley, and I'm sure Garfield County and Rio Blanco also greatly appreciate your efforts. I myself I've read through you. You do such a nice job with your letter and presenting your budget that I always find it interesting to read and catch up on and highlight things in bright pink. So, yeah, I'm very supportive of your budget request, especially some compensation for your staff. I think that's critical. We reached out to our staff here in Pickens County, so I think it's appropriate to allow you to do the same for your employees.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks, Francie.
Yeah, I feel the same as Patty. Thank you all. Thank you, Jeff, for running this great team. All those services you guys provide to the county, all the counties, to the region. I have a structural question. So the employees within Pickens County that work for you don't work for the county?
Correct. Okay. We're sort of a hybrid organization, a multi-district organization that is not really a county employee of Garfield, Rio Blanco, or Pickens. Although we do get some benefits of being affiliated with Pickens County, such as the discounted passes and things of that nature. We don't get, unfortunately, employee housing those type of things. That's a challenge for our folks, but that's a good question. We're not Pickens County employees.
Okay. Well, then I would definitely think that 10% is minimal raise probably that everybody needs. And we gave quite a few raises in the last year, thanks to the pandemic and extra work that everybody did. I wish we could give more. I said that last year, and I feel the same way this year. I think your budget is extraordinarily low for what it costs the county compared to what we get from the work that you all do. So if we could have influence on getting you more, I would be behind that.
Thank you, Francie.
Actually, could I just mention something? I just want to thank the county for one of the very generous things that you guys do is our employees in the Aspen office, you're kind enough to let them share in the Pitkin Fitness Wellness benefit,
Oh,
which
great.
is awesome, which helps get a ski pass or a health club membership for folks, and they really appreciate it. And so
Well, that's great.
I just want to say thank you for that. That's been a great, great carrot to tell people that we're going to ask you to go to the Aspen office, and by the way, you'll get that. So.
And by the way, you have this beautiful new office.
And you have this beautiful new
Historic,
office.
beautiful
That's
new
right.
office.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there with you all today. I'd like to do these in person, but I'm home with a kid. But it's nice to see you, and I enjoyed our time at the courthouse ribbon cutting.
Me too.
Yeah, I would just say, you may know Pickens is sort of disputing the population numbers from the census. So I think that the increase you're asking us is actually not as large as it would be if are what we think they are, which are higher than reported. So I think your request is reasonable. I'm happy to support them. And yeah, nice to see you.
Thank you, Kelly. Good to see you too. I hope your kid gets feeling better.
Greg or Steve?
Yeah.
Greg, go ahead.
Mention, yeah, I'm in agreement with everyone. My only concern is that, looking forward, how far down the road are you looking, regarding employment, being able to recruit the workers and to house them, obviously are the questions we're all talking about here all the time. And maybe there'll be solutions in the future, where we can all participate in making that work. But I want to make sure you're looking far enough down the road that we don't get a big surprise, because it sounds like you've kind of you've got your people coming in on weekends, your salaried people who are, I think, as you've said, they all expected this, but you only can go so far before people burn out, and I'd be worried if you were having trouble recruiting. It sounds like you're doing it, but you're aware of a problem. Do you foresee things getting worse, look with the future, looking at your crystal ball? We talk about inflation or recession. We talk about, where things are going. Everybody's having trouble hiring staff, housing them. I want to make sure this just isn't a stopgap to get us through this budget. How are you feeling about the future?
Greg, I really appreciate your foresight. It'd be easier to be a weather forecaster in San Diego than actually predict all of the fiscal challenges that are related to a number of variables, many of which are out of our control. And so I'm somewhat of a stoic. I say, what can I control? What can't I? We have had challenges recruiting and retaining and burnout. And there's no question. Burnout's always been a factor for prosecution as a career. I've been doing it for almost 20 years, and you burn out. And frankly, I'm almost burnt out at times, especially dealing with some of the trauma and then working hard and feeling like you're not making a difference. I got to keep my chin up, and I got to keep a good attitude because I'm a leader. That's my responsibility. But we have had trouble with some burnout. We've had trouble competing with other offers from other organizations. I don't know if y'all recall last year, I lost two prosecutors to county attorneys' offices for substantially more compensation and less work, in my view, less stressful for sure. No offense to those folks, but
did we poach any of them?
No.
You did not.
Okay,
Eagle County and Garfield. Yeah.
Stayed out of that one.
And so, when you look at it from that perspective, you add burnout to lack of an ability to compete with a wage level that others can offer, it does compound the problem. We have one vacant attorney position right now, and so we did have that position filled. The person took a look at the cost of living in the valley and what we could offer, and they withdrew. And of course, we have the Pay Equity Act now. I don't know if y'all have studied that now, but you know, the old way that some DAs would go out and sort of try to lure people away with a higher salary, then now the law requires you to go back and look at what your own team is making and equalize all of that. Well, you don't have a budget for that, but you're trying to fill a gap. So the challenges are obviously make me glad I'm term limited, honestly. I didn't support term limits until doing this job, but I can tell you
Amazing how that changes.
The stopgap concern you have, I don't know that I could alleviate that. I think we just look through the same sort of framework we always do every year, and we say, what are all the other organizations doing? Are we sort of within the realm of reason of what they're doing? And we felt like we are. We have been able to hire some lawyers, thanks to y'all helping us before with the compensation, and I hope that you read that I credited you for that in the letter. But we're going to continue to face these challenges. I mean, look around at housing down valley. There's a lot being built between mid valley. I see driving up here, but I don't know how affordable that's going to be for our folks, especially down valley. But I mean, you get an apartment in Glenwood Springs and it's $2,500 a month, first and last, and you're a lawyer. You're coming out of school with $100,000 in student loans. You already have a mortgage payment to begin with, so it's a challenge. We feel like this is reasonable. We didn't want to abuse your generosity. I know that I see Steve always compliment his bull behind him on his fireplace, but I know Steve in the past said, is this enough? And I appreciate you saying the same thing. I feel like it is, but I could be wrong. You know, sure. I wish I could give you more of a forecast that was, you know, sunny.
Well, I'm glad you feel okay right now.
I'm guarded.
I was just thinking maybe we can send Bill to law school and he can come back and work for you at a different level.
I wouldn't want to go up against him, I can tell you that. Yeah.
He knows more than everybody put together, I have a
He
feeling.
He does.
Yeah.
He forgets more.
Steve, did you have some comments, please?
Yeah, maybe one of these times I'll have a moose head up there.
Awesome.
I actually don't go moose hunting when I go to Alaska. I totally support the increase in the budget. In previous years, you've been very, really modest in asking for any increases. And what you do is so important, and you present a really good case for, you know, the struggles that your attorneys are going through. And I would totally support some effort to include your staff in our efforts to increase employee workforce housing in our area, whether it be in Pickens County or just in the Roaring Fork Valley. I think that would be an appropriate use of our energy to try to help you there. So I'm really glad that you are now moved into the courthouse remodel, and look forward to having you, you know, more readily available here since we have the courthouse open again. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'm gonna sneak out there and put another Broncos jersey on Lady Justice. That was a great story you told at the ribbon cutting, but I don't know that anybody would want a Broncos jersey up there.
After last night, yeah. Yeah, maybe we might have to come up with something different.
That's right.
An old one.
Yeah, there you go.
An old Bronco we could just hang from up there. Kelly, did you have more comments? Go ahead.
Really a question, since we have the pleasure of your time with us. I'm curious as to your opinion, if you'd offer one, about some of the reforms that have taken place regarding the body worn camera footage and the bond hearings. Do you think they have been reformed? Have they strengthened justice?
I think I would speak to those two issues separately, and then maybe make a general comment or two. Starting first with the body-worn camera law, I think that's a tremendous benefit to increase public awareness and transparency for how law enforcement interacts with citizens, to, I think, dispel what I believe to be a lot of false narrative in terms of what happened. It's now captured on video. The downside of that has to do with the quantity of work that has to be invested in each case. Whereas before, you'd have a case that, was a file, so we don't have hard files anymore, everything's digital, but, you'd have a file like this, take you about an hour and a half to read through all the reports, make some decisions. Now you'll have a file like this with maybe an hour and a half of video that you have to watch. And I think you have to watch it, just like I had to watch that with that little baby that I told you about earlier. And so that adds an immeasurable, substantially more work to each case for the prosecutor. And so, whereas our ratio of how many prosecutors does it take, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop, it's like, it takes more than it used to. It takes more effort than it used to do our job. And I don't think we figured out how to measure that yet. It's because all of the agencies have sort of staggered in terms of coming online. I know that Garfield County Sheriff's Office, our largest agency and who produces the most work for our office, just went online 2 Saturdays ago, so that switch got flipped. So we're going to really see our largest agency now contributing to that body-worn camera footage that we have to look at, we have to review. But I'm in favor of it, always have been and always will be. I think it's it's a protection for the officers who get accused falsely of things that they didn't do. I've been with an officer on a ride-along and had, out of that interaction, someone falsely accused the officer of something and said, well, there was another person there was a witness there that witnessed it, and of course I had been there just in my street clothes, and it didn't happen. So now with body-worn camera, I think there's going to be protection also for the citizens as well as the officers. So I'm in favor of that. I just want you to know it's producing an unknown right now in terms of how's that going to affect whether we have enough attorneys to do the job they need to do. Bond reform, we talked about the weekend bond hearings. I think, I don't have an issue necessarily with people getting in front of a court as soon as possible. I've told you about the fiscal impacts of that on our office. I think where I would speak negatively about bond reform is that there's been more of a focus now on, well, how much bond can you make and what is the likelihood that you'll reappear? Not on what's the likelihood that you're going to commit another crime. So public safety used to be a variable that was sort of put into the soup and stirred by the court. And it's less of a variable now. If you just attend, you can log on Saturdays if you're of a mind and watch our bond hearing. And of course, we have conversations with the person who's being advised, well, how much bond can you make? Well, we're also saying, well, look at the likelihood of reoffense. Look at how many times this person has reoffended. So what we're seeing now is we're seeing one person with as many as 12 cases that accumulate within a week of them getting released from the last time they were in court. I don't know the answer. I just know that is, I think the reason that's happening is there's less of a focus now on public safety as a variable, as important a variable, and more on, we don't believe in cash bonds because that's not fair to somebody, which is the philosophy behind the no cash bond reform. And then also, well, how much bond can you make? Not, well, remember the last time we let you out on a PR bond, you committed a new offense within 4 days, and then you were back on the weekend advisements the following weekend. And that happens as a cycle. And so we're seeing, like I said, people accumulate a dozen cases.
That's crazy.
Which, makes it difficult to try to resolve what their issues are and have all that docket space taken by that one person.
Is that purely subjective, or were there standards that changed associated with the bond reform?
The standard was changed to more focus on, I think there was maybe a philosophy baked into the reform that the old way of looking at bond, more of a pretrial confinement because you might be a risk to the community, that became less of the standard and more to, well, what's the likelihood that you're going to make your next court appearance? And of course, with COVID, it wasn't hard to make your court appearance because court appearances were allowed via WebEx, and which I'm a fan of WebEx too. We learned a lot from the pandemic where you can do a lot of routine things virtually, but it also doesn't make it real for some people who are accused of crimes. Like, I can just log on to my computer, and now that that's being used less, we're seeing more FTAs, people not coming to court. So to answer your question, the standard did change to focus more on, or less away from cash bonds and less away from, are you going to commit another offense? Are you going to make your next court appearance? And we have people make their court appearance but commit crimes in between court appearances. And so you have to think about those victims out there that are getting victimized.
They just like coming back to you. They like talking to you.
I thought I was nice, but I didn't think I was that
nice. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a good question, Kelly.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Nancy.
Excuse me. I have a question about how you set your budget. So do you come up with all your expenses and then you put that all together and you get a number, but then you say, okay, well, actually we want to pay our employees more, so we're going to tweak that here, or are there limitations set by the state on what you do? Or
good question. So our budget is basically a framework comprised of line items. And we've been able to identify those line items just from the frequency of the expenses of our office over the years. So we know we're going to have an IT budget. We know part of that's going to be software, hardware upgrades that we have to do periodically. We know we have the victim witness program, how many employees are in that, what is fringe going to cost us. And so to answer your question, we have a framework with the same line items, and then we just look at a ballpark of what that cost us last year and then try to forecast what it's going to cost us this year. There's no limitation by the state in terms of what we do in terms of developing and establishing a budget. The only factor the state has to do with is their contribution for every elected district attorney in Colorado, and there's 22. I'm honored to be one. The state contributes a base amount for their salary. And so that number is $127,769.
Across the board.
I'm sorry?
Across the board.
Across the board.
Wow, interesting.
but then different jurisdictions can add to that if they want to?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And
Yes,
so if a county wants to give more to the DA's office, do the other counties have to match it in order to stay equal?
very good question. Francine, yes. Our funding is based on a formula that is in Title 20 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. And basically, it's a mouthful, but I would say that each county in the multi-county judicial district is statutorily responsible to bear the necessary ordinary expenses in proportion to the population of each county bearing to the total.
Right. So if we
So-
thought you should get $100,000 more, we'd only be paying 20,000 of that. Garfield
That's
would have
right.
to pay 70,000.
To be
That would
precise,
be a
you'd
hard
be
one to
paying
sell.
20.16%.
We've been in that situation in the past.
We have. We've
I
had.
remember that,
Where
and
we
it
tried
was,
to
there was an increase, and we had to convince the others that it was worth their pitching in. I can't remember what it was for, but I remember this discussion.
It was probably salaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've had counties, our judicial district has been a part of the boom and bust cycle, in terms of Garfield and Rio Blanco.
Yeah.
With the natural gas and oil. At times during my tenure with the DA's office, things have been really good. Rio Blanco and Garfield's like, how much do you need? because they're getting no severance taxes from the extraction. Obviously, that's bust. So now they're hurting, and so they're not as stable, I think, a tourist economy as Pickens County is. So I'm mindful and empathetic with their struggle, but they do have to sign on, for their percentage. And so while my peer in Grand Junction, Dan Rubenstein, he's of one county judicial district, Mesa County. So his budget process is, I think, a little easier than mine,
So if I or all of us decided that this is not enough money for the DA's office, this is not a significant enough raise considering what has happened in the last couple of years and where inflation's going and everything, and we didn't want to pass this budget because we wanted it to be fuller, that would only be the beginning of a process that would then include the commissioners from Garfield and Rio Blanco.
And that's what happened in the past. Pickens County raised the dollar value of salaries. And I think one or two of the other counties had already approved the budget, so we had to go back and reapprove the budget based on the changes Pickens County made. It was greatly appreciated by one of the other counties. Have you been approved by any of the other counties? You're coming to us first.
Approval in spirit. We went before
You've already
Garfield
been.
this morning, and they were very supportive. The commissioners were. Haven't been before Rio Blanco. They're usually our last stop, and of course they're hurting.
Yeah.
They're hurting. I have trouble filling positions up there because
They have a
there's not
really
lot of-
limited source of revenue
Exactly.
in Rio Blanco.
But it would require the enlistment of their support that's what makes the multi-county judicial district a tough one from a budget perspective.
We're special. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. Okay, any other questions from the board or comments? So again, gentlemen, nice to meet you. You have big shoes to fill, sir. And again, I'll try and convince him that he has 4 more years in your office, okay?
I have faith in you.
And how long, when are you?
I have 2
more?
more solid years starting in January. I'm on the.
Boy, do we have a
last couple
job for you,
laps.
already lined up.
I'm gonna
You
hike
work
the
in our IT
Appalachian
department,
Trail.
you work in our IT department.
I heard you got a tough boss over there, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Ma-
Which one?
This one right here.
No, she's a good example of the good work you do.
She's a phenomenal human being
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Proud of
And we
her.
enjoy her, and she's ours now, so you know. Yeah. So, any other questions, comments from the board? No, again, gentlemen, thank you, it's good to see you. And I will send Tony a message, thank you for telling me, it makes
Yeah,
me cry.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
As always.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
Hope your kiddo gets to feeling better. Good to see you, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now 6 minutes ahead of schedule, thank you, gentlemen.
Wow, lawyer didn't take all their time?
So we are gonna move to budget from the sheriff's office.
Okay. Teeing up Joey and Alex.
And I think it's back here.
Where is it?
Took the fire for me.
Ambulance, natural build, it's under prosperous, healthy community.
Is Steve Ayers coming? Connie, by any chance? Who's coming for a corner?
I don't know if he is coming.
Where are
We are on the tab from
you? Supportive?
supportive,
Yes.
October 18th, supportive about
Just get
midway
back to-
through.
It's okay.
After the blue.
I interrupted you. I saw you were.
And I know Joey found the treats. Did the other 2 gentlemen see that Connie brought us treats today?
That's not it.
Ciao, Bella.
Muffins from, yeah.
Ciao, Mr. Postman.
Glad to be back.
No,
It's
he's
a
still in
shock
recovery
coming
mode.
back.
Don't see why you would be glad to be back, but I loved where you were.
This is the most spectacular place on the planet right now to be. So.
It is
my
beautiful.
homeland.
It certainly
Yeah,
is.
well, it's beautiful down there. I'll go back
Get to
anytime.
Sicily, did you?
No, didn't, but someday.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Joey.
Isn't that
Francie,
where
how
the
are you?
Taderos, aren't the Taderos from Sicily?
I'm sorry?
Is it Anthony Tadero's family from Sicily?
Mine's
you're
from a small town called Scapello, 90 meters south of Palermo, which was a fishing village. We were
The Madalones are
all
from
fishermen.
Sicily.
I'm sorry?
The Matalone family.
My wife's family's from there as well.
Uh-oh.
Scapello?
From Sicily.
Oh, okay.
Aloysius is sick with a stomach bug, so otherwise I'd be in person.
All right, gentlemen, welcome.
We're on, Patty.
You are on. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us. I'm going to kick off with a little intro and then leave it up to the people who really do the work, like Connie and the people next to me. I've been doing budget presentations for over 20 years. I think this office under me and the previous administration have been chronically fiscally responsible. As we know, a public safety budget is a moving target. Things like overtime and professional services could turn our budget upside down in a simple weekend, or a wildfire could obliterate us as far as our overtime numbers. Or in the case of Nancy's death, the professional services we paid investigatively went into hundreds of thousands of dollars. So anything that's, unlike other departments in the county that are more static, this is really a moving target, and we do our best to stay within that. Right now, we have 69 positions in the county, or in the sheriff's office, across 5 divisions. Within those divisions, 3 have openings. Right now, there's 10 openings at the Pickens County Sheriff's Office, and they're mostly in dispatch and the jail and patrol. We're interviewing in the next 30 days. We hope to have 5 of those. It sounds crazy, but to be short 10 out of 70 is actually a good thing. It's not as bad as AVH or any of the other cooperatives that we work with, whether it's the city of Aspen or Road and Bridge or whatever. So I think we're coming out of the post-COVID slump that we're in as far as employees goes. Dispatch continues to be our major challenge for a lot of reasons that I could get into if you would like. But that's a national problem. We're having a real hard time finding communication specialists. And we're working on creative solutions for that. Mainly the problem is the task is, to me anyway, and I'm going to venture to say most of you, is so technical, and it changes minute to minute, if not hour to hour. New information on new systems, new softwares, new state regulations. And I think it's very hard. You have to be the right person to be able to keep up with this on a day-to-day basis. So we do lose dispatchers. I know the word regionalization it makes people's skin crawl, but I think we are coming up with creative solutions that we may be able to employ in the next 10 or 15 years that might solve some of these problems, and in a regional way. I got to thank Peacock and HR and Connie and the commissioners. I think we've all done an amazing job of finding creative ways to keep and retain and recruit employees in Pickens County. Some of the programs that come from John's office and HR, I think, are really the key to keeping people retained. Just to give you an example, we have a 7% pay differential in Pickens County. If you're working odd hours, you get paid 7% more than somebody else who's on the off hours. And that's a real recruitment tool for somebody, as well as a long laundry list of others. One of the ones we're proud of, we do something called Sigma Tactical Wellness. Alex could get into this in a minute. Patty, I see your nurse's hat going on. So for a small amount per employee, number one killer of cops is heart disease. So for a small amount of money, $200 per deputy, we send them to more or less a stress test and test their whole body. Without mentioning names or illnesses, we found 2 people, one with a potentially life-threatening cancer that we found because of this. and another one with a heart issue that we found because of this. So those programs, although we brought them on for retention and retaining, and that we love our employees, actually in one case, and I believe it saved a 60-something-year-old person's life who I've known for 40 years. And
So you did stress tests, did you do PET scans?
It wasn't a PET scan. It was they did metabolic analysis through blood work
Oh.
and the coronary calcium score. So it was the CT scan of the lungs and the thoracic region.
So I got to give these guys the credit for going out there and looking for these creative programs that we have. Our equipment, I think, is the best we can buy. You give us everything we need to do our job and do it well. Unfortunately, these shortages come from what we're all dealing with, housing and cost of living in Aspen. That is the real crux of the shortages. I really like the county's program of house sharing, or, John, what's?
Joint equity.
Deed restricted.
Yeah, let's just call it house sharing.
We're trying to come up with a name for it.
Postman, you use words that big and you're going to lose me. But that's a really good program for keeping and retaining employees.
Restricted equity.
And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to work with the people I work with. I don't think we have the same issues that other offices do, sheriff's offices do. So with that, I'll do what I usually do, is turn it over to Connie, who basically runs the show. And also, I got to give props to Connie. For as long as we've been working together, Connie puts this together, makes us look good, and thank you, Connie. So I'll get out of your way.
She makes every department look good.
Exactly. I'm sorry?
She makes every department look good.
They do the hard work. I just have to put together the numbers, so that's easy.
That's the hardest part. So I'll jump in really quickly and just kind of go through this first slide, and then we can talk about the actual numbers on the next slides. Our focus for 2023, as we said in the budget profile, was really to focus on our service model and how we continue to provide high level of services to the county. As Joe said, in dispatch, it's, the dispatch environment is fluctuating and it's ever evolving. Well, that exists throughout all of our divisions. As the district attorney just said, we have new legislation coming down that dictates how we report context with the public and the body camera programs. So we really have an opportunity every year in the budget season to really take a look at how what we're focusing on and how we focus on the service delivery to the public. The other areas that we're going to focus on will be recruitment. It's, as Joe was talking about, it's very difficult to find people right now. I think I heard Melissa Knight on a meeting the other day, our HR director, say just in our valley and shortly kind of east and west of Glenwood Springs, there's over 5,000 open positions right now.
Wow.
I think that's a staggering number, and we're up against other employers that are recruiting just as hard or equally as hard as we are. So luckily we don't have a ton of open positions to recruit from or recruit for, and it looks like we are actually in the next 30 days going to be able to fill those positions, or at least half of them. But we're focusing on how do we recruit the best people. So that's attending additional conferences and recruiting events throughout the state. So recruiting from Denver and areas further away that we've recruited from in the past, but also spending more money on videos and ads and doing more innovative sort of projects and techniques to get the word out that we have open jobs, not just posting.
I think it's important as a side note. It used to be this organization would only hire people who lived within Pitkin County.
Remember that?
Right.
Bob and I would not even take applications unless you lived in this community. Now, I got to tell you,
can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Now it's a statewide process.
I'm sorry. You won't hire me when I retire to be a sheriff's deputy?
Sure, Patty.
And then moving on, how do we once we recruit people, how do we retain them? How do we really focus on how do we best serve our deputies and the folks that have committed to being public safety professionals in the county? And part of that is providing the best training that we can and the best equipment that we can. In some of the areas that we've made some significant advances is providing significant physical and mental wellness support. So for 23, we're going to continue to kind of catch up the people that weren't involved in this year in that Sigma Tactical Wellness Program. And then also we're working to provide it outside of the post-certified police officers or peace officers to dispatchers, our front office staff, and the detention deputies as well. And I think I just want to read a few just sort of stats about this program just so you have them. It's a really fascinating program, and I think you may actually hear about this in a different budget presentation in a week or so, because we're talking about doing it in other areas of the county staff as well. So the national statistical data shows that the obesity rate for police officers is 48%, which is 20% higher than what is seen in the civilian sector. And a large, peripheral impact to that is cardiac disease. Just to give you some stats of the folks that were tested at the sheriff's office this year, we had 16.6% that had evidence of hypertension, 27.78% that had a positive coronary calcium score, and 0% luckily that were pre-diabetic. And this is baseline data, so we'll use this data next in 2023 to see if it's gone up or gone down, and how can we intervene and hook them up with nutritionists and doctors and encourage them to bring this information back to their primary care physician to have the conversation to really make a dent in a potential life-ending disease, hopefully early enough.
How does that compare to national?
I don't know the answer to that question. That's a great question. I can come
My
back
guess
with
is it's
that.
I'm not sure
healthier
how
population.
broad this program is applied nationally.
So it's actually a company that was started locally in the Vail Valley, and in conjunction with an emergency doctor over in Vail, but they're taking it nationally now, and they're branching out. They're growing tremendously and doing it. I think they'll gather some data in the next year or so that would allow us to sort of benchmark against the nation.
Do you have fitness requirements for your,
We don't right now.
For any
No,
of
we
your
don't.
employees?
And that's one of the things that we're thinking about kind of working on next year. We allow the deputies to work an hour each shift, on shift. So of their 10-hour shift, they can work 1 hour in a gym. Workout, in a gym.
We only allow them to
difference.
work 1 hour.
That's a big difference.
Their
yeah.
10-hour shift.
That's a big difference.
That's what I heard.
We're really trying to lower their stress
I'm
levels.
definitely applying for that job. Yeah.
So we do that, but there's not a fitness requirement per se, as there is in other agencies.
like in the fire department?
Fire department has
Sure.
one.
Yeah.
So you just look at when you close your eyes and think of the typical cop walking a beat in New York, you see a heavy set, Italian guy, smoking a cigarette on
my
duty
cousin.
and and going to the donut shop.
Paul Carbondale had quite a slew.
Yeah.
They all had
That's
nicknames.
what's depicted in the movies
For
and
sure,
the
for
old
sure.
cop shows.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, it exists. I think there was another stat that I wanted to give you. The average age of a police officer suffering a heart attack is 46.
Oh my gosh.
46. I'm 43. That's fairly terrifying for me, actually. The life expectancy of men and women in uniform is more than 20 years less than the general population. So if we can take a step, just one step to provide, even if we're just providing data, to bring awareness to it, that they may have some underlying health issues, I think we're making a tremendous impact on our staff.
And
We're
that
providing a great
the
benefit.
span of life doesn't include being killed in the line of duty. That's just
that was
their
cardiac.
own.
Oh,
Cardiac
really?
disease.
It doesn't include that?
Yep.
Jeez.
The stress level is enormous, and stress, as we know, takes its toll on every part of your body,
For sure.
from your brain
Definitely.
to your toes.
Absolutely. Connie, do you want to go to the next slide for me?
Did you have something you
I was
needed?
gonna say, as
Oh,
Joe
sorry.
mentioned, that off-shift incentive, not incentive, but that financial, the 7%, that's part of it. And they show shift work is harder on people working shift work. And so if we can provide some financial compensation for those off hours, it might make other parts of life less stressful. So we're trying to offset that shift work stress. It's part of our job. We
Yeah,
can't.
AVH, of course, pays a shift, ski company pays a shift differential.
Right.
And that just goes to address, if we can lower the stress in other places, we try and seek that out.
Yeah.
Kelly's hand is
Thanks, Barbie.
Oh, Kelly, sorry.
Oh, hi, Kelly.
Oh, there she
Sorry,
is.
Thank you.
Hi there, again, sorry I'm not there. I'm wondering, I guess the saying used to go that, like Bob Broadus could take any Pickett County resident and turn them into a deputy, or a good deputy. And I know, Joe, you carried that on, but I'm wondering, is there additional higher level screening that applicants go through for, mental health or, political inclinations or anything like that? I just am wondering, how do we know that we're getting people who are going to kind of align with Pickett County's community values.
That's a great question, Kelly. Do you want to answer?
We'll tag team you, Kelly. First of all, hiring is the most important job I have. It's been that way since every sheriff feels the same way. Hiring someone to represent the sheriff directly is their most important job. The process has changed significantly from when I went through it. But I think the process right now is better than it's ever been. So in short, we do vet these people through a psychiatrist. We have them take 2 levels of testing to make sure that they're right for us emotionally and psychologically. We do test them with written skills and things like that. The most important part of the overall interview is the ones we do one-on-one or in a group setting. We do what's kind of called an oral board. So as a candidate, you might sit in front of 6 people that are dressed like Parker, and you will answer questions about Pickens County, the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. One of the things that will probably get you out of the interview process quicker than ever if you haven't Googled the Pickens County Sheriff's Office and seen what our history is. So we try and root out what these people really know about the people of Pickens County that they're going to serve and the people that they're going to work with, as well as our history and what we really mean. So Alex has done a really good job in bolstering up this program the best we can. We don't have a real high washout rate, especially for things like integrity. I think we do a good job of vetting those people out. And believe me, Kelly, when you see a bad one in front of you, you know it. They just don't fit here. When somebody from I'll give you an example, a retiree. We get a lot of applicants lately from people who've retired for 25 years from another organization, and they're looking to put their feet up in Aspen, Colorado, because it's safe, it's a great community, and they could ski and enjoy it. We're not interested in cops who are looking to put their feet up, and that comes out very quickly in these interviews. So, I mean, they're vetted. I mean, as I said, the difference between a sheriff and a police chief is like you. I've got to take responsibility for these people, and if they're not right, I won't have them.
Kelly, it's a multi-step process, like Joe said, and there are many factors to it. Obviously, we want someone that's intelligent and they can handle the workload and the rigors of deciphering Colorado revised statutes. But we also want someone that has energy and excitement and determination to go out and really do good for Joe's behalf for the community. And we want someone that's full of integrity, if you can be full, or someone that has integrity. Yeah. And one of the biggest pieces that we look for, in addition to those 3, is fit. We want someone that's going to fit and be a part of the team. We want someone that's not going to rock the boat or anything like that. So we do a number of tests and interviews. We also we'll have them sit down and do one-on-one interviews with the sergeants or the other patrol staff just to have that conversation. That's not really, I call it an interview, but it's not really. It's really just a discussion. A question and answer session.
When do you do ride-alongs? I know you do ride-alongs.
We do ride-alongs as part of that process if they want to.
It doesn't take long as a commissioner to get out of Pickens County and realize how different other commissioners are from Pickens County as well. And so I guess any kind of employment issues always get generally come up to the BOCC. So we have a role in, I think, ensuring that we do have the systems in place. Yep. And I would just generally support. I don't know if we do like forensic background checks. I mean, I'm sure you do criminal background checks, but forensic background checks as to like people's personalities and things like that. And, within the extent that HR law allows us to.
We do. Definitely. I think, Kelly, to answer your question a little more succinctly than we did, one of the reasons why we have some open positions right now is that we are very highly selective. Truly, we want someone that's going to do good for the community, but also not create issues, and they go through an extensive, vetting process.
So back to the ride-along program.
Yes,
and there's also, Kelly, a component of this that is, as Alex said, we won't take anything less than what we think is the best for us. There's kind of an internal saying, we'd rather work short than work with the wrong person. And that's what we're kind of doing. If we get the right person, I just don't want to put a uniform on them and send them out there if they're not right for us. We'd all rather work short. The only time you need to be concerned is when you see me in a uniform. That's when you know we're really short with a gun.
So to answer your question about ride-alongs, we stopped ride-alongs during COVID. And we haven't really started them again. They're available if someone asks for a ride-along, of course, and the public, if they wanted a ride-along, they certainly can.
I just remember seeing, maybe they're after they've been hired and they spend a great deal of time working with another
So that's
officer till they learn
FTO.
the ropes.
Yep, that's 104 days of field training. It's where you're paired up with with a trainer, and it's a really structured,
It's always fun
regimented
to meet
procedure.
the new
Yeah,
hires.
for sure.
You know, it's also important to note, Kelly, if she's still there.
She's there,
Kelly
she tunes it up. as
Okay.
she freezes.
The process is almost 6 months long from the time you get the job till we maybe see you in a uniform, and then we don't even consider you fully trained for up to 2 years. It's a complex job. So between the hiring process, which takes a few months, CLETA, the police academy, which is 4 months, the 100+ days of being shoulder to shoulder with a training officer, you're really never alone for about 6 months before you're alone.
To talk about the ride-alongs, they didn't go away entirely. We just, with COVID, we couldn't comfortably put people in the same car. But in place of the ride-alongs, we do have one-on-one interviews. So we do have an applicant list, and that's before or awards. That's kind of as they work through the different steps. At a certain point, they hit this one-on-one interview. So we'll have a patrol deputy call them and do an interview over the phone, not for the job, but just kind of trying to.
How are you? What are you doing?
Try to gauge that fit. Why are you interested? And then also they may talk about the job and kind of give what we used to do on the ride-along to that person over the phone. Although it's not as great as first-person experience, they're still getting that in a way that's safe for both in the COVID world. And hopefully, as we kind of move away from that COVID period, we can bring back that ride-along. It's basically a one-on-one interview that goes back. It feeds back into that pipeline of, is this person the right fit for the organization, and are we the right fit for them? It is a relationship. We want to make sure that both sides are happy and that both sides work together and have aligned goals.
That's good to hear.
So I'll jump down the bullet point list on the slide in front of you, and
Yes,
if you have any
please, 'cause we
questions,
need-
please,
we've got
we're happy to
couple
answer.
other-
I don't. Yep. The biggest one, obviously, is given what's happened in the nation over the past number of years in response to active threats, we feel that it's very important for us to outfit all of the deputies with what are called ballistic shields. Ballistic shields, and I have a picture of them, and I can hopefully maybe get it on camera.
Oh.
It is a 30-inch tall, 15.5-inch wide Kevlar wrapped in some material shield that will provide some safety and security and defense against gunfire.
I could hide behind that entire thing.
You probably could.
That's what I was gonna say, 30 inches would be like,
So
it's really long on some people.
We want them to, 30-inch, we want them to protect their torso, right? Protect the major body organs, but also provide some protection for someone that has to maybe run across a hall, an individual that we're protecting as well. So we'd like to purchase with 121,000 and change, 26 of them for all the patrol deputies to have and to train on in 2023 to ensure just another tool in the toolbox when it comes to protecting the community against active threats.
This lives in the trunk of the vehicle.
It would live in the back of each patrol car, exactly.
I have an African warrior shield in my office made out of rhinoceros, if you'd like to borrow it at any time.
That might be the one I have to use.
Got handles in the back.
Sure.
If we're attacked by Africans, we'll call it.
People
A
with
rhinoceros.
spears.
If we're attacked by people with spears, we'll call it.
That's what Patty and I hiding.
Yeah, exactly.
I think 30 inches will feel pretty small if somebody's shooting at you.
For sure.
You gotta check it out.
It'll be
as I
small
said.
on me, but not for some people, for
Yeah.
sure. Just over $25,000 for accessories for weaponry to support, again, active threat response. That's stuff like optics for weapons and et cetera, to allow us to just increase our capabilities there. One of the things that we identified, obviously coming out of the pandemic, was that it was very difficult to go to training the past few years, in-person training. So what we want to do is we wanted to increase the training budget by $10,000 across the office. So each department would patrol, detentions, and dispatch, not only to increase the amount of training we can send people to, but also focus on possibly hosting trainings here in Pickens County. In the off seasons, like we're in right now, we have a tremendous opportunity with all the conference space and the hotels to really partner and bring people from the state or the region in to participate in training. So that was what that money would go to. And as Connie put in, it's a potential revenue offset because we could, depending on the training that we bring, we could potentially charge and cover the cost of the training.
High altitude training.
What's that?
High altitude training.
High altitude training, exactly. Over the years, we've never really had a budget at all for community affairs projects. You may remember back in 2018 in the fall, we hosted the Public Safety Expo, which was all the fire departments, EMS, and law enforcement in downtown Aspen, and the families got to come and go through the cars and see the cops and firefighters and stuff like that. That money would help support that, but also some other projects throughout the community, just to get out into the community and have an opportunity to interact with the public in a non-enforcement, non-law enforcement way, but really just do some great events out in the community. And then $5,000, as we were speaking about earlier, to increase our funding for recruiting efforts, videos, ads, etc. The decreases side, we are expecting, based on the contracts that we've received, that the body cam and in-car cameras system and all the technology that goes along with it will actually be about $10,000 cheaper than we expected next year. So that's the one decrease.
I
in the
remember
general
when we
budget.
talked about that budget, we weren't sure.
The good
so
news
we-
is, thanks to Parker, we're getting pretty much next-gen cameras this gen. We were scheduled to get camera A that was going to be replaced by camera B next year. We were able to get the better camera this year. So I think we've just extended our replacement life.
That's great.
By getting the state-of-the-art stuff first time around.
Correct.
Okay.
I think Kelly has her hand up. I'm not
Kelly?
sure, Patty.
I can't see her.
Yeah, sorry, I'm unstable, but I'm present. I want to go back to this patrol shield thing. You know, I can't help but think visually that it just is like a very militarized tool. And I'm curious as to hearing a little bit more on your thoughts about it, about, you know, can you illustrate a response where you were at a real deficit without them? And like what type of responses that you've experienced in the community where you might have deployed them?
Sure, I think it's a great question. We train for situations that we hope never happen. Let's just put it that way, right? The school shooting, a shooting, an active shooter, active threats, whether it's a special event or a school or the airport or wherever it could be. These ballistic shields will provide a layer of protection for the officers and the deputies when responding within the facility. It's a tool that you will use when you're advancing down a hallway. It's a tool that you would use if you are trying to hold someone that you know where the shooter might be in a classroom or a room down the hallway, and you need to move people across the hallway to safety. You can use these shields to protect people, but the biggest thing is to protect the officers, because we have to provide deputies and officers with the equipment to stay safe in these situations so that they can continue to work towards whatever the resolution might be in that situation. Parker, did I forget anything?
Yeah, I think it's worth noting, these aren't something that's gonna be in display. These aren't, you're not gonna see day in, day out. These are gonna live in the back of a patrol car. They're gonna live pretty much out of sight. And if they are deployed, there's a very good reason they're deployed. And it's not gonna be for a show of force. It is gonna be for protection of the officer and for the public. So it's one of those things, although yes, any sort of armor has that militaristic feel to it. This isn't something that's it's not on display, so hopefully it's not perceived as trying to, I don't know. It's not yeah, it's not for that. This is something that would be deployed in response to an active threat and only in response to an active threat.
And I think it's worth noting, and I'd like to think that we would all be in agreement with this, that we have to equip our officers and deputies with the tools necessary to protect themselves, but the public as well. And if we were in a situation that required a tool like this, and God forbid something were to happen and it came back that we didn't have it, I'd like to think that we have to provide people with the equipment that they need to do their job.
And you know, Kelly, 37 years ago when I started this job, we didn't even have bulletproof vests. In fact, it was not even standard issue. And I remember the first time the employee still works for the city of Aspen, wanted a bulletproof vest. He bought his own, and Sheriff Broadus thought he was out of his mind for wearing a bulletproof vest. So some of the changes you're seeing, I don't necessarily like the direction. It's militaristic. It's not Aspen. It's not us. Unfortunately, it is public safety today. Those cops in Uvalde needed this shield and didn't have it. I wouldn't come to work in this job dressed in a uniform without a bulletproof vest on anymore. Do I like the changes? Not really, but it is the state of our country, and we need to be prepared. And when we're not, we end up in the situation that Uvalde is in right now. Defending yourself, why didn't you have this stuff? So it doesn't make me happy. In fact, it makes me yearn for the day that I worked without a bulletproof vest and it was comfortable. But I think anyone's crazy for coming to this job without one now. It's just such an unpredictable profession.
Well, if you could, what we're not talking.
She just keeps
I
talking.
see those, it is like, get out of Dodge time.
Correct.
I didn't hear what she said.
Yeah, she said if she sees one, that's get out of Dodge time. That's
Yes,
exactly
pretty much
That's
it.
a good
That's
policy.
exactly it.
Yeah.
We hope to never have the public see these. Yes, they know we have them to this meeting,
And
but
take
overall.
the shield when you leave the room so you can hide behind it.
Right.
Not that, I don't want to belabor the point, but 37 years ago, Joe, the number of guns in the population were, if you could, talk about the power and the ubiquity of weapons now, that this becomes a necessary tool. It's where before perhaps it wasn't so.
The AR-15 has changed everything on the street. One of the things we're proud of now is we're doing a gun take-back.
Right.
We're one of the only few counties, sheriff's offices, we're not calling it a take-back program because that's nomenclature nobody uses anymore, but we're gonna be.
It's a drop it off by the office.
We're
so
gonna
you know
have,
what
October 22nd, I think, is our first gun surrender. Because we do have a lot of people that are coming in and saying, I inherited this gun, I don't want it in my house. Could you take it? And because we weren't federal firearms licensees, we couldn't take it. Now we're gonna take these guns from people, we will destroy them, and they'll never be able to hurt anybody ever again. And we're one of a handful of sheriff's officers that are doing this statewide, and I want to make it safer. I don't think we're going to go back.
I'd love to hear what the outcome is after that, the first one.
Yeah.
How
They're
it
gonna
works.
bring their semi-automatics in with their drugs and drop them in that box and.
That drug take-back box, by the way, last month we had 30 pounds of prescription medicine in there.
Wow.
That's not in our water system, and it's not in your medicine cabinet for somebody to steal a couple of pills when they come over to your house.
Yeah, that's amazing, because the water
So
quality.
we're the only box in Picken County right now.
Great.
Doesn't the
thank you.
hospital have one?
Not
believe
not that we know of, it's us.
Yeah.
They used to have a needle exchange, but they don't
You're
have
not
it.
expecting to do a military parade down Main Street?
No, ma'am.
They're gonna march heel first.
They're gonna be.
Francie, we're killing her over here. Okay, moving along to dispatch, another one we know is really hard to staff.
Absolutely. So earlier this year, we hired an IT admin position at the approval of the board. That $150,000 will be in 2023's budget. That IT admin position is collaborative. That is an individual who already, in the short time that he has been here, has proven his worth 1,000 times over in the analysis of our databases and our systems and the services that we provide to our partner agencies that we dispatch for. That individual, he will provide services to other agencies as needed. So it is a collaborative. It's a partnership. EPD and EFD are emergency police dispatch and emergency fire dispatch. It's standardized like emergency medical dispatch that has been around for years. We will be implementing some protocols to standardize the way that we ask questions. Where this actually helps us is because we expect it to almost cut the training program in half, from 6 months now down to 3 months or more, because the questions are standardized. We don't have to teach a new dispatcher how to anticipate a question or the way that a call is going. It'll just be a set of questions, and it's an algorithm where you answer yes or no or give whatever the answer is, and it kind of shunts you over to a different area. So we expect it to be truly beneficial for a number of reasons, but also for our training. Joe talked about innovation and kind of being progressive in the way that we look at the dispatching center. We have 4 more years left on the lease out at the North 40 in the fire station. And we are looking right now at implementing and creating what we're calling satellite communication centers. So we have opened up we're about to open up a new, smaller dispatch center in Southside in the Tech Services building out by the Basalt High School, with 2 fully staffed dispatch consoles, 911, which are what you see on the screen. And then we're also in talks with our partners regionally to look at opening up potential 911 dispatch centers in other jurisdictions. The goal of this is multifold. The commute from Silt in Newcastle to Aspen is tough. It's tough in the summer. It's worse in the winter. When you work a 12-hour shift and you have an hour and 15-minute drive home at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're exhausted. We're looking at shortening that commute or providing the opportunity for the commute to be shorter. A dispatcher doesn't have to work in Southside if they don't want to. They can come to the dispatch center at the North 40. But we want to provide that opportunity. We also want to tap into a different employment market. If we're closer to Glenwood Springs, if we're closer to Grand Junction possibly, we open up the pool of potential applicants exponentially. And so there's a number of reasons why we're doing this. We'll definitely report back to you on how it goes. We haven't quite done it yet. We have the facility stood up yet, and they've tested it, and it's worked very well. But we haven't quite implemented it yet 100%.
Because all the infrastructure's there? 'Cause
All
I
the
know
infrastructure,
we
we're
had a
waiting-
big cost with infrastructure at North 40.
We're waiting for a generator. The comm centers require 24/7 generator backup, and because
I think we funded that.
Yeah, we did. It's just the supply chain.
So can you imagine pushing one all the way down to Silt, for instance, or points north
For sure.
west?
So another piece is also is the redundancy. So when we had Lake Christine burn into the valley, we almost lost power to the valley, which would have affected our dispatch center. Yes, we have the generator. Yes, there's redundancy built in, but there's also that chance we might lose something in one section. And so if you kind of break up the bigger pie into smaller ones and place them throughout, you buy yourself redundancy. So if we have to shut down one for whatever reason, especially something that might be near the airport, there's hazards everywhere you go, we have that fallback, so we can stand up the other ones.
It's kind of like air traffic control, right?
Yes.
You don't have
Exactly.
to be within
Well,
a couple miles of
if
an
it
incident.
if it costs $20 million, hypothetically, throwing that number out there, to build a new comm center in 4 years, right? If we need a new location, we won't need to do that. We can build smaller, less expensive, maybe more mobile, regional sort of satellite centers.
And we're
to
dealing with
increase
lower
redundancy.
rents.
Yeah.
We would be dealing with lower rents in Garfield County, for example, or either in western Pickens County. We would get lower rents than what we're getting here.
And I have to say, I apologize.
Well, yeah, and I remember there's times when issues happen here and we rely on Eagle County or Vale.
Sure.
And the problem with that is they're not familiar with our community sometimes. So getting them to dispatch somebody to the right location has sometimes run into, they're just not familiar with, what do you mean the east end of town?
Right.
What do you mean, the Hotel Jerome?
The big red barn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry,
Go ahead.
one
No, go.
last thing.
You're good.
And one final thing, kind of the silver line of COVID is there was a lot of people learn to work virtually. So now with virtual connections, you can have two of these smaller centers open. You can have that virtual window. So in this center where they sit back to back, they're still communicating physically. Well, we can do that now through other means. We can have that virtual workspace. So they might be 100 miles apart. But you know what? When one talks, they're going to hear it, and it's going to be outside of that. So there's ways around those barriers, and I think COVID allowed us to get more comfortable with that concept of the virtual workplace. And in this, we still have a physical workplace, but we don't need to have everybody in the same room all the time.
Is there a requirement that you have at least 2 dispatchers in the same space? In
That's
case,
not a requirement, it's a standard that we have
Standard.
right now. that
so
we do
if something
too.
happens and a dispatcher goes down and a call comes in, there's somebody there to back them up or
And-
call for help for the dispatcher.
And it's all dependent on staffing.
Yeah.
You know, it's entirely possible that, you know, we may not have the staff to do the 2 dispatchers overnight. We're luckily enough right now we are able to do that. They have 4 dispatchers in training right now, so we're continuing to build capability there.
It's so stressful. It's so stressful.
And the pride and joy out of the dispatch center, Patty, when you said, how do I know where the red barn is? Now, we have the ability to access your camera. So you
Yeah.
call 911, you say, Mr. Postman, can we access your camera? Yes, you hold up your camera, it shows the red barn, we know where you are. I think
That's really-
text to 911, life-changing in Pickens County. Our iPause alert iPause is probably one of the most crucial tools we're going to have to alert you in an emergency. If you're next to your cell phone, whether it's a school shooting, a fire, a problem in this building, just like we do with Amber Alerts, that really loud noise, this will go off anywhere in Pickens County, and we were the second in the state to have it, first to text to 911. So I think out of our comm center, we're getting innovative ways to reach out to the public, which I think is the number one thing we need to do in case of fire. Be able to tell you where to go live, not waiting for it. So we've got some good things coming out of the dispatch center.
I can't tell you how many times I've had my phone and alerts come off, and people are like, how did you know that there was a traffic accident on Catherine Store Road? I'm like, aren't you guys signed up for this?
Pick an alert.
Please sign up.
We should
for
give you
Pick an
business
Alert.
cards to hand out.
I know, I'm like, I just show them how to do it,
Yeah.
and it's like, it's not, I'm not special, so. All
The
right.
next on down the line, rental and furniture budget lines. We have partnered with the Aspen Fire Department to rent an apartment in the fireplace, which is the new building behind the
Oh.
North 40 Fire Station. We're using it as it's a hybrid use, a down room for dispatchers that may have real short times between shifts because of the nature of staffing. We're using it as an opportunity to provide potentially some transitional housing for individuals that come in that are hired in but don't have housing. We can use that as an opportunity for that. And also, the IT administrator position lives in Grand Junction. It's a hybrid position, so when he comes up, he does 2 back-to-back days, and he stays there overnight. So it's just a creative way to provide some
I hope
housing
he
for
likes
new hires.
transitional roommates on
Yeah,
occasion.
exactly. And then, as we talked about earlier, the $10,000 overall training increase to the training lines in each of the divisions.
Okay, before we move to the
Please.
detention center.
Sure.
I have a question. Where does the mountain rescue funding come in? Because I know that you,
The
the mountain rescue
MRA.
funding,
Oh, which part? For the communication center or their budget in general?
in their budget in general?
They're self-funded through grants and donations, and
I
that's
thought there was some statutory,
We do
There's
have
some-
an annual contribution, I believe it's 30,000
I thought it
to
was
Mountain
50,
Rescue
yeah.
that comes out of the sheriff's budget. And
just want to make
we-
sure that's still.
It's out of the
But
emergency
mostly it's
management
for,
budget.
Connie, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the vehicle maintenance one, or did we wash that out when we did insurance and all that stuff? with them?
We also pay for their workers' comp insurance, and there are a few
Right.
other items that we will pay for directly. So we give them support in a number of different ways.
Wanted to make sure we still have that perfect. Okay, thank you. All right,
So detention, so increases, Kim Valerio identified a few thousand extra from the 10,000 that we did in the other divisions that were specific to some legal updates for the detention officers to keep them up to speed and up to date on new and evolving legislation that comes out. There was an increase of $30,000 to overtime. That is to account for staffing 2 facilities at this point right now and the transports that happen back and forth. During the pandemic, the sheriff had some restrictions on intakes into the facility, so we wouldn't take certain arrests or crimes or different types of warrants. We've released that now because of the situation in the community. So we're taking every arrest, every warrant that comes across or protection order violation, and that means an increase in the number of people we're moving from our facility here after they stay for a short period of time down to Garfield County, and then vice versa when they have to appear for court or other different types of appearances. It's just resulted in an increase in the amount of staff impact on the staff, and also you remember that we share and assist Garfield County with their staffing at the Garfield County Jail. So we are staffing essentially 2 facilities right now and driving inmates back and forth. The $12,950 is an increase to what you'll see on the exterior of the deputy. They'll have it, instead of wearing what's called a covert ballistic vest underneath their shirt, they're transitioning to external vests that are better for their lower back. We've partnered with Brett Bergman, who's the risk manager for the county, on this project to really look at some injury patterns on lower back injuries and stressors. And the current science out there is that a load-bearing vest carried by the shoulders and supported by the chest is actually better for the long-term duration of an employee than
Are they
putting everything
cooler?
on their waist.
I know the vests can be really hot.
They're probably equally as hot, quite
Oh.
frankly, because you still put the ballistic panels
Yeah.
inside.
Once
But you can
put
take
the
them off.
ballistic vest in, it's hot.
Parker,
Yeah.
do you know how much they weigh?
I don't offhand. I
But-
mean, it's basically it's the overall weight the deputy's carrying is the same because they're still wearing the bulletproof vest they always have, but now it's on the outside. They are still carrying the same stuff that was around their waist is now on their chest. So the weight of them doesn't change, but how it's distributed over
Yeah,
their
but
body.
how much do they weigh?
It depends what they carry. To be
It
honest
depends on
with
what
you.
you're carrying. A patrol officer that might have a taser or handcuffs or extra flashlights or gear on
The
them.
vest itself, how much do
Oh,
they
it's
weigh?
fabric.
It's fabric.
Yeah, it's 5 pounds maybe.
I wish we
I
had.
think that's what you were looking for.
If I said Cordura, like, does that ring a bell? to
Sounds like
any-
a golf course in Vail.
It's it's the same color as our existing uniform, so it's the forest green. It's a Cadora. I can't say it now. It's a thicker nylon, and so it doesn't.
You'd know it if you saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
most
a fancy word for a vest.
It's fabric.
And we see them across. I mean, they're becoming very, very commonplace across law enforcement. I think Eagle County, everybody wears them. Ours, we're buying ones that match our existing uniform. So unless you look closely, they don't stand out. So they're not the big black tactical things.
I used to have to wear a lead apron in surgery for x-rays.
And
Those-
this, especially, this was something I fought tooth and nail. I really was not a fan of what I call the Fallujah vest. You know, cops walking around in sand-colored Cordura vest with all the stuff on it. I mean, 5 years ago, this was brought to me, and I said, I don't think the community wants this look. And in fact, that deputy's wearing one right now, the one standing to me, that's the vest, if you could see it there.
Oh, yeah.
So I fought that just because of the appearance. And I thought it was something that I didn't like it, and I didn't think this community would like it. After about 5 presentations by deputies and talking to other sheriffs, I found out it's their general health and well-being is at risk here if we don't get this weight off their hips.
I, as a citizen, like to see my officers
I'm-
wearing them.
I'm happy, Patty, because that concerns me what people are thinking
Yeah,
when
it
they
makes
see
me
us
feel
look
if
like
they're
we're
safe,
in.
I'm safe.
Yeah, it bothered me. I'm used to it. We found some good ones that are as low profile as they could possibly be. As I said, the general health and well-being of my staff is paramount. I think the community, as a country, we're getting used to seeing cops that look like that from now on, and we just have to adapt.
Okay.
And the last item is the $30,000 increase in payments to Garfield County. Of course, we're seeing, like I said earlier, the increased number of inmates that we're having to transport back and forth results in an increased daily payment to Garfield County. So I won't say it was a guess, it was an estimate based on numbers that we've had, the number of inmates we've had over the past few months since we've released the restrictions, the arrest restrictions. So that we figured that's a healthy number. And then over in the decreases, really just some various, some small decreases in the different services that we have because of the fact that a lot of our services are being provided by Garfield County for meals.
What's the JBBS?
Jail-based behavioral services grant from the Behavioral Health Administration at the state. We use that for mental health services. We use that for sort of reentry programs as individuals are transitioned back out into, and Kim is actually here.
Actually, Patty, I could answer this because of our current state of campaigning. In 2020, we had a $207,000 grant from the state, jail-based behavioral services. So we were able to increase our mental health programs in the jail from 12 hours a week to 40 hours a week, just from that program. And that's alcohol addiction, that's drug addiction, mental health, et cetera. So that's a tip of the iceberg of what the future for us looks like. I really hope that turns into millions every year where we could put into therapeutic care for inmates. for mental health, addiction, life skills, things like that. And we got this big grant in 2020. I think it would have continued if we didn't have to shut down the jail and get in the current position we are. So I think that this is just the beginning of what the wish list for the jail is going to become. When we got that $200,000 and tripled the amount of time an inmate could get with a mental health professional, I thought that was life-changing for us. Because as we keep saying, in my career, we didn't have anything in there.
Where did our PACT funding come from?
PACT funding comes from a grant through Office of Behavioral Health, which I believe now is Behavioral Health Administration.
And we got.
And comes through the Public Health Fund.
300,000 for 3 years or something. It was pretty significant.
It's pretty significant. I think we're over 300,000 if I'm remembering correctly.
Can I ask a question?
That's a
Connie?
great
Just
grant,
regarding
too.
your decreases, that you're not getting the JBBS grant. Is this in the right category?
We are
They're
just
still
for
getting the
for a
grant.
smaller amount.
It's
Just a smaller amount than previously.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the decreases are actually the decrease in expenses that the jail has because of Garfield relationship, and is that the whole reason, or are there other?
The grant has decreased just slightly.
Okay, all right.
It's a very small decrease compared to the overall grant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There's one other item I wanted to bring up that falls within the Sheriff's Department under animal safety. We just found out a couple of days ago through the city of Aspen that they will be doing some capital improvements to the animal shelter in 2023. They're including it in their budget for a total of $500,000, and we are required through our intergovernmental agreement to pay for half of that. Now, the good news is that we have been saving up for many years, putting aside a little every year for that specific purpose. So if you remember our fund balance chart that shows the different colors in the general fund, there's the little yellow segment that's restricted. Animal shelter is one of those. We have $251,000 in that restricted fund balance for the animal shelter. So our contribution of 50% of the project will pretty much deplete what we've saved up
We'll
in
have
past years.
$100 left in it or something.
Just 1,000.
But we do have the funds set aside. So that was not included in these budget numbers that you see today, but it will be included in the final budget.
Great.
So just a quick note to let you know.
I think that's a worthy cause, and Seth has done a great job managing that facility, and it's.
So $500,000 for an animal shelter?
Capital improvement. Do you know what they're actually doing?
I do not know. I just found out about it the other day.
Massage rooms.
There's been no major improvements or anything
Yeah,
in that building.
we'll have to get some more detail, but I know they've had some pretty significant maintenance issues just because I drop blue off there pretty frequently, and there's been a lot of fans and drywall and such getting replaced.
I mean,
And
there's 2
You
apartments.
mean they
up
have
there.
boarding as well as emergency response and stuff? It's a boarding facility as well?
absolutely, and they do daycare, and there's also employee housing units
There's
there.
two employee housing
Yeah.
units upstairs, are there?
Correct. Yep, doggy daycare is the best ever.
And the facilities kind of need some repair, so we're going to ship our dogs and cats to Garfield County.
Yeah. Do they know that?
You know what? They'll be bringing my dog right back. Along with John's dog.
But there's charges for
Yeah.
doggy daycare and
For sure.
boarding and stuff,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
We'll go give you a tour.
Yeah, obviously.
But you gotta walk a dog
I'm
while
a
you're there.
rural dog person. I've never had a dog in a place like that, so.
Well, we've had
Kind
rescue
of operating in the
world
dark
dogs.
here.
Your dog has
Okay,
never had a
Connie,
massage?
thanks for bringing that up. The board,
Nails
thank you for
clipped.
telling us that we already saved for a rainy day, and the rainy day's here. So we'll use the remainder of that fund to buy cookies for an animal shelter.
Keep saving up for the next
Treats.
project.
There you go.
Treats, animal treats, dog treats. Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much.
I think
Thank
we're
you,
good.
guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for
That's
your
it.
time.
Anything else?
Oh, I was waiting
Nothing
for
else.
some, great, perfect.
Just, I had one question, going back to the 8,500 for the community outreach.
Correct.
Just update us when, so we know where the money's going. It'd be fun to know what you have in mind.
So like what services?
When it comes up.
It could be the gun take back, it could be, I mean,
It could be Coffee with a Cop events throughout the year. It could be partially funding some of the some swag for the I can't think, Public Safety Expo we're gonna do next fall in downtown Aspen again.
Kids love that.
The kids had a great time. It went away just because of the pandemic.
But you cannot use it for donuts because you have that other program about wellness.
It's true, yeah. They're gluten-free though.
Gluten-free.
Yeah.
I
But-
have a question before you guys go.
Great, thanks for
So
coming.
this is,
Sugar-free.
before
This
you
was
go,
helpful.
I think, John, this might be a question for you, but last year at this time, I brought up about how the Aspen Chief of Police makes more than the Pickens County Sheriff. And that still doesn't sit well with me, so I'm wondering where we can go with that. It's been a year.
So, we have a resolution in place where the salary of the sheriff is adjusted by the same amount as is generally adjusted. I need to check the time frames, Francie. There's only certain times that
For the clerk and
that
recorder
can be
and for
changed.
the
Yeah,
assessor.
and it's under the same as the clerk and recorder, assessor, and sheriff.
So one gets it, all
I
three
don't,
get
we
it.
can't get raises in term.
Right.
The next sheriff will get a
That's the
raise.
same with us, too.
With the three electeds, we have a resolution whereby they receive the same budgeted increase that other county employees are budgeted to receive, but they may not receive more than that.
Budgeted? What does that mean?
Well, if we give our
What we
employees a 3%
include in the
raise, the
budget
sheriff gets the 3%
So,
raise.
so for example, we're budgeting, in the proposed budget right now, if the board approves it, there's a 7% pool for salary adjustments. So all of the elected officials' salaries would be adjusted by that percentage.
Except for the commissioners.
Right.
Except for the commissioners, we can't adjust yours.
Because we're special.
Yeah.
But Francie, I will tell you a warning shot. When I'm elected, I'm probably gonna ask that the next sheriff get a raise that's commensurate with the other public safety leaders in this valley.
Well, then, I'm not sure how then we would address, we have to talk about that. 'cause
We have to talk
I don't know if
about
we
it.
have to do the
I
same
wouldn't
with the
get the
two other.
raise.
No, but we
The-
might have to then increase the clerk and recorder and the
Yeah,
assessor, so
and
that's
I
a
wanna-
bigger budget hit, but that's a good
I think it's tacky for me to
conversation.
bring that up while I'm in office.
Good
But I do
conversation for
think
us to
that
have.
whoever the next sheriff is, we should talk about increasing the salary 4 years from now.
Yeah, I've been trying to talk about it for 12 months, so.
Well,
I
we
wish you
told
had
you
gotten it
12
done
months
12
ago
months
how we
ago.
had to go about it, in case you forgot. We didn't.
No, you told me the next time we talk about the budget, we'll be able to bring it up again.
Well, we meant 4
Here we
years
are.
from now.
Oh. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Francie.
Thanks,
Thank
Kim.
you, Kingsman. Welcome home.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
coroner's
Grazie.
office. I don't see anyone from the coroner's office.
I think you need an espresso machine at the sheriff's office. Oh, okay.
That's not good for your blood pressure, by the way,
The one
gentlemen.
at Stedman Philippon in
Yeah.
Basalt, there at Willits, their new big office building there.
Okay.
It's an $80,000 espresso machine.
Wow.
That is obscene.
And you're paying for it.
Isn't that even?
That's obscene. They should take that money and defer the cost of having your foot x-rayed.
I agree.
All right, we do not have anybody from the coroner's office, so this should be easy.
Okay. There are the slides that Audra has put together, and so you can certainly read through those to see the purpose and vision, description of the different services and what they do within the department. It is interesting when they come in to speak about it because there are many things that generally people don't realize that they do. And Audra has gone through and detailed out some of the budget changes, so you see even some of the small changes that are being proposed. Part of it has to do with their communication and how they communicate with families when unfortunately there's been a death. The largest line item increase is both for safety PPE equipment and then also regularly scheduled replacement of radios. So those are some of the main increases. There has also been an increase. Oh, let me see. Let me just move through the slides. as you see with some of those smaller increases, they're just adjusting the budget a little to match their actuals, providing also for that continuing education for the deputy coroners, as that's something that's very important. You see the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators certification, other trainings. So this is all included in their budget proposal.
Okay, but we haven't really seen a lot of increases in their budget except for specific things like the lift for the ambulance or for the.
Right, and the main increase is also for on-call deputy coroners, 30,000 additional. So just trying to make sure they're adequately staffed with people on call and the cost of that. And we do try to increase their wages at the same percentage that other county employees are going up, so we keep up with that.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Does the board have any questions?
And we still don't have Audrey or anyone on. Okay, just want to
No, we're
make sure
good.
I'm not missing them if they happen to be
Yeah,
on.
I checked. I didn't see anybody.
Okay.
So we are actually, we've got a few minutes before we take our break at 2:35. So, John, if it's okay, I do have one open discussion that I can take care of right now, if that's okay?
You are the chair, so.
Is that okay?
Fine with me.
Okay, I just want to give the board a heads up. On Wednesday, we'll be seeing a informal resolution come before us. It is to express the board's support for the Aspen Ambulance District ballot question. It is drafted, it has been redrafted and bulletproofed, and it has already been included in our packet for next week. I just wanted the board to know when it comes
Next Wednesday.
next Wednesday at our regular meeting. Yeah, it's just to show our support, and we
Great.
can legally do that. As the Board of Commissioners, we can legally express our support for the ballot question.
Cool.
Okay, so I just want to give you guys a heads up. That's what I had for open discussion. John, do you have anything quick?
I do not, but I have not checked my electronic memory either.
Anybody else?
I have a question about Proposition 123 still. Kelly, you said you were going to be thinking about whether.
Is that
or
the
not-
housing one?
Yeah, that's the housing one. And Greg, I think you said that too a couple of weeks ago, that you were going to consider, you're going to read more about it and consider whether or not you're going to support it. I'm wondering if you guys have.
I haven't
gotten
had a
any-
chance to sit down and read the whole blue book yet. I've been a wee bit busy. Kelly, is this the one where they're deferring some of the Tabor? No, Tabor monies are going towards free lunches. That's a different ballot question.
Now, if there is Tabor money, if this would get paid out before any Tabor refunds would take place. So that's how that functionally is working, and it's a percentage of income tax. Yeah, I mean, I pose the question of if you support affordable housing anywhere,
Oh dear.
then it's probably a good measure. It will result in the delivery of affordable housing, but I don't think it will, I don't think the program is designed for Picken County's needs.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the percentage you have to provide housing every year for X amount of years, and we just don't have the land and the capacity to do that.
That's some of the issue for sure. Some of the issues, just the AMIs.
Yeah.
We do need some low AM
Right.
housing, so we might draw down on that type of fund, but it just doesn't reflect the wages that people make here, which, comparatively may be high, but are not high enough for a livability. So again, we have 25% of our population that don't make a living wage in Picken County, yet it's still higher than other parts of the state. And so they're using a blanket formula. It's really frustrating because we fought really hard to explain to the legislature why we needed more in the formulas in housing programs, and that was not taken into account by the designers of this language, which isn't the legislature, it's citizen group, who also were explained to the needs for up here. So that's really the question. Like, if you support more affordable housing anywhere else in the state, then it would be something to support. support, but it won't necessarily help with Picken County's
Okay.
needs.
Great.
How about you, Greg? Did you go anywhere up with it?
No, I'm not there yet. I'm not ready yet to have
Okay.
that conversation, but thank you.
Well, we can, you want to do a resolution to support it, or you just want to know how we're going to stand
I'm
on it?
just checking in so far,
Yeah.
you know.
I don't know, I'm still worried about the mushrooms. The ballot question about
We're
mushrooms.
told by the proponents that there's some rulemaking and the legislature could possibly fix some of this stuff statutorily. You know, I'm less convinced of those pathways, though we'll definitely continue to work them. You know, if there is some fix that can make this more relevant for Picken County, then that would be great.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we can take a break now unless the board has more open discussion. John,
I
you
do
just
have
found
my
some-
electronic memory had 2 things in it. Just a note for the board that there is no joint meeting with the city of Aspen
moved to January.
until January because of the budget. I know that had stayed on future agendas. I think it caused a little bit of confusion. So if you're seeing that, that will be
We
coming
were just
off.
wondering why we didn't have prep time, and now we don't need prep time.
And now that's why we didn't have it, because we canceled it, just didn't come
Yeah.
off. And then we do have a funding request that's coming in from the Aspen Fire Protection District to look at the Pano AI cameras. We are looking at that, the staff level, bring to the board. I know sometimes that goes to y'all individually too, so I just wanted to
I haven't
make
seen
sure
anything yet. Rick did
y'all
mention it
were
to me, but
aware.
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, so we're working on that at the staff level
Oh,
right
and-
now.
and-
We'll bring it
yeah.
back.
I want to bring it back to the board. The project for Colonel Merritt's grandson, Sheldon Gentry, he has identified, he's been doing his homework, it's for his Eagle Scout badge. He's looking at raising about $5,000 in funds. And Greg, I mentioned to him that we would like to see him at least do 2 or 3 presentations, put together a packet on funding request. And that was also supported by his Eagle Scout leader person, that would be a good part of the process. So I'm going to have him seek funding in some amount from City of Aspen, Elks Lodge, and also the Aspen Volunteer Fire Department. I've talked with Rick Ballantyne, and he said that they would, the board would probably be looking at funding. And then whatever funding he is still in need of, we're gonna bring the packet back to the BOCC. He is scheduled to speak. I've asked for for permission for him to speak at Veterans Day to present his project to the public, which I think would be a great opportunity for him. And so Colonel Merritt gets to hear his grandson stand up and do the presentation. So I will just keep the board posted. He has really done an amazing job, and he's been his stuff has been very well put together and well written, and I'm excited to meet the young man. I haven't had the chance to meet him in person yet. So he'll be at Veterans Day up here.
When is Veterans Day?
November the 12th. I think the ceremony is Friday. It's a Friday. I've been invited to be the guest speaker by the veterans. So I will be there. Yeah, I think it's November 11th. Okay.
Okay, I've got one.
Sorry, I'll jump in, talking about veterans services. So I met a gentleman at the Camp Hale proclamation celebration who has created a film about Camp Hale in the 10th Mountain Division. And he will be won Best Historical Documentary at Cannes Film Festival. And he's bringing it to the Wheeler on December, I'm going to check the date here, December 14th in the evening. And so I was going to try and promote that friends, folks, and through the Elks, etc. But I wanted to just let you all know about it because it looks really cool. He starts off with like live musical and singing of the national anthem, and then goes into the film. So.
Is it just about Camp Hale, or does it include all of the 10th Mountain Division?
It's broader than just Camp Hale.
Because I wonder if he included the sites we preserved.
He did interviews with folks still alive here. Yeah.
Yeah, because we, as part of the Ryan Land Exchange, we preserved some of the structures that were left over from 10th Mountain Division training grounds up at Ashcroft. It'll be interesting to see if he even knows that, because a lot of people don't. But I do. We've got no more time left. Time for a break.
After all that?
Time for a break. But we have time at the end of the day.
Okay.
So don't.
Only to look for
So
a
hold that
letter
thought.
from April Long at Rowapa.
Oh.
I just want to get her on
No,
here.
we're already getting our money.
Did you already talk about it?
Didn't we already talk about Roapa's
When
money?
I was out of town? Okay, so we don't have to
take
bring
care
it
of
up.
business when you're not around. All right, we're gonna take a break. So we
They said
have
it's
a
coming out of your
15-minute break,
Do I have a
and we'll be
budget?
back at 2:50. Okay, Grassroots? Got it, Grassroots? Okay. Got it, thank you. Today is Tuesday, October the 18th. This is a Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session, a continuation of our agenda. And we are still talking about budget. But before us now is the library. And John, are we okay to proceed, or do we need Connie? Oh, Connie, we're good. We just opened the meeting.
We wouldn't try to do this without.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie. I'll let you do it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
John, you probably.
Was doing it very well.
Boy, you were lucky, were you? All right, so we will be discussing the Pickens County Library budget proposed for 2023. So Connie, are you going to open this discussion?
I will
Or
pass
Kath?
it right off to Kath Engine, yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Is mine on?
Yep, it's on.
Okay. So my name's Kathy Chandler. I'm the Pickens County librarian, and brought along Genevieve Smith in case you have hard questions. She is the assistant county librarian and has been working at the library for, I think, 14 years.
A little less, though. I like rounding up.
Yeah.
I had no
Anyway,
idea.
just a little bit of background. We're an entity that was founded in 1940 with an election that established the mill levy for the library. Before that, in 1938, some women in town got together with the city of Aspen, who helped them get the library started, and it was in the Wheeler Opera House for about 25 years, then moved over to its Main Street location across from Pepke Park, where it was for another 25 or 26 years, and then we've been in the current location on Mill Street for 31 years. And when the ribbon was cut for that building, Christine Erickson Hart, who was the superintendent of schools back in the 1930s and 40s, who helped found the library, showed up to help cut the ribbon, along with Mona Frost, whom some of you might remember was a music teacher in the Aspen School District and served on the library board for 44 years. Anyway, because we have our own mill levy, we're not part of the general fund, and we actually purchase a lot of services from the county. And with that, we're just kind of going to the little slideshow here. We've got a slide that kind of shows the celebration of getting back to a little bit more normal life. We had 300 kids from preschool, elementary school, and teens who signed up for the summer reading program.
300, did you?
300, yeah. And this was a foam party that they had during the summer. Kids really had a blast with that, and environmentally friendly, biodegradable foam substance of some sort. But I also pulled up a picture from one of our sewing classes that Shannon Foster runs in the library lab, because I thought it sort of demonstrated John Peacock's statement about serving all age ranges. Anyway, I also pulled a couple of pictures from when we opened our newly remodeled building back in 2016, because the Missoula, Montana Public Library just won the best new public library in the world for the year 2022.
Wow.
And
In
they had the
Missoula?
same design team that worked on our library building.
Looks similar.
So I thought that was pretty cool. And when you go,
No wonder. Yeah, that looks, did they steal our design?
yeah, these are pictures of our library if you haven't been there yet.
I was saying, that looks just like ours. I can't believe they
But-
stole our designs.
Yeah,
That's
but,
so
you know, like those cutouts for the children's room, you can see that reflected in some of the design elements in the Missoula library. And this, as I said in the slide, they edged out libraries from Latvia, Denmark, and Saudi Arabia. And it's the first time a library in the North American continent has won this award.
Oh, wow.
So, anyway, I thought that was kind of
I'm gonna
fun
have to go to Missoula now to go
pat
look
ourselves
for it.
on the back on that one, having hired a good design team. We have as part of our things that we've been working on is the library succession plan. So we brought this to you folks for the past several years as things keep moving as the baby boomers exit the building. We have now, I think it's very likely by the end of next year we might only have one baby boomer left on staff, and the majority of our staff are millennials. We have a few Gen Xers, but there's, I think, 5 baby boomers left, and I think 4 of them may be gone by the end of next year if their plans come to
We're
fruition.
hoping they're moving on to something, not just being gone.
I don't know how many of them are going for a second career, but we'll see. Anyway, illustrated in this slide, if you can see the little boxes that are outlined in red, this is a new position that we created at the library called a senior librarian. And we ran this past the admin team to get approval for this new position. What we're trying to do with this position is do internal promotions to let people move up and get supervisory experience because we did not have that many people supervising other people, and that as the senior management moves on is something, you know, that we felt lacking and that we needed to make sure that people had experience that could then replace people who were retiring. So we have in this past year moved several people up to be computer specialists and more people into the librarian category, but then the librarian category did not have in the job description supervisory responsibilities. So that's what this new position allows us to train people. And we have in the budget extra money to send more people to library school this next year. We have quite a few people who are interested in working on their master's degree in library science. Currently, we have 4 people working on a MLS, and we have 1 person who's working on a master's in public administration. Several of the other people are interested in pursuing a degree, and that, in between having an ALA-accredited library degree and supervisory responsibility, lets people be qualified to not only work in advanced jobs at our library, but if people need to move, it gives them the capability to get a job elsewhere that is a livable wage, I guess I would say. Anyway, there's extra money in the budget for education and training in order to get this new batch of people started in library school, and as other people graduate, that number will start to go down again in a couple of years, the education budget.
Wait, can I have a question about
Yeah.
your spring 2023? You have like the managerial librarian is a 0.8, and you have 2 of those. One of them is a 0.9. Was that their choice? They didn't want to work full time, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have several people that are kind of, they're just
They're
short.
hanging in there.
Yeah, they're short a couple of hours, and it just makes all the difference in the world for some people with childcare and, giving them the ability to have a little bit of a flexible schedule.
That's what I thought.
It's very hard on the finance department to keep track of us, but we have the same number of employees that we've always had for the past several years.
Okay, thank you.
Then I just wanted to let you know about some of the projects that we've been working on. We hired a consultant in the spring to do some public outreach to talk to people about their hopes and dreams for having more library services in the town of Snowmass Village. And so after having those outreach sessions, that consultant put together a report saying that, the main asks were meeting rooms, a small library collection. They're not, asking for a full-fledged library there, but also places for the public to work. So one thing that we did when we were building or remodeling this building was really trying to make it a comfortable third space for people. Back when they talked about home, office, and the third space, another place to go and be and do work. And during the past few years, it seems like those spaces have all melded together so that a lot of people, I think, don't even have an office that they go to. They're just working from home and are happy to come to the library and use one of the small meeting rooms for Zoom meetings and the good broadband Wi-Fi that we have. So we have been working with people from the town of Snowmass Village, with John Peacock, representing different interests that the county might have in Snowmass Village, and looking at ways that we could possibly share spaces for the good of the public. And the current plan is to try to use some of the space that's available at the Snowmass Village Rec Center. They have parking there, and they are willing to do probably like a 100-year lease to let the library use some of their space there. And let me think, I guess I lost my track. David Detweiler, who's working on a lot of county projects, has volunteered to do some little sketches of how this might work with the needs that the consultant had laid out.
Is this Detweiler from Grand Junction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's over here a lot, working on a lot of
Yeah,
county
John,
projects.
John, we had talked about this expansion to Snowmass the other day. Didn't the board talk about that? I mean, you may not have been here, because we were asking where it might be, and we didn't, and they said it was the
we had
expansion,
talked.
remodel of the rec center.
You're right, Patty. I think that you're wondering where it would be in the rec center, and we had talked about that there's development opportunities
Right.
that we're looking at. Yeah.
And the board is very supportive.
Oh, great. Well, we also, our library board went and met with the town council at Snowmass Village, and Genevieve's kind of spearheading this effort. She presented this notion to them, and they seem very supportive too. So anyway, we have money that we have saved up from back in 1997, when Alice Price and Doris Denker both left us a total of 2.9 million, or no, actually. Alice Price left us 2.9 million, Doris Denker left us $1 million. So we have about 1.9 million left of that money, and we keep that separate because it's not tax money. And as such, if we want to, we can invest that more aggressively than taxpayers' money. However, right now, it's just invested along with the tax money very conservatively. And that is money that we could use to help with the Snowmass Village effort. And then we also have unallocated fund balance money that we've been saving up for many years. As I noted in the report that went out with this, that with the construction costs skyrocketing, it really took a bite out of our purchasing power.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll just, we're, longest journey, beginning with a single step. We are starting out. Then I also wanted to make note of the fact that we have a new projector and sound system in the Dunaway Community Meeting Room. And that was paid for with Friends of the Library money, and the Friends just celebrated their 45th
Wow.
year. And they have bought a lot of our expensive equipment for us and an awful lot of the collection, so we really appreciate the Friends. Then we are continuing to try to get traction on the Aspen Music Festival project. Right now, the library holds the CDs of all of the concerts that have been recorded from 1958 up to the present, and those do degrade with time, and so we're trying to get them into a more stable storage
Opportunity.
Thank you. Opportunity.
I
A
was just gonna pick
storage
one.
opportunity.
I go to the library. I go to the library a lot and read the dictionary.
Anyway, we talked about this last year. We were talking about maybe having two big servers, and Greg had said, well, why don't you put it in the cloud? And about the same time, the Marmots, who we work with on this, were thinking the same thing. So part of it will be in the cloud. Well, it will be in the cloud, but it'll also be backed up on one server. And what this will do is really preserve those performances, and the only way that regular folks will be able to listen to those will be to come into the library to have access, because the copyright law on music is so locked down. But under the educational provision of the copyright law, we'll be able to let the music students and faculty have access. How am I doing on time?
You're doing great.
Oh, okay. anyway, then that also will then preserve the quality of those recordings. So working on that, and then the other thing that we've been working on is getting more newspapers added to the Colorado Historic Newspaper Collection. And I have a mistake on my presentation here. I thought that the Aspen Daily News was now up to 1998, but it's only up to 1995. And then we have the Aspen Times is up to 1985. And I also had put in my report that we were trying to get these papers up to where they are available online on the paper's websites. But as of yesterday, I kind of think maybe what we ought to do is just go ahead with the Aspen Daily News and bring the Aspen Daily News all the way up to the present issue. And so for that, I might be coming back with a supplemental request for the beginning of next year's budget. I think it'll take us another $71,000 to do that. We had $300,000 in the budget for this year, and with going from 1995 up to the present, it will more than burn through the remainder of that money. And I just wanted to note that this whole project started with money from Barbara Allen and Bill Dunaway, who funded the beginning of the project where all of the old 1880s newspapers were done, and then everything up to 1963 with the Aspen Times, which ironically was when Bill Dunaway actually took over with the Aspen Times. So his work wasn't represented in this database, even though they had paid for all of the archiving of that. And so I'm really happy that we're going to be able to get a lot more up there, and it is just so handy to be able to search on these on their search platform is just lovely, you know, and you can go through and search for words in ads, even though they've got weird type fonts. It's a really great database. With that, I think maybe that's about all I've got. So, questions, and Connie, or do you want to talk about the big picture?
I'll just mention the budget and the 5-year plan. The library's main source of revenue, as Kathy mentioned, is the property tax, which is very stable, and that really is their largest source of revenue. The only other larger increase was actually in the investment income. We're projecting that we'll have higher percentages than the very, very low amounts that we had been seeing up till recently. On the expenditure side, with some of the position shifts, you do see some change in the salary budget. And then you'll notice on professional services that there is a larger decrease in professional services. As Kathy mentioned, there was the funds set aside for the digitization in 2022 and don't have that in 2023. So those are the main highlights in the budget. You'll see there's $149,000 surplus budgeted, and the unassigned fund balance has been increasing. And then Kathy mentioned the approximately $1.9 million in their capital reserve that was originally from the donated funds. So just a few highlights there on the 5-year plan. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
No, but thank you so much.
This is
That
a
was really
decision
interesting.
point. So we need a thumbs up from the board if you wish to further the library fund 2023 proposed budget and 5-year plan.
I'm
Right?
good with it.
Okay. Greg, you're on board?
I'm on board, yeah.
Steve? Kelly? Okay.
Hey, thanks, folks.
Yeah, and I bet the people in Snowmass are excited.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Connie is such a wonderful, wonderful person.
And you know, Connie
holds
is never
everybody's hands
retiring,
in this
so we don't do
process.
succession planning for Connie, just so you know that.
A question just regarding the Snowmass Library. I think it's great. My daughter this morning saw the headline or the news, and she said, wow, she got so excited hearing
That's neat.
that Snowmass would have a possible library coming soon. I'm just wondering, are there locations up in the village itself considered, or are we talking
You know,
just the rec
we
center?
had thrown our hat in the ring when they were talking about that building number or whatever the number
Right,
was.
yeah.
Where the
and,
Discovery
Base village
Center was
number.
gonna be.
Yeah, at that time, they decided that it would be much better to have the library down where the people live, down by that, all of the
And there's
employees.
good parking
Locals
there.
use it more
There's
down there.
parking, it's on the
Yeah,
transportation
yeah,
line.
yeah.
Got it.
It's more
'Cause if
than
you happen to be in the village, it's kind of hard to get down there. But if you're living down in Horse Ranch or
Yeah.
those areas, then it's much easier.
Well, the bus
Got it.
runs pretty frequently down to the rec center, but the other thing is people, so you're gonna have a limited library collection, but it's a great opportunity for people to order books from here that
Yeah.
can come back and forth, so.
Yeah, we have a courier now from a state courier that goes up there 3 days a week.
Yeah.
And so that would probably be bumped to 5 days a week, I would
Be great.
imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's currently opportunity for that now. We do deliver a lot of books to the
maybe
rec
that's a
center.
job for me in the future. I'll be the book deliverer.
Oh, yes.
You know, they're heavy.
Patty, it's yours.
I can make multiple trips. All right, thank you, ladies, very
Thank
much. Okay,
Good to
do we
see
have
you. Thanks for
anybody here
coming.
with Human Services?
Human Services, I believe, should be online, so.
Oh, there they are.
um,
I see those smiling faces.
We should have, thank you, Kevin. We should have Lindsay, Audrey, Matt, Sam, and Chad.
Okay, let's roll.
We can check and make sure we have everyone. Okay. Okay, that's all right.
Hello.
Hello, you guys are on.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
We can.
Oh, good. Well, thank you so much for having us today to present our budget. I'm Lindsay Maish, the Director of Human Services. With me, I have Matt McGaugh, who has recently been promoted as of yesterday to the Assistant Director of Programs and Services. We have Sam Lander-Casper, who was also promoted yesterday to be the Assistant Director of Strategy and Operations, and Chad Federwitz, who is our Senior Services Manager, and we're going to talk through a lot of those changes during our presentation today. And I think Audrey, I can't tell, is Audrey on also? I'm not seeing Audrey, but when she comes on, she's our finance analyst for Human Services. So we're going to go ahead and get started and walk you through some of the big changes that Human Services is experiencing, and then what we're projecting to see. All right, just a reminder for you all, for the board. So the Human Services Fund is really responsible for a few areas, including adult and family services, which are our protective services, child welfare and protection, and prevention programs, our economic assistance department, which covers all of our government benefits like Medicaid, and then other types of subsidy programs, including CCAP and LEAP and some of those other areas. Of course, the Human Services Administration, and that oversees us and myself, our finance analyst, and some of the overall work that you see. Senior Services, which is self-explanatory. Our senior center and all the staff there providing the nutrition programs and then other types of activities. Of course, strategic partnerships. This is really found through the Healthy Community Fund and the work that we do there. And then, of course, veteran services. And as a reminder, our mission in Human Services is to engage with individuals, families, and our community, inspiring hope and strengthening resilience. That's really what we set out to do, and our values include empowered engagement, inclusive community connections, the power of resilience, the daring pursuit of equity, abundant compassion, and courageous authenticity. Next slide. Okay, so let's first just go over the reorganization. Last year in 2022, or this year I guess, in 2022, Human Services contracted with a consultant to come in and do an assessment and offer recommendations. We thought it was a good opportunity given the change in leadership, especially as we watched the institutional wisdom depart, from the organization and new leadership come in to really look at what we were doing and how we can best equip ourselves to meet the community's needs. So this is I think the final iteration of the organizational structure that was recommended to us. So if you look at this, what you're going to see is kind of the way it's mirrored in a lot of organizations, where you have like a chief operations officer and a chief programs and services officer. So the way that those are titled in our reorganization efforts is the Assistant Director of Programs and Services. It's really that programs and services, everything externally facing in the organization, in the Human Services organization. And then the Assistant Director of Strategies and Strategy and Operations is really meant to kind of fill that chief operations, those functions. So as you can see, what this does is breaks out our organization structure so that there is leadership overseeing really the external facing programs and services, and then there's leadership who's overseeing all the internal workings of human services, which is pretty complicated and complex. A couple other things to note in this reorganization. We also have we've introduced a new position. We have no FTE change currently. And I'll talk through a little bit about the FTE change for next year. But currently, we just moved positions around. We took the opportunity to have vacancies kind of fill in some of these new positions. So the new positions that you're going to see in there are the program. The program analyst is one that we've never had in our organization, but given the given the way that data is really driving a lot of the programming allocations and the way our budget moves, we really, the consultant really felt like it was necessary to have someone in our organization to create some depth across the organization who understands all of the different reporting systems that we use, is able to draw data reports, pull out different so be looking at the organization as a whole and finding where the community's needs and any gaps may live within our current data that exists. So we're recruiting for that position right now. It's open, and we hope to get somebody in there soon. So the other things, you all know that we came to you in a work session earlier to talk about the Veteran Services Officer. We do have currently, Sam Landercasper is working really hard to pull together he's surveying the community, really trying, working with other county governments that have veteran services officers and understanding kind of what are the greatest needs for this position. And we will plan to come back to you probably by the beginning of November to talk more about the Veteran Services Officer. So that's kind of a question mark that's sitting in our budget right now. Currently, it's a half-time position, and we'll see what happens. And then we did come to you at the third quarter budget supplemental to make that grants analyst position. It went from it went from a 0.8 to a full-time position. And that really was to expand the capacity in our grants program to not only be looking at the Healthy Community Fund, but also be working really close with the other analysts, both the programs and finance analysts, to identify opportunities and be able to help us write grants, because we write a lot of grants. And then lastly, the mental health administrator. This is a position that's going to be new for 2023. It's a temporary position. It's really meant to assist with the vital mental health services, the collective funders that meet to address mental health issues in the community. And it's us starting to offer leadership around the coordination and the coordinating of mental health services in the area. We have really found over the last, when did we start the vital mental health services? I think maybe 5 years ago. we have found that there is just a deep need for leadership that's neutral leadership to come in to help these organizations to coordinate the efforts, to reduce barriers, and make mental health access more accessible. So let me just take a look and see if there's anything else that I missed there. No, but I'm going to pause and ask if you have any questions before we move into the next part.
Does this board have any questions? I have a question, and this is a broader question, and I meant to ask it earlier. I would like to see the total number of staff Pitkin County has. Because if we're starting to talk new positions, temporary or filling vacancies or whatever, I'd like to see the number of staff we currently have on and the breakdown. Full-time equivalents, how many people work full-time, part-time, temporary, term limited, contractual, and seasonal. I need to see that breakdown because if we're at 450 employees, that's a huge difference, and I need to.
Yeah, a lot of that is temp. It's not FTEs necessarily. That's including our temp and seasonal.
Yeah, I need to, but that's still employees.
Mm-hmm.
And if we've gone from 3 something to 4 something, I need to be comfortable with
We've
that
got that
breakdown.
table.
Yeah.
That would be
Patty,
terrific.
The regular FTEs, the positions that receive benefits, actually are in your budget binder as the last backup material under the budget message. So if you go.
Yeah, I saw that, but that didn't give me the whole picture.
No, it does not include temps or seasonals or on-call.
Yeah.
So we
Because
can
when somebody
bring
says,
something else
asks
back
me,
to
how
you.
many employees do you have? And I'm like, could be 350, could be 450. They're like, that's 100 people different. And I'm like, so it'd be great to have that. That'd be perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Lindsay, I had to throw that out there while I was thinking about it.
Thanks, Patty.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sure looking at the reorganization inspires some of those thoughts it has for us, that's for sure. Yeah. All right, any other questions for this slide or our reorganization?
No, I'm seeing none, so I think we can move forward.
Okay, so what I'm now going to we're going to break down a lot of our budget presentation today into our strategic plan. So as you all know, some of you may know, in 2020, we did a strategic plan. How, I have no idea, but we did it in 2020. And we're trying to look into the future during COVID about where our efforts really needed to be focused. And these were the different buckets, we'll call them, that came out of the strategic plan. It was really around housing stability, food security, economic security and self-sufficiency, safety, and then of course us internal and building our own internal capacity. So what you'll see on this chart is not that we're putting a lot of our budget towards these areas. It's that we are prioritizing these areas in our work. So what's starting to come up, and we're starting to see it across the board, is just the impacts of inflation and how that is starting to how it's impacting our community. And where we're really seeing it start to affect individuals is in their stability in their housing, and then of course in their ability to be self-sufficient. And all of these really go hand in hand, because if you're not able to make a housing payment, then there's a very good likelihood that you're not able to afford food, which also means that you're at risk of losing some other things as well, like your insurance or some other things. So that impacts an individual's ability to be self-sufficient. So though we're not putting a lot of budget money here, we anticipate in the future having to put some energy towards this. So some of our staff time is going to be dedicated towards working through and working with the Regional Housing Coalition, our Pitkin County Housing Stability Coalition, and then of course some other efforts that we're going to get into when we look through each of these areas. Next slide. All right, so I'm just gonna kick us off, but then I'm gonna have some others chime in here as well, because they are the experts on some of these areas. But in our strategic plan, in the economic self-sufficiency bucket, our kind of mission statement for that is that all people and families in Pitkin County have access to the resources they need to be financially self-sufficient. So in that area, here are some of the things that we have going on that we think are going to contribute to helping with this in the community. So one thing, and I'll start by talking a little bit about the Healthy Community Fund balance. So we're going to come back to you in a separate session in November to talk about the Healthy Community Fund recommendations. And what we've found over the years is that our fund balance has continued to grow for different reasons. Whether it's because ARPA funds came in and got a lot of organizations a lot of money, or it's because our Citizen Grant Review Committee was trying to be more conservative in the approach, because there's been kind of some volatility in the amounts each year. It has left us with a pretty robust Healthy Community Fund balance. So one of the things that the Citizen Grant Review Committee is recommending is that the Healthy Community Fund staff go out to the community and ask about what the top needs are and how they may want to be addressed. And then ask for some creative ideas around how to approach some of the issues. I think we know what they're going to be. I don't think the Healthy Community Fund balance is going to solve the housing problems
or the
that we're
childcare
facing.
problem.
Right, right. But there may be some innovation or some creative, we might be able to RFP this out to the community or something. There may be some approach where we might consider asking our partners to help us solve some of these issues. So I'll hand it off now to the low-income senior property tax. I believe Chad is on. I thought I saw him on there.
Yep, I'm here.
There you are.
Chad Trevitz, the Senior Services Manager. I'm at the library right now. In about 20 minutes, I'm doing a community education, so I might have to jump off the budget. But the low income senior property tax program, I think I came in front of the Board of Social Services in the second quarter about increasing the eligibility requirements for this program. And so this is one way in the kind of space of economic self-sufficiency that Senior Services is working actively to engage older adults that are in that lower income thresholds to get some relief with their property taxes, working with the city of Aspen collectively, which was really great. And we're really excited to push out this program in the new fiscal or new tax year, so in January, February, March. And we're anticipating more applications and more eligible applications. And this hasn't been done in the 30 plus years of the program, so we'll see how it goes. But we're really excited about it.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none.
We're going to move on to Medicaid and CCAP enrollment. I'll hand that one off to Sam.
Hey there, Sam Lander-Casper. Sorry, I'm getting used to my new title, Assistant Director of Strategy Operations. So when we talk about Medicaid and CCAP enrollment in 2023, we're going to be facing some pretty big challenges. Once the public health emergency finally comes to a close, we have around 500 to 600 individuals who are likely no longer going to be eligible for Medicaid. So our department is going to really have to help these folks transition into their next phase of medical coverage, meaning whether they get a policy through Connect for Health or if they're moving on to the private market. But we also, at the same time, are still seeing high levels of uninsured. We've been working with Mountain Family Health Centers, and we're trying to figure out ways that we can connect with these folks to make sure that everybody who is eligible for Medicaid is receiving Medicaid. Our Child Care Assistance Program is very under-enrolled right now, which is kind of a conundrum because there is such a need for child care and access to affordable child care. So we're going to be looking at how we can utilize that allocation to best serve our community and how we can work with our partners to get as many folks access to child care as we possibly can. I'll probably just roll through these next two as well since they're both on mine, but feel free to stop me if you have any questions. The Regional Financial Empowerment Center, I believe most of you are familiar with this. This is a regional effort between Eagle, Pitkin, and Garfield counties to establish what's called a financial empowerment center, which is essentially free financial counseling that's made available to everybody in the region that it serves. We're working with an organization out of New York called the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund. And they've established these centers in a lot of municipalities across the country to bring these services to folks for free. So in 2023, we're working on working with our partners to get funding established and a plan for how we're going to roll this program out. And we do hope to be up and running sometime in the mid-year to early fall, bringing those services to folks in all 3 counties. And then we also are going to be looking at how we maximize the allocations that we have. Well, we already touched on the Child Care Assistance Program. Another area where we sometimes need to look at how we're spending that funding is through the TANF program, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. We don't have a lot of folks who qualify for that because of the income limits. They're quite low. But we do have ways that we can contract with our partners to bring various types of assistance to low-income families. We've contracted with the Aspen Youth Center to provide funding for positions to increase slots at their summer program. We've also worked with our Adult and Family Services program to help fund additional services around prevention efforts. So we're going to be looking at different ways we can use that funding to increase services. We also have the opportunity to purchase excess dollars from other counties who aren't utilizing them at 14 cents on the dollar, which is our maintenance of effort, which means that if we can find ways to use those funds, we can actually save money if we're purchasing those TANF funds at that kind of discounted rate. Does anyone have any questions about those 3 things?
I just have one thing to add on this CCAP, Sam. You know, what we're finding right now in the community is that one of the reasons, and we've addressed this with other Northwest counties as well that are similar to ours, almost everyone is underspending on the CCAP allocation. And one of the reasons for that is because right now, to be eligible to receive CCAP, it ends at a certain point, and then Kids First picks up for us in this area. We're also seeing that our Kids First is kind of footing a lot of that impact because we're unable to spend those dollars. So we're in conversations right now with the state around how to address this issue, and if there's anything that we can do, even if it's just change the percentage by which somebody would be eligible, or if there's kind of advocacy in a different way, because we should not be we maximize all of our allocations. We try to overspend them so that we can keep, that's always been our approach in human services, so that we can kind of keep pushing the bar and get more and more resources to our community. But if we're unable to spend them because of some of the rules, then we're addressing some of those regionally as well as at the state.
Okay. Moving along.
All right.
Oh, Kelly, is your hand up?
Yeah, just quickly. Lindsay, as you guys, identify paths for solutions, please keep me informed, because we're having the conversation with legislators about bills for them to sponsor, asking them to sponsor bills in the next session. Thanks.
I will make sure to keep you posted, Kelly, as I learn more in that area. We've just started to advocate recently, once we really started to feel the impact of this gap that we're identifying. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to move into housing stability. So the housing stability mission is that all people in Pickens County have equal access to local housing and pay between 30 and 50% of their living wages towards housing. It's a lofty goal, we know. But we're working really hard on this one. So a few of the efforts that we are that we're currently working through, of course, we still have the Pickens County Housing Stability Coalition. What this has done is really positioned us to receive a lot of state funding through emergency solution grants and other ways. Recovery Resources, our partner organization who is now doing the day shelter, we've handed off a lot of those services to them, and they are really managing a lot of it. With that said, we are about to see another huge influx of dollars come through for housing. So the coalition, the Pickens County Housing Stability Coalition, is really in place to either consider how we can kind of creatively either apply or work with partner organizations to build more capacity to solve homelessness in Pitkin County. Just to give you a sense of how much money, I'm looking at it right here, we can expect. So we know that there's kind of the part of the transformational affordable housing and home ownership programming, and that's going to come through is it called the Roaring Fork? No, the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. They're really positioned, I think, for a lot of these grants that are coming, where there's a maximum award of $10 million for those grants. So that's we're going to see some pretty big money come through that way. And then, of course, for the transformational homeless services, we can see a maximum of $5 million being awarded. That NOPA is set to release both of them in November, and we're really working hard to address how we can be a part of, be integral in those solutions to bring some of that funding to our area. Which leads into permanent supportive housing. Another partner organization that we're working really closely with, West Mountain Regional Health Alliance, who is trying to stand up a permanent supportive housing project. We know that to be able to end homelessness in our area, we need to have a permanent supportive housing project. So we're working in partnership with them, along with some others, around what that solution may look like. And if there are any opportunities that come up in our area. We've recently been meeting with APSHA, and we're meeting with them again on Friday to look to some of their housing opportunities, like their LIHTC housing, and see if there's any places where we can help kind of fill the gaps with some of the folks who are working in Pitkin County but are homeless. And then, of course, the Built for Zero and Regional Solutions, that is another grant that I think West Mountain has gotten over the last few years. And that's really helping to build that's the regional effort to have a strategic plan. We will likely see in 2023, the Pitkin County Housing Stability and the Glenwood Springs Housing Stability Coalitions come together. And start seeing if we have shared values and efforts in the work that we're doing. I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
I am not seeing any from the board. I can't get Kelly on screen, so we're good.
All right, let's move it along. Next slide. Great. So food security. The mission for this is that all people in Pitkin County have equal access to a variety of nourishing foods and are never hungry. So I'm going to punt this one back over to Chad, let him talk about it and some of the other things that are happening.
Sure, thanks. So as you may know, senior services is a big core service, and where we receive the most external funding is around our nutrition program. And that really centers on our lunch program, which is 4 days a week, save Tuesdays currently. About 4 years ago, we added Thursdays, and that has been successful. We're still, limping, if you will, recovering from COVID. As far as people coming back into the center, it really fluctuates pretty drastically between 40 and 60, depending on the day, the weather, the menu, you name it. It's a variable that really fluctuates the attendance, but it's still been very well received. We continue to provide meals and meal support in Redstone twice a month. We're going there next week, which has been very successful for the last number of years, with a little bit of a pause during COVID, and that was a challenge. And then more recently this year, moving into next year, we partner with a nonprofit in the Carbondale area, Valley Meals and More, to provide home delivered meals to older adults in the Chris River Valley section of Pitkin County, save Redstone. So those meals are coming mainly out of the Carbondale area. And it's been a small number of individuals, but has been very beneficial as a service that logistically is not really possible for the senior center and its staff to provide. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chad. All right, and then we'll go back over to Sam on the Regional Food Hub and SNAP outreach.
All right, so everybody I think is familiar with the Regional Food Hub. We've come here before to ask guidance from the BOCC. As you know, we are in the middle of feasibility study to see whether the MS space could be utilized, what are other options, what are the needs for a food hub. We're going to hope to start having information from that in early winter, February or March, that we can bring back and report on. Having a food hub in the region would have a huge impact on food security and really help our partners to be able to distribute food more easily and efficiently. The other thing that we really have to focus on is SNAP outreach and enrollment. Going back to Medicaid and the number of folks on Medicaid, SNAP and Medicaid have similar income limits. However, we see a much lower enrollment amount with SNAP. This would do a lot if we could increase SNAP enrollment. It would do a lot to reduce food insecurity. So we're going to be focusing on getting our outreach folks out into the community. We also developed an 2-page application that's now on iPads. So we're going to be able to do outreach and enrollment at food banks and distributions with our partners. So we're really looking at decreasing those numbers of folks who we call eligible but not enrolled, meaning they likely are eligible because they qualify for Medicaid but are not currently enrolled in SNAP. So putting a lot of focus towards that.
Part of the recommendations from the consulting company on our reorganization was to be more accessible to the community. So really the types of grants that we're trying to chase and find right now are those that allow us to be more accessible in the community. This is one of them. So we should be able to be meeting people closer to where they're at. And we have some of that same sort of thing in other programs as well. I'm gonna go into the safety bucket, which is that all people and families in Pickens County have a safe place to live and are empowered to keep themselves, their neighbors, and others safe. And this is mostly gonna be Matt's. So hand it over to Matt.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly go over some of the implications for child welfare, adult protection, and some of our prevention programs. You'll see the term family preservation or family stabilization here. We're trying to move toward some terms that are less scary, like child welfare or child protection. So I just wanted to throw that out there so you could see that. But an update here is that Family First in Colorado has finally been approved by the federal government. And so that means it's going to open up some federal funding for us to work with the state of Colorado to build programming out here in Pickens County. So right now, I'm going to be working with some partners. We're hoping some of our community partners like Aspen Family Connections to bring in some of this money to build some of the programming for some of the families that we work with. And we're hopeful that we can do that. These are evidence-based programs, and the state provides a lot of support to counties to put these in place. So we're hopeful that in the future we'll see some of this funding and be able to build some stronger programming for our services. For child welfare prevention, we have to get creative, and Lindsay talked about trying to apply for different grants so that we can be more flexible, more accessible to the community. We want to do that in our child welfare prevention work as well. And so we're trying to find funding to help support having staff members be more accessible at the school and at the school resource center. So we'll continue to look for that collaboration and grant opportunities so that we can really build and continue to support a strong prevention program. Adult protection is just one area right now that we're looking at. There's definitely there's a struggle with the amount of allocation we get and then the costs that we have. So we typically overspend here, and so we have to get creative and look for different ways to fund some of the adult casework that's happening. One of the things that we do is we apply for the Care Navigation Grant each year, and that allows us to work with adults outside of the adult protection system. It's case management and a good way to connect our community members to some of the local resources that we have. So we're going to continue to try to do that. Both child and adult protection at the state level are doing a workload study. And that may impact our allocation in upcoming years. So it's one of those things I'll just note, and we're hopeful that we'll see a higher allocation in the future based on that workload study. And that's all I have here.
Okay,
Unless
great.
there's any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Are there any questions from the board? Nope. You guys are doing a great job. Okay. Moving along to numbers.
Yes, Lindsay, do you want me to step in here or any of your staff?
Sure, unless Sam, you want to speak to this one. This is really kind of your shop, but this was a slide that Connie added.
Yeah,
Connie, you know what, Connie, go ahead.
Okay. The next three slides show three of the main program areas within the Human Services Fund, just to break it down a little, rather than looking at the whole budget and 5-year plan, just so you can see some of the changes as they show up within the different program areas. And the main thing to note is the direct client benefits under economic assistance. And this is where we see the largest increase. Included in that is low energy assistance program, the LEAP program, where there's a $30,000 increase available. CCAP, there are some stimulus funds. And then SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Program, a $340,000 increase. However, SNAP is not an allocation, it's 100% federally reimbursed. So where you see the increases in direct client benefits, you also see a corresponding increase in the grants, in the funding that we receive from the state and federal government to help cover the programs. Some, like SNAP, are covered 100%. Others have different percentages, whether it's 90-10 or 80-20 or some other variations. Also to note, in the supplies line item, you see a decrease there. We had the CSA shares in 2022. It's not yet known if the grant funding will be available in 2023, and that will be brought back to the board if that becomes available.
We're going to talk at another time about the veterans position, whether it's half-time or full-time?
Yes, I believe Sam will be bringing that back to you next year, not within the 2023 budget. Is that right, Sam?
Well, we're in the middle of doing a survey to bring information back to the board and ask for their recommendation, and then from there, I think we would decide, what happens with the position and when that happens. So we're really in a fact-finding stage right now.
Okay, I think we were looking at sharing the service and how could we fill the need valley-wide, et cetera. So that's perfect, Sam. Thank you.
Okay, the next slide shows adult and family services. And there's actually a decrease overall in the expenditures in this program area. The largest decrease is in the amount expected for payouts for out-of-home placement. And that actually is a great thing when there's a decrease, because it means less children are needing to be placed in out-of-home situations. So that ties in with the work that Matt was talking about with the Family First, and I probably don't get the terms right, the Family Preservation, Family First, and the different programs that their staff does. So that is the main change in this budget area.
So Matt wins the award today for the first budget that came in with a negative increase. Matt, congratulations.
Thank you. Yep. I thank Connie for helping me out with that. Make the numbers work.
Then in senior services, there are a number of items. The professional services is going down. There was a one-time cost in 2022. A few smaller items, increases in training or food. But then the larger dollar amounts are in the areas of some new furniture purchases for the senior center, chairs, tables, a number of items there. And then also the senior center office remodel is the largest project. It was originally budgeted in 2022, but no bids were received. And so we've added funding, rebudgeted this project in 2023 for $400,000. And so that's where you see an increase in this section of their budget.
I have a question. This new temporary position related to mental health, can you define what that means? What's temporary in this case? It's not term limited based on a grant.
It's 2 year. It
Okay.
is 2 year term limited, and it is based on funding. And if we go to the 5-year plan, and in the 5-year plan, if you look at the sections down towards the bottom where it shows different transfers,
A mental health position.
we have one specific transfer from the Public Health Fund for the mental health position, and we'll see this also in the Public Health Fund. The funding for the position that is proposed both in Human Services and a second position in the Public Health Fund, there are partner contributions that go into the position, and if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was about $350,000 of partner contributions, plus funding from a grant from the Healthy Community Fund. And this is a grant that the Healthy Community Fund has put forward for mental health for a number of years. There have been a number of years that the full amount has not been spent through Mind Springs and other contracted programs, and funds have been saved up, which the group of funding partners directs.
So the question is, why are we transferring this position from public health to human health services?
So there's one proposed in public health,
So
one
we're gonna have two
proposed
mental
in-
health people?
2 mental health positions proposed, one in human services, one in public health, both positions 2-year term limited, with the idea that after a 2-year period, it may be able to transition into contracted services or other forms of providing the service.
Okay.
Yeah, so Patty.
Yeah, my next question is, why do we need two?
Yeah, because they're doing different things. And so, you know, you'll see this when the IGA with the funders group comes up. But in essence, one position is really building infrastructure around case management and care management so that we're better coordinating individual treatment, particularly with higher risk individuals, with providers. And that takes a lot of coordination of the various providers that are, you know, either receiving funds through Healthy Community Fund or what have you. And so that's a piece that's really been missing, that we have just not been able to get our partner agencies to develop that infrastructure.
So will that also be a benefit then to our mental health issues with our homeless?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the one that-
potentially with our conversations we're having with our criminal justice system,
Okay,
as
and-
well as the schools. And we're still trying to figure out, and Lindsay, I'm sorry, I kind of jumped in on your turf here, so you jump in anytime, but it's really figuring out the, you know, scale and how we build the infrastructure to serve from the really high risk to the
So then
next level of risk.
What's
to
the position in public health doing?
And then the position in public health is really doing the data analysis around needs and services and gaps. And so that is.
That's a full-time position?
Yes, yes.
Well, can I just add, add a little bit?
Please do,
there's-
Lindsay.
Yeah, 'cause I'm
they're
not
doing a-
getting sold on
John-
this.
John's doing a great job. So there is this part around coordination of the care management or case management, and that is just going to be a huge lift. The part that public health is going to be, it's a partnership between us, right, between human services and public health. So it's not just the analysis, and the reason it's a 2-year I keep saying the wrong thing. It's not temp, it's term limited, right? A 2-year term limited position is because to understand how to set up a system of coordination. So where are we going to put the data? Where does the data live? What software does it live with? It needs to be HIPAA compliant. It also, so everything that we did to set up the PACT, the co-responder program, we really had that position was meant for the data analytics of that program, where then we had the mental health team that was kind of delivering the service. So that's just one service. What we're doing now is coordinating all of those services. So human services will be convening all of the mental health partners to coordinate all of those services, while public health is working in tandem with us to build the data infrastructure to be able to even start gathering that data to understand what are the barriers getting in the ways of people getting mental health access? What are some of the things, right? What are the accessibility issues? And then of course also, what even data platforms do we use? We don't know any of that yet. We need universal releases of information. There's so much that goes into it, that we put aside the two positions for just 2 years to build the infrastructure.
So please tell me, when this is all done, we won't need we won't need 5 people to manage the system once it's done. Because I've been told for 20 years that we're gonna computerize things, it's gonna be a cost savings, we'll have less employees, and after 20 years, I haven't seen that happen. So I'm hoping that one chance.
I want to be honest. I think it is more likely that if case management services really work and are effective, that's infrastructure we want to build into. But this gives us an opportunity to start to build that infrastructure.
That's what I'm saying. I hope
it.
at the end of 2 years, we have great infrastructure built, so it's easy to enter the data for somebody who's doing case management, so that we're simplifying the system, not making it more complex, and needing more personnel.
I see. Our hope is
I agree.
that's the case.
That's what I'm saying. That's my hope too, and I would love to see it.
Yeah, and I do want to be just perfectly honest. It may be that you do want more case managers if they're connecting people with services more
That's
effectively.
different than having somebody that has to manage a system that
The
we're
data.
creating to make it easier.
I hear you.
I'm still waiting for that, John. I'm still waiting. I got 4 more years. I've given you a chance.
Keep waiting.
I'm not holding my breath, as you see, but I'm waiting. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I needed those explanations, and I appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
Okay, human services.
This is a decision point. Well, now that I have clarification, I'm going to give a thumbs up to moving this forward. And I'm going to be watching you guys for the next 4 years. All right, board, do I have a consensus from the board to move this decision point forward? Okay, you got it. Thank you. Now moving to the easy one.
Is this where we just
Yeah,
have
you can
one
finish
last-
up next
Sorry,
steps.
Yeah,
We're-
one last slide, and then you go to the easy one, which is public health, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just so you all know kind of what our plan is, we're calibrating the reorganization. That's going to take some time. That's why you see an increase in training in our budget. So we're really devoting a lot of our kind of we were moving a lot of our funds around to be able to have better training for all of us. Of course, we're going to be able, with this new structure, to sit on some of the policy advisory committees and sub-PACs, and be able to advocate in a new way by convening the right partners to look at some of those things. Of course, we're always looking for new funding opportunities to make our services better, or to make our partners' services better. The mental health component, Patty, we are about to see a lot of funding come through the Behavioral Health Administration in different ways, and we want to be positioned in a place to be able to write those grants and get those funds either for us or for our partner organizations. Of course, we're targeting our approach, as you can see with our strategic plan. And then lastly, and of course, we cannot do any of this work if it's not for our nonprofit partners who help us reach the community. So we will continue collaborating and partnering to help offset. Patty, you had me thinking a little bit about what we did with homeless services. Was we got the initial funding, we set up the infrastructure, and then we RFP'd it. and we handed it over to another organization, which is ideally what we'd like to see happen with the mental health stuff. We'd like to help set up, take the risk in setting up the leadership, and then RFPing it to an organization to own later, and for them to find the funding for it, with our help, of course. So that's really kind of those are our areas that we're going to be focused in our next.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
All right, so you've got the nods from the board, and we're gonna move to public health, where I'm now
Thanks,
seeing two
everyone.
mental health analysts on public health.
Thank you, Lindsay, and everyone. Is there anyone online?
Yes.
Is it?
There should be Larissa and Suzuho.
Okay.
I'm going to Crystal Cove for Thanksgiving.
Very nice. I
Where's
won't
that?
make it until next
Southern
year.
Cal. It's one of our favorite places.
Yeah.
Sit there.
So, so this whole thing about needing permits for parties, how?
Just gonna say, does anybody need a snack before we get the last presentation of the day?
Maybe we should have brought
The
something.
whole family gets together is a lot.
It's in the back.
That doesn't count.
There's snacks in the
When the
back.
clappers get together, they don't wanna know.
Yeah.
Probably the same thing with you.
Are we good to go?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Just have to invite me, then you're okay. Okay, go
Well,
on.
Patty, thanks for having us at the end of the day here. Jordiana Sabella, the Public Health Director, and we'll be sharing a little bit about our 2023 budget. If we go to the next slide, I just wanted to ground us in public health's mission, vision, values, and reshare our equity statement. So our mission is to work with communities to promote health and prevent disease by protecting and enhancing environments, policies, and systems that support positive outcomes for everyone. Our vision, you'll see this word again, systems, are in place to sustain a healthy and thriving community. Our values, a couple sets of values: health and environment, inclusion and equity, quality data and lived experiences. And then our equity statement is that we believe in the catalyzing power of equity to engage and enrich our communities as we identify challenges and design solutions together. So when we step into this public health sphere, we're coming up a little bit from the direct services that human services really provides and looking at that systemic level. If we go to the next slide. Before we delve into numbers in 2023, I just wanted to take us through a brief reminder of the changes that the department has seen since COVID.
Amber alerts.
Oh, I'm going,
are-
Jesus.
It's all of us.
Yep.
It's in Denver.
Okay, thanks, Francie.
A 10-month-old. Oh my God.
I'm sure it's a divorce thing.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So if we look back to what our org chart looked like in 2019, we had 8.25 full-time employees, 1 contract employee, and we were really already starting the process of right-sizing the department from where we needed to be to provide the services to our community. But as we all know, if we go to the next slide, we did start to respond to COVID in earnest pretty soon into 2020. Before that happened, we had already asked for these positions to help get us to that right-sized nature. You'll see we requested for the 2020 budget 5.75 positions, and at that time the BOCC approved 2. So coming into, if we go to the next slide, coming into COVID, we were really focused on just responding to the emergency. We paused most of our efforts in trying to right-size the department and really focused in on term-limited positions that were specific to what we needed to respond to COVID to meet those changing needs. So that's what you'll see for this request right here. And we really appreciate the support that the county gave to allow us to have what we needed to do that job. If we go to the next slide, we came again with a supplemental request in Q4 of 2020. with some of the previously requested positions, with taking our finance analyst from 0.25 up to 1 FTE, and so that happened during that Q4 budget supplemental request. And we also extended our permit tech by repurposing one of the COVID term limited positions, if you remember.
Mhm.
The crazy things that happened in COVID was that we had a whole lot more development and need for that permit tech. If we go to the next slide, we look and remember what we requested in 2021. We requested a mental health analyst, and that was the first 2-year term limited position to help us do some of the work we were just talking about with the vital mental health services that we're partnering with human services around. And we also had some term limited positions that were again approved to continue to support the COVID response.
So is this mental health analyst position that's going through December of this year then going to be replaced by the mental health data analysis?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping you'd say that.
Okay, I think we can go to the next slide to see we again then had a Q4 budget supplemental to again extend some of those term limits. Patty, I think this was your concern that our COVID folks were going to end in December and not be able to bring us through the winter season. So we extended that and had a major transition at the end of March, beginning of April.
Perfect.
And then back to the request for 2020. We got back to being able to think about some of those previous
2022, you mean?
2022. For that budget presentation, we were able to get back to thinking again about some of those previously requested positions that were going to help right size us. And the planning analyst and the permit tech were fully approved then. And again, we still had some holdover of some term limited COVID team through June of 2023, which brings us to this year and the 2023 budget presentation. So the positions, when we have really been doing a lot of thinking about that right sizing, what it's going to take to be able to deliver the core public health services and capabilities, meet community expectations, and continue to move towards building out what the right size of our department looks like. We're proposing an epidemiology program administrator. We'll talk a little bit more about these positions, but just to give you an overview, we knew that what we had coming into the pandemic was not enough, and moving forward, we know that we're going to continue to see more communicable diseases, and know that we do need some additional support in that area, and for the long term moving forward, knowing what we now know. The Health Promotion Education Coordinator is a position that Larissa will talk a little bit about more. That really builds off of the success that we've seen with the COVID outreach that we've been doing to help go and meet people where they are, to be able to communicate with them in the languages that they speak, and to help have that community presence and communication. The mental health data analyst, I think we've talked a little bit about this position, but this is to continue to further that vital mental health services work and really develop what that program will look like. And then finally, we know that we're going to need to prepare for Tom Dunlop's retirement. We don't have no, we don't ever want him to retire, but he's been hinting that that's coming our way. So when that day comes, we know that we'll need to shift around a lot of the work that he's been doing with the Smuggler Superfund site and some other environmental health work. We would be able to do that and then need to bring on an environmental health specialist, especially to help out with some of the air quality work that will need support in the department. So when we brought this to the Board of Health with even a more detailed explanation of where we've been and where we're going, those positions were recommended by the Board of Health to support in 2023.
Now, I was informed earlier today that you were not going to be asking for 4 positions.
So this is where, this is what we have requested. The process is then that comes through the budget process to see what we can fully, recognizing that there is a disconnect, that we would prioritize one of these positions to be fully funded in 2023, and then it would be our duty to go back and see if we could find any sustainable funding for these positions, which we know would be a different story if we came back with fully funded positions.
Well, I think you sold me on the mental health data analyst.
Yes, and if I could jump in just a second.
Yes,
we do
please.
have the mental health data analyst included in the budget. That's an easy one because that's fully funded. And then we did budget for one additional position.
And we just don't know which one that is yet.
And leaving that open, I budgeted at the highest level of the 3 positions and leaving that open for Jordana and her team to decide what their priority would be. If the board feels like there's a need to add more than that one position, then we'll need to just look at funding, see if we increase the transfer from the general fund into the public health fund, or if we draw down their fund balance for a year or 2 and then increase funding or look for other funding sources. So it would need to be a conversation around the funding.
Okay.
If we
Yeah,
add more
I think
than that.
that's up for further discussion. For me, you know, I'm always watching the FTEs, but in light of John's budget message about the impending recession and the trauma of the world, it's really hard for me to think about bringing on multiple full-time employees that aren't term limited or temps or seasonal or whatever. So I think we're gonna have to figure that one out as we move forward. But yeah, you already got me on the mental health, so there's 1 out of 4. So, okay, thank you.
And Kelly's waving.
Oh, Kelly, please.
Hi.
What happens when you're not in the room?
Sorry I'm not there. Aloysius has had a stomach bug, so I'm home with him. I am wondering, in this air quality position, is it possible if they will be available to do work on the benchmarking and design of emissions projects over at the airport? And if so, can the position maybe partially be funded from there?
I think Kurt's gonna answer that.
Kelly, that is one thought in terms of the needs that we've identified, emissions being one at the airport, but also the wider scope of emissions. So, but we haven't had a discussion around the possibility of partial funding from the airport on that. It's a good question.
So Kelly, we would have to look at that in terms of the FAA requirements. I do know we're doing some contracting right now for air quality, something that committee of the Airport Advisory Committee is working on with staff. But to the degree that the air quality program does match up with on-airport reporting, we can probably use airport revenues to support that. But I think that's going to take some more conversation.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, oh.
Greg, did you have?
Yeah, just, I appreciate the conversation, because when you talk about right sizing, it makes me wonder how we're defining right sizing. You said it 10 times. So that, okay, I need to bring this back to you. You know, what my fear is that we're growing things because that seems to be the natural thing that department heads and people want to do. They want to grow the department bigger. So my bias is people just like to grow things bigger. And I am hearing from the community and from staff about the potential of a recession and cutbacks. And Patty talks for years about the pain of having to trim a budget and trim employees.
John has promised me I'll never have to do that again.
Right, yeah, and so it does, that's what I worry about. And, you know, as we see the requests coming from the departments for more and more, I do pause, and I don't have a complete grasp of what the need actually is, or if this is aspirational. I trust you all that you're not asking for anything you don't really need. But I also would love to see some talk about efficiency, building efficiency as well as growing infrastructure. Because when I think of growing infrastructure, I just think, okay, this is just getting bigger and more expensive and more cumbersome, and it's going to be really hard to cut this if we ever have to. So that's it wakes me up in the afternoon to think, whoa, I need to say something about this. I'm nervous about adding staff right now, I have to say, and I'm glad to hear that it's possible we could use airport funding if that would work. And it's good to hear you're already thinking about one position instead of 4. So that's where I am. Is this absolute necessity or is this aspirational? And I don't know, and I apologize that I don't. And even though I was there at the Board of Health meeting, it's like what we'd like to do versus what we absolutely need to do or what's been statutorily mandated. Maybe we could review some of that.
Got a couple slides.
Excellent.
A little later in the presentation, but if you remember back in 2019, we did a capacity assessment across the state of how well every county was performing the core public health services, the foundational capabilities and services. And we've got our scores there. And what we found was there was great variety across the state. We at that time, had room to grow in every area. And so that was what was based. That's what all of these positions that were initially requested in 2020 were based upon, was that right sizing of upwards of 16, 17 employees for the department to be the right size to perform the core public health services. And then what we're still trying to hone in on is not just performing those services, but being able to perform the services in our community in the way that our community expects them to be done. So to really respond to that
We
community.
need to ask our community to fund it rather than out of the general fund.
How do we determine what the expectation is?
So, and then the only other thing I'll just say for the now is that this still represents a decrease in number of employees, not full-time employees, but because we've had so many term limited employees for so long, especially in the communicable disease space, this will be a decrease from even what we're asking for a planned rollback of the number of individuals that we have doing this work in the public health department. So that was the lens with which we came at it. We'll share a little bit more about that as we go along, but happy to answer any questions.
So we're reducing staffing post-pandemic, obviously, because they're not
But those were
needed.
term limited, most of those
Right,
anyway,
right.
so. Yeah, I was there at the very first meeting of public health when the number of 16 or 17 was thrown out, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. And it was based on what the state's requiring public health departments to do. And it was like we had to have somebody in each of those requirements rather than take the top three priorities, accomplish that, top three, the next three. And it was like the goal then was to hire somebody to do one of each, one thing. And it was like that's a lot of employees. That's a lot of burden on the county's general fund. And if we're going to really fund public health like we think the community wants it, then we're going to have to look at a funding source other than just taking money from the general fund. And that would be a ballot question, and we know how fun that is. So I think that's got to be part of the discussion moving forward. I think it makes good sense, and then we can tell the community, this is what you've been telling us you need, and we can't do it without community funding support. But that's further down the road. I'm not asking you to do that next year. Yes, Francie, please.
So I'm finding a little bit of a disconnect because I'm hearing that the county is down like 30 employees and that we can't fill all these positions. But somehow we used to fund all those positions. But now public health tells us they need 4 new positions, and you're saying we can't fund them. So I'm a little confused about how we used to have 30 more employees, and that was affordable. And
I
now
don't know where those 30 employees came from.
I don't know either. I don't know. I've just been told that the county is down a whole lot of employees.
They could have been out of the airport special
Down since
enterprise
when is
fund.
the other question.
Since 19.
So probably 2 different bases. It is true, like almost all organizations right now, we are having trouble recruiting and retaining employees. So we do have a number of vacancies across all departments. So that would be airport, sheriff's department, HR. You probably have some in public health
Public
at
Works.
the moment,
Public Works.
right? Public Works. So we do have them across the organization. And Francie, you're correct. We are not filling those. And so that has a budget impact, either because we're backfilling at overtime rates in some cases, which actually is an increase to budget, or we're not making those expenditures, and that's going into fund balance. And one of the reasons that our fund balance tends to exceed our projections each year.
But John, when you say we're
And
not
so-
filling them, that's not by our choice. It's because we can't fill them.
That's because it's
can't
and
fill
we're still trying. And so on an actual basis, you're right. We're not spending everything that's budgeted. On a budgetary basis, we plan the revenues and expenditures for what the board approves. So what we're budgeting against is what the board authorizes, and we want to be sure that that balances within reason, so that if we are lucky enough to get fully staffed, that we don't have a budgetary surprise. So we look at it from a budgetary perspective. Now Connie does have a positive budget variance, I think is a euphemism we're using.
Yeah, anticipated savings,
And-
where we reduce our budget. I think it's about $525,000 in the proposed 2023 budget. About 2% of our payroll costs in the general fund, we already anticipated in the budget that we'll have vacancies.
So
So we
we're-
reduce our budget
But wait a
cost.
minute, let me just clarify. We have vacancies, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna continue to try and fill those. Because we
Exactly.
need to fill ComDev with planners. So we still have to reserve the ability to fund those positions. We can't just say, well, you're not filling it, so we're taking that money and we're gonna fund this position.
The
Yeah.
good news is what you see in front of you as a budget that has the operating surpluses and the healthy fund balances has the FTEs, all the positions, whether they're hired or not right now,
In it.
included, and assuming they're spent, except that we do assume some level of turnover and savings, but not to the level that you're pointing out right now, Francie. Does that
What level
help?
am I pointing out right now?
Well, about 30 FTEs. That's that would be a much bigger
It's not-
positive budget variance.
We're not
Yeah.
holding 30 positions.
We're not holding 30
How many are we
positions.
holding?
Not hiring for, I'm
That we
not
can't
sure.
hire for.
That we haven't been able to find replacements for, but we're budgeting for it in case we do.
I think across the organization, it might be 40.
But we
That's
are
more than
we're-
30.
That's what he said, it wasn't 30.
We are in the process.
I don't get it.
Yeah, we are in the process of recruiting. We're not holding on to those vacancies for budgetary savings. We just haven't been able to hire.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying that, so now it turns out we're, got 40 employees we don't have, and public health seems like a pretty important department, and we're saying we can't fund 3 more there. It just seems to me, this is just discordant for me. It
Well,
just-
let me try and grasp what she's
I
trying to say.
understand what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
understood what you said, and I understood what you said, but it still seems to me a stretch that we can't afford, or even 2 more positions for public health when we're 40 positions down.
Well, then we have to tell somebody else, we're not gonna let you fill those 2 positions, because we're using that money to hire new
Right, I get
people in
that.
public health. And we have to maintain the positions that are open, that we're trying to fill. So, because those are positions we need to have filled, because people are working overtime in those departments because they don't have the people they need in those departments, because we haven't been able to fill those positions. So rather than create new positions is my concern. So,
Yeah, I appreciate that, that's
Yeah.
your concern.
and it has been my concern for 20 years.
I've noticed it for 2.
Now, one of the things that we have done, we have really planned for healthy fund balances. I think we have a pretty good demonstrated track record over the last decade of going through economic cycles, of being conservative and really performing better than budget. We tend to be conservative on the revenue estimates and maybe a little more liberal on the expenditure side, and that's what keeps you out of having to make those precipitous
Well, but then the
decisions.
thing for me is, that sounds great, but, no, I'm just concerned.
And that's fine. I just want to point out, we have
Well,
been
we have a great
conservative on
fund
our-
balance, but we already have an opportunity now to take some of our fund balance and put it to use $5 million to housing, or, you know, who knows what else to
Childcare.
housing or childcare. And then, you know, which I don't necessarily have a problem with, but you only get $1 to spend you can't just keep making money, you know? So you have to figure out how you're gonna use that money and not say, we're gonna use it for 25 things, but we only really have enough money for 5. So that's.
But we also have increased revenues, so, I mean, we can't say, I don't think it makes sense for us to say, we can't spend money here, we can't spend money there, we have to save our money, we have to be conservative, but we have projected increased revenues. And we're short employees, which is saving us money, and is a problem for people who work in those departments, I recognize that. But, I mean, I just think that we collect money from the taxpayers in order to spend it in their behalf, and not just to have it in the general fund balance at the end of the year.
Well, not all of our revenues, though, come from property taxes.
Well, I know, that's true.
So we have to be mindful that, yeah, we may project we're gonna have a ton of money come from sales tax, and slam, we've been lucky. We got more than we expected when we thought we weren't gonna get anything, but you never know what tomorrow will bring. It's the Scotsman in me. I'm a little feeble at the time.
That's one word.
I know there's a lot of words. We'll talk about it over some scotch. I don't drink scotch, so that'll look there. Okay, continuing on.
Patty? Patty?
Yes, Steve, please.
Speaking to this issue, how many times, I'm worried about the stress and the extra work that the employees are to cover for those unfilled positions. Are we getting people leaving the county because they're burnt out because they've been covering too many bases and not getting enough help? Or are we also paying extra overtime in some cases to make up for the work of people who in the unfilled positions?
Yeah, and I will say, Steve, just briefly, without going into detail, yes, there is some stress in the organization related to workloads and especially in departments that right now we're not able to hire those staff in. I think we'll get more into that when we start to talk about, our recommendations around pay and benefits and those sorts of things, which we've been trying to focus on. But absolutely, it's something that we're hearing, and one thing that we don't generally do as Pickens County is talk about what we're not going to do going forward. We always talk about the new things we're going to do, right? And we talk about being exceptional. We rarely talk about what are we going to take off the plate if we want to reduce the demand for positions. So that would be the alternative there. But
in terms of projects and stuff that people are asked to do, and so therefore we need people to fill those positions to do those projects.
Yeah, either projects or even service levels.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure I understood what you meant, yeah.
Well, that stress level issue is right on the mark. That's why we're hiring those mental health people in public health.
And it's happening, and it's not just our organization though right now, right? This is happening across the community. We are reflective of that. But it's a real issue.
It's happening across the country.
I appreciate the issue and I appreciate the conversation. I thank you. This has been it's difficult to understand the way
We got public health
forward.
wrapped up into the broader discussion of.
Yeah. Well, so the thing I just wanted to say before we get back to it would be, do we need to spend more time focusing on filling those positions that we haven't filled, that have been, already approved and are empty and are stressing out their coworkers? Do we need to come back and focus on that sooner rather than later?
Well, the issues are not a lack of effort recruiting. It is housing, competitiveness,
cost of living,
qualified pool.
Right,
yeah.
Right. So
qualified pool.
The other thing to think about as we're
election.
looking at hiring new positions is these people have to live somewhere too, right? So we're only adding to the housing stress.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to public health.
Yeah.
Because that's a
This has
discussion
been
we're gonna
about
have.
public health the whole time. Let's be clear about that.
No,
We're
no,
talking about their budget, so it's about that.
We got off onto filling positions in other departments, so
Which
that'll be
affects
part
this.
of our discussion when we look at full-time equivalents, which will be its isolated own discussion, is my understanding.
It's all related, though, in my opinion.
So can you recap where we are right now? We're recommending 4, but we're focused on.
So we're recommending these 4 that are in green. I think what we don't see is our current org chart, which has 5 folks totally dedicated, term limited folks dedicated to disease investigation and COVID response, which are all planned to be phased out. They're term limited through June.
23.
So, June of 2023.
Right.
So this would really start in July of 2023 that we would make this change. Patty, as you stated before, the current mental health analyst position is replaced by this mental health data analyst position, which is already has funding from the collective group of funders. The epidemiology program administrator is a position that would take over all of the COVID duties, as well as could help out with communicable disease response, which we know is we're going to see more incidents in a more frequent rate in the future. The health promotion and education coordinator that we've proposed under the PPP manager continues some of the functions that we have been doing in the department, mostly under the COVID lens, but reaching out to the community, making sure all of our information is going out in English and Spanish, making sure we are in person, that folks are getting the information that they need, and that we are also maintaining those partnerships with different organizations or businesses that we've developed through COVID. So part of this effort is, when we think about what are the benefits that have come through COVID, is maintaining some of those things that we've learned to do really well and incorporating it into more broader public health topics.
So that health promotion and education coordinator is a communications person. Is that the same role? Would it be a communications specialist?
The communications, but within that public health lens. So really specific training, and also bilingual, bicultural, being able to do it for our entire community, being able to have an equity lens. But yes, communications and health promotion, health education is definitely a component of that. And then the last, environmental health specialist, would be only a position that we would really request upon Tom Dunlop's retirement, which at this point we don't have a date, but just wanted to start bringing that to the board. So,
what's his FTE? How many?
It varies. It goes probably between a 0.3 to 0.4 FTE.
But we're looking at hiring somebody at full-time, right?
Well, we would absorb we'll get into this in a little bit, but we would absorb his current work between Brian and myself, but then we would need assistance on the back end, and then there would be an expansion of programs.
So the new position would be full-time?
Yeah.
So financially, how much of the money that is paid for the term-limited workers that are leaving in June could be applied towards one of these positions? What kind of carryover would there be?
Are they on grants?
Most of them are on grants, yes.
So-
We've had this, but the CARES Act funding and other funding that's been very specific to the COVID response, even through CDPHE and other more specific grants that they have received.
So that incoming money stops when those people are finished with their job?
Well, the money stops.
And those
And
people
so-
stop when the money stops, not the money stops when the money's gone, they're gone. Yeah.
I'll talk about that a little bit in the.
Okay, yeah, because we need to,
Yeah.
sorry.
So just briefly, we've talked about a number of these points already. When we think about 2023, having had that increased staff capacity has allowed us to do a lot more and increase our ability to meet some of these public health services and capabilities. We've enjoyed strengthened partnerships with some of the staff who's had a real focus on that. There's been increased Board of Health engagement. Our infrastructure for the department has been growing. The community and state have gone through their prioritization process, and there is support for disease prevention and mental health promotion. And then the increased funding support, which Lindsay talked a little bit about the mental health grants that are going to be coming our way. And then also we had seen a lot of that communicable disease support through the COVID response. Challenges, we've talked about our term limited staff, the limited local data and analysis capacity, the fact that we will probably be dealing with concurrent emergencies more frequently as we move forward. We are a newer department, so that has a bit of a steeper learning curve to it. High staff turnover across the field, and as we talked about here, even within the county. Limited capacity to pursue large grants, and then the staff capacity for all core services and community needs is what we're really lacking right now and looking to grow. So this is, I'll just talk high level about this. This are some of the score and the ratings in 2019 when we did that statewide assessment of how each county was performing those core foundational capabilities. And the next slide also shows the foundational services. You'll see that we've had some change and fluctuation in how well we have been able to perform all of those functions, but the takeaway here is that we still have room to grow to be able to perform all of those requirements that the state passes down, and wanting to let you know that this is not something that is just unique to Pitkin County. This is a conversation that's happening with all of the local public health agencies across the state, in understanding what are the systems, the efficiencies that we might be able to work together on, as well as there's an effort to continue to quantify the funding that is needed and continue to look to the state and additional sources to bring more dollars to local public health. So it's not just the local counties that are being asked to fund the needed and required services for public health. If we look to the next slide, we jump into one of our sections, the public health administrative budget. And you'll see that this area is responsible for a number of those foundational public health capabilities around assessment and planning, communications, policy development and support, partnerships, organizational competencies, as well as health equity and social determinants of health. Our next slide walks us through some of the revenue increases, decreases, and expenditures. You'll see a slight increase in one of our state contracts, the Core Public Health Services contract. We'll see a decrease in this area due to our preventive block grant funding. We'll anticipate continuing to receive some of this funding, but it will be funding the PPP, Planning, Prevention, and Partnerships department that Larissa will be speaking to. And then, as we talked about earlier, in 2022, we had some of those term-limited COVID staff in the administrative budget section through March of 2022. So we won't be seeing any term-limited staff in the administrative budget part of our budget for the 2023 budget. And next slide. We'll move us to some of the big rocks. What are we hoping to accomplish, working to accomplish in 2023? We're required to do a public health improvement plan every 5 years. 2023 is when that should be wrapped up. We'll build upon the communications infrastructure that we created throughout the COVID response to really take a deep dive into better improving our overall communications, expanding our equity work, as well as investing in the health and well-being of staff. Just as was described here, we really want to focus in on work retention, staff retention. As we know, it's taken a hit in the public health field as well as just in general.
What, Jordana, can you just it sounds like the first big rock is a state mandate, is that correct? That
Yes.
Okay, and then going down the list, it looks like what else is mandated from the state? What else is internal?
It's mandated that we do communications from the state. How well we do that is up to us. So that would be the bullet point number 2. Equity work, again, is mandated. That it's one of those public health capabilities. And so we're putting effort into making sure that we're doing that to the best degree that we can.
Do they have benchmarks from the state for that, or is that once again just a departmental? How do we determine what's the goal line?
There's a number. There's a number of. Suzuho, do you want to
Suzuho.
jump
Hi,
in?
Suzuho.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, happy to speak to that a little bit. So there's a few different areas within the equity work that we need to focus on. So some of it is around leadership and workforce training. So continuing to ensure that our staff have the opportunity to grow their equity knowledge and their skills to be able to effectively serve our entire community, regardless of race, ethnicity, language, or any other identity. We're also required to work on some policy work, ensure that all of our data, that the way that we're collecting it, the way that we're reporting it is done through best practices for equity standards, and then also around partnerships and communications, which intersects a little bit with some of what Larissa does, as well as the communication position and community engagement and communication positions that we've talked about across the department as well. So those are kind of the big buckets within the area of equity, and then within that there's sort of more specific benchmarks as well. But overall, really helping to ensure and transform the public health infrastructure across the state and within Pitkin County to make sure that we are moving in a way that is more inclusive and equitable for all community members.
Thank you. It'd just be good to know what is a requirement from the state and what's something that we're creating ourselves.
And then the last, there's no requirement that we focus on a positive work environment and staff retention, but we know that the more that we can hang on to our well-qualified and trained staff, the better work quality we're going to have. We know we won't have all of the cost of trying to recruit and hire and train new folks if we can keep them here and keep them happy.
Got it. Thank you.
And with that, I will turn it over to Larissa.
Good afternoon. I will be talking through the PPP budget section. So we can go to the next slide. The department areas of work within PPP are really centered around 3 different foundational public health services. So chronic disease, injury prevention, and behavioral health promotion, as well as maternal, child, adolescent, and family health, and access to and linkage with healthcare. And these programs are overseen by currently a team of 4, of which 1 position is vacant. The mental health analyst position, which we've talked about, will transition to the mental health data analyst role. So this includes our health promotion program administrator, who oversees the STEP program, or our tobacco control program, as well as the child fatality prevention system, which is a mandated service through the state. And then, of course, our Pitkin area co-responders team, which is overseen by our mental health program administrator. And then our vital mental health services program, which is the IGA between the different contributing funders, which I'll talk through a little bit, but we are adding Town of Snowmass Village to this in 2023. And that IGA will actually be brought to the BOCC next Wednesday at the regular meeting. If you go to the next slide, I'll talk through some of the proposed changes to the budget. So there will be a couple increases. First is we did receive an increase of $12,970 in our Amendment 35 state tobacco tax revenue from the state. So due to this increase in funds, we were able to cover 0.88 FTE, which is up from 0.75 FTE of the health promotion program administrator position with grant funds. Additionally, the harm reduction grant administered by CDPHE for the PACT program increased by $15,992. And then our child fatality prevention system funding increased by $50. And then additionally, the harm reduction, the co-responder grant, which is administered by the Behavioral Health Administration, formerly the Office of Behavioral Health. That amount increased by $9,421, and both the co-responder and harm reduction grant programs no longer have a sunset date, so those are expected to continue indefinitely. And then finally, the Vital Mental Health Services IGA will be increasing by $130,000 thanks to the contribution from the town of Snowmass Village that will be adding to that group of funding partners, as well as an increase in the contribution amount from the Aspen School District. And there are a few proposed increases in expenditures, which we've kind of talked through already. One is the proposed 1 FTE health promotion and education coordinator position, and Jordana kind of spoke to it a little bit already, but this position would kind of help to maintain some of those functions of the current COVID-19 communications and community engagement specialist, while also allowing the department to increase capacity to fulfill the 3 core public health services that I mentioned on the previous slide. And so more specifically, this position would collaborate with public and private sector representatives, develop and disseminate health information, health promotional materials, build partnerships and work with partners. And that position, we would also request for the individual to be bilingual, bicultural, so that we can meet the needs of our community. And while we don't have grant funding to support that position, the full cost of the position at this time, we are continuing to actively search for opportunities to fund that position. We did receive an award of $19,000 from the Office of Public Health Practice Planning and Local Partnerships, which we could award to support that position. And then also we receive an annual allocation from CDPHE for maternal child health funds. And currently those funds for 2022 and 2023 are being used to fulfill our requirement for the community health assessment and public health improvement plan. But in the years that we're not doing that, those funds could also be used to support that ongoing work of the public health improvement plan, and the health promotion education coordinator could help support that work, and the funds could be used to support that position. And then lastly, as we kind of talked about again already, but the request for the mental health data analyst for a 2-year term limited position, which would be fully funded through the Vital Mental Health Services IGA.
I have a question.
Go to the next.
Well, I have a question. So I think it's great we're looking for funding for this health promotion education coordinator, but it's not a term limited position. So we might be able to put in, you know, $30,000 this year, but what are we going to do for the out years? I mean, it's hard for me to hire somebody and say, well, you're full-time, except next year when we don't have any funding for your position, you're out of here, or you have to go out and search for your own grants to keep your job. That's tough, you know, to try and hire somebody to move to this community, which is difficult enough, and then say, you know, unless we put it up front, that, you know, your position is dependent upon grant funding. And I think we need to be clear and transparent with people who are coming in seeking employment from us. I don't think it's fair to mislead people when the board is saying if you can find ways to fund these positions, that makes it easier for us to support them, and then just have partial funding maybe for the first year. We need to be careful with that, because, you know, I don't think that's fair to people coming into this community. So just something I had to point out.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. Yeah, and I agree. I think our thought too is if it is hard and challenging to find sustainable funding in public health. So with this position, we would continue to search for opportunities that were longer term and not just funding for 2 years, and maybe it's 5 years or longer. So, and then if we did come across something like that, we could put in a budget supplemental for that position later on. But yes, I totally hear your concerns.
I think we need to be careful, not mislead people.
Yeah.
And okay, so let's keep moving, because we are, we've got a lot of pages left to go, and we have been here a long time, and so we want to make sure we give you guys enough time to go through the rest of your presentation.
Alrighty, thank you, Patty. So just last slide to talk through just the big rocks for the PPP department in 2023. While data from the most recent Healthy Kids Colorado survey shows that there's been a decrease in youth vaping across the region, Pitkin County actually continues to have higher rates of youth vaping than the state and the region. So we want to continue to focus on providing education and technical assistance to advance tobacco control policy in Pitkin County, as well as promote and assist in the implementation of comprehensive tobacco-free school policies throughout schools in the Roaring Fork Valley. And also work on creating a system for consistent and routine tobacco retailer compliance checks as the COVID-19 pandemic kind of created some challenges in maintaining consistency with that. And then related to our PACT program, our team really wants to work on streamlining the process for PACT data collection, analysis, and reporting, which would also kind of feed into the work of the mental health data analyst. PACT would be included in that building of infrastructure for data collection and reporting, as well as create a sustainability plan for the PACT program, as it really has been a successful and essential service for the community. And then finally, really this big rock continues to be around mental health and building that robust mental health system to improve coordinated care, patient navigation, and referrals. And that was it for the PPP section. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
I am not seeing any from the board.
Okay, my turn. Kurt Dahl.
Does that last element envision kind of some coordination for providers to have expanded billing so they can take insurance and such?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I think those are all part of the conversations of building of this new RFP and kind of what the two positions within human services and public health would help to build out. I know that those are concerns that have come up in discussions with providers and data and have been barriers to individuals accessing the healthcare system, mental health care system. So those are definitely included in the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Kurt, you're on.
All right. Kurt Dahl, Environmental Health Manager. Good afternoon. So disease investigation is under environmental health. Before COVID, we had a 1/2 epidemiologist, 1/2 emergency preparedness staff member that was really working on all our disease prevention. Foundational public health, just as the title says, is communicable disease prevention, integration, and control. So our programs, the COVID-19 pandemic response, and the team that we hired is the big piece right now that is going on. Those are 5 term-limited positions, as we've talked about, through June of 2023. And then we have communicable disease investigation that we do in conjunction and partnership with our regional and state partners. So those are things like when you think of Shigella, when you think of
TB, have we had seen an uptick?
TB, we actually contract with CHS to do our TB work, and so we have a little bit, but most of that goes to CHS.
Community Health Services.
Community Health Services, thank you. Thank you. Have to get out of that acronym piece, don't I? So there are a number of pieces. Foodborne illness, we coordinate with, foodborne illness investigations, whether they're with the city of Aspen or they're outside the city limits. We're helping with those investigations. Pertussis, those are all examples of the communicable disease investigation that we do. And then zoonotic disease, which is shared with environmental health, and zoonotic disease being disease that's spread from animals to humans. Rabies is the big one. I think we've talked a few times about bats, and rabies is endemic in our bat populations that migrate through here, and we have a number of times where we have either visitors or citizens that are exposed, and we need to make sure that those aren't rabid, and if they are, we have a consultation piece that we actually do so that we make sure that the people understand how they can then seek treatment.
And to think I took my grandson out to see the big-eared bats at Faloha Meadows that night.
As long as you're not
They were not coming
right?
anywhere near the kids, let me tell you. The kids are making too much noise.
So, next slide, please. So to talk about changes in the budget, Last year, we received a CDC workforce grant. That was something that wasn't anticipated, that came up quickly. Last year, we'll utilize that for the COVID disease investigation team that we currently have. And then, Francie, to your point, I've listed the COVID immunization grants 3 and 4 that we'll continue to spend down in 2023. We've already spent down 1 and 2. And we had an ELC 1 and 2 grants that we have already spent down to support the team. So right now, there is a gap between the grants covering the team through June 2023. And so we have general fund budget that will support that. We're continuing to look for funding. The other piece is that because these are term limited positions, we have staff leave. The positions, actually, we approved 6, or you approved 6 last year. When we lost a position, we did not fill that, and so that is actually helping us then to cover further into 2023. Chances are, because these are term limited, these are great staff that we have, and if they find something permanent, it will be the same thing. We won't backfill that position. Those savings will then be applied
to continue the other ones on.
Into the
Stretch that money as long as we can.
Yeah. So there's a chance that we'll be able to stretch that money out further, but we already have general fund in place to support those through the 23 if we need to, or June of 23 if we need to. We are proposing a full-time epidemiologist once the disease investigation team term limits end. That is to support all of the efforts. We know COVID is not just going to go away, and there will continue to be efforts around COVID, but there are also other aspects. Monkeypox is a wonderful example. That is a new disease that has come up that as much as we have not had many cases, we have had a lot of background work done by our team to make sure that we're in a place to actually do investigations and support, working on acquiring immunizations, making sure CHS is in a place to help with that. And because of those pieces, and as Jordana mentioned, we've heard it at the Aspen Ideas Festival, we've heard it from other staff, we're going to see more outbreaks that we're going to have to address locally. That's just going to be a reality moving forward. So we're anticipating that, but we've already seen it too, a lot more rapid than we expected. So that's the reason for the proposal behind the full-time epidemiologist. Next slide. So for the big rocks for 23, again, it's continuing to address our public health emergency, which is right now is COVID-19. And then again, we're looking at what other emerging infectious diseases that we are going to have to address. Monkeypox is the example, but there are others. And especially as we lose that capacity, there's been a lot of work that this team has done. They're continuing to do work. We're thinking about surveillance and disease surveillance and how we can take currently what we have with staff and come up with a system when we lose all of those staff to keep up with the disease surveillance right now. So that's really our big rock for the next 6 months and then following year. And that should be it for disease investigation. Any questions with that?
Steve, you got a question?
Yeah, I wanted to find out about hantavirus. I haven't heard of it for quite a few years, and it used to be a huge concern for disease transmission from mice to humans. Is that still a concern locally?
Great question. It is still a concern locally. We do still see hantavirus, although I think in part public education levels people have learned, but there are still a number of cases that happen in the Southwest. It's interesting you asked the question because a couple of weeks ago we had somebody asking about this, and so that's mostly what our department is doing, is just providing education to folks around that, around how they can protect themselves, if they have questions around mice infestations. What to do. We had somebody who was cleaning out a shed that hadn't been opened in before COVID, and they had concerns about that. So but it is a disease that is also, we're talking tens of cases a year around the Southwest U.S., I think.
Generally, it's in the hot, dry areas. It's not up at our elevation.
Yeah, and occasionally we see it. We've seen it in Colorado. I know we've had somebody pass away in the last 2 years on the Front Range from that. So it's still a concern, but mostly education at this point.
Or mouse traps.
Knock on wood, right? Yeah.
So far what I've gotten for you guys is we can expect more large incidents and lots more communicable diseases, this has just been a barrel of laughs.
You know what? I'm the optimist, and I'll check back with you in 6 months and tell you that we're not going to see that.
Well, I'll jump in as maybe a realist here.
Go ahead, Kelly. Jump in as a realist. Go ahead. Go for it.
Just go cover the spectrum. I guess, we hear, for example, childhood immunizations are down nationally. And so I wonder, is that something that we are seeing here locally as well? Because that's where I would be concerned about like measles outbreak.
CHS.
Yep, again, a good question, although one of the things that we've learned that we have our part-time epidemiologist and emergency preparedness staff starting to look into is understanding the data, because one of the things that when that data gets collected on childhood immunizations, it also incorporates if you sign the exemption. Did I say the exemption right? That's not the right word, is it?
Exception.
Exception. So it's a compliance piece, right? And so what we really don't understand is how many people have signed this exception versus how many people actually have been immunized. Children have been immunized. So one of the things that we're looking into now is seeing if we can get better data from CIS, which is the state immunization network, to understand better what those rates really do look like, because on the surface it doesn't look as bad. We do know that we see the national rates have gone down, and that could be true here, and we're looking into that as well. Did you want to add something else?
Yeah, and we also have our COVID lead has done some work because they've been working so closely with providers, especially around childhood COVID immunizations. We have had the ability to realize that while it's required that all providers providing immunizations enter information into CIS, the statewide immunization database, that's not always the case in practice. So we've realized that we need those local relationships and partnerships to be able to provide the technical support so that providers can enter that information. Then we can get that information, Kelly, to your point, and then see what we need to do about it and what the next steps are there.
So speaking of immunization, are we gonna have somebody come in and give the board flu shots on camera like we've done in the past?
Already had mine.
Good for
I'll
you.
look at Jordana for that. I don't know.
Usually CHS, somebody from community health comes in.
Where we have the county fair.
We've done it on TV, actually.
We've done it here in
So
grassroots.
we can talk about it.
Let me know if
Sorry,
you want to
Amy.
do that. We can arrange that.
We can, we have new dart guns that are,
Oh, great.
Don't give me a dart gun, John.
but, yeah, we can look at it.
I just
if-
was the thought, it just
yeah.
made me think about the fact, I remember when we did that and I never used to get a flu shot.
I keep forgetting, so it would probably be a way I'd get it done if you all schedule it for me.
And just a little PSA, the COVID vaccine bus.
They give them.
That also can give you your flu shot.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
did it, got one
took
in
the
each
bus
arm.
a thing of cookies the other day when they were out there giving immunization vaccine.
We went out in the bus and they were fantastic.
Yeah,
They
I
were
gave them
really
a box of my cookies I always give out.
Steve's got another question.
Okay, so,
So, Patty,
yes, Steve?
I got my flu shot at the Veterans Clinic in Glenwood, which they do shots for veterans, flu shots for veterans on Fridays. They do not do COVID vaccine at the VA though.
Well, Kelly and I are not veterans, so we're gonna have to find another solution.
Well, that's a PSA for any veterans who might be watching this broadcast.
Okay, so did we already do big rocks with this?
We did.
Okay.
On to environmental health budget. So, foundational public health services, environmental public health. So our programs, so we have an environmental health specialist, we have a permit tech, we have, again, the half-time epidemiology and half-time emergency preparedness person, and the emergency preparedness piece falls under environmental health. And then we have our contract employee, Tom Dunlop, who is our Smuggler Superfund site manager. So in water quality, these were just examples, by no means are they exhaustive, but our big piece in water quality is around our septic or OWTS permitting system. But then we also work with Greywater. We are working regionally with a group to do education around groundwater protection. It's called Keep It Clean. Air quality, we have a very minimal air quality program. Right now, we essentially have been giving out radon kits, which is something we'll talk about in a little bit. Hazardous materials, our biggest piece under that, again, is the Smuggler Superfund site that we manage and work with EPA on. We do zoonotic disease investigation. Again, we share that with the disease investigation team, but when you're dealing with environmental pieces, usually it's the environmental team that's going out to do assessment for environmental related pieces. Emergency preparedness, we have our half-time staff member that is working on, and to be clear, public health emergency preparedness. I know there's been some questions previously about, we have an emergency preparedness staff member. This is specific to public health. Then we work a lot with complaint investigations and general environmental health, noise. We have a noise ordinance that, again, a lot of times we work with that through complaints. And next slide. So revenues. One of the opportunities for revenue, we did not apply for this year, but it's a federal grant, so it has this strange cycle of October through September, so we could partially use this next year. If we wanted to expand our radon program, there is funding up to $25,000. 40% of that has to be matched. That could help offset the environmental health specialist fee. This is one of the programs we are looking at expanding in air quality if we had an additional air quality specialist. Decrease, again, just based on thoughts of a recession and knowing that right now while there's a backlog, there seems to be a limit on the number of septic permits that can go through based on construction and the backlog of construction permits. We're noticing that there's actually a peak. So as much as we have all this construction work, only so many permits can get processed, and that is hitting our capacity there. So, and that's in conjunction with the building department as well. That's not just environmental health. So just where we expected to be able to fully realize all those fees, we're waiting. And again, same with when you think of the planning department, they've gone through and done their piece, but you have to actually get to the septic permit. So we know we have a number of planning approvals that have come through that are going to need our approvals, but we're waiting still, and we continue to wait even though we're expecting it. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I have a question about that. So
Sure.
we don't have any limit on the number of septic systems. We could fill all the ground with septic systems from here to wherever. We don't have a limit on it, except that we can't process them fast enough to keep up.
The development is so rapid, that we can't keep up. We haven't been able to keep up
Yeah.
with the development, and that's based on seeing what the planning department has already approved and what's coming through. So
do you say no to some?
no,
they're
absolutely
just in
not.
line.
No, they're just in line. But it's not a backlog necessarily on our part. We're waiting for these people to apply for those permits. For whatever reason, they haven't yet, but we know they're coming.
Don't we have a
So all
permit
of our soils
person?
are appropriate for
Yeah.
septic? All of the places where people want to build and everything, they're all okay? They all get yeses?
They'll get yeses, but there's a different level of technology sometimes required in order to address any soil issues that we would have, either through hauling of sand or technology. So
Okay.
it's not that the log is created on. I don't want to make it sound like I'm throwing somebody else under the bus. The log isn't black log isn't necessarily on our end. It's that we're waiting for either a planning department the person's gotten a planning approval. We know that they need their septic permit. We're waiting on it, and we're anticipating
They have to get this
or they have a
approval
building
before they
permit
get
that they're
that
supposed to
permit.
get that we're still waiting for that approval process as well. Because there are two kinds of permits. There's a construction permit that we're talking about. There's a use permit as well. That is when you remodel your house, you have to have your septic system inspected to make sure the system's okay and that it's sized accordingly. That has to happen in conjunction with the building permit as well. And all of those pieces are just slowing that process down. That's my point. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
So expenditures, we're proposing an air quality specialist, as Jordana talked about, with one in consideration of Tom Dunlop's retirement. Again, he doesn't have a date, and if he wants to work, we love him, and his expertise is highly valued.
Take his calendar away so he can't pick a date.
So, but in that anticipation, that work will get rolled over to both me and Brian Dougherty, who's our other environmental health specialist. And so in conjunction with that and thinking about the needs of really environmental health, and we have a PM10 program right now that is set to, that's a requirement from the EPA that's set to expire, but that doesn't mean our needs will expire. We're going to have to actually take on the management of that in conjunction with working with the city on our own. So the EPA piece will not be a requirement, but the PM10 piece, we're going to have that issue just based on the nature of the valley that we live in.
Do we speciate our PM10?
Not that I know of.
See, because there's so many things we don't have control over, like dust that comes from Moab or dust that comes from
Right.
the Gobi Desert. You know, I mean, we do. We've had dust come
Well,
from around the world.
Except that in this case, we know that when we put those mitigations in, if you think about Aspen in the 80s, and there are wonderful pictures of people who are skiing above this pollution cloud because we didn't have
I was
those
here in the
mitigations.
80s.
You were there. I know you were. I wasn't.
That's when
But
EPA got invited in.
But we know that the pieces that we put in place reduced that to the point where we were able to see blue sky.
A lot of
even
it
in
was
the winter.
fireplaces.
So some of it may come from the Gobi Desert, but a lot of it is us.
Yeah,
In
so, but I mean, you can
fireplaces.
speciate what's coming from
Yeah.
the bar and grill, what's coming off the sand off the road, and what's coming from Moab. And
Well, and-
that's stuff we don't have control over.
Right. But we still have to address what the health
I know,
effects.
and that's the frustration is, how do we stop the dust from Moab from raising our PM10s or our PM 2.5s?
Right. And smoke was really PM 2.5, and the wildfire smoke that, again, we did not have the impacts this summer that we have seen in summers past, but we anticipate we will. That's just an expectation.
And when we
of
did
climate
have those
change.
days, we're all so sensitive to it. Yeah. Okay,
So we need to address that program. We'd like to coordinate the open burn permit programs. I know the fire departments issue those, but we would like to have a health piece as part of that. Again, I think we can walk through all that, but I know with time, again, that's not an expansive list of everything, but we're looking at, expanding the radon program. We have fireplace regulations that we need to address. There's coordination amongst the state and regional partners in terms of things like messaging, things like there are ideas around smoke shelters, which gets into climate change that, should we do something like that? Should we not? We really want to start thinking about mitigation efforts along those lines. So, and then the piece that I'm working on right now is working with taking a leadership role for public health and climate change. And that's looking and then at coordinating with others as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about the climate change piece in a little bit. And then the other expenditure, previously environmental health had been with our software, like our permitting software that we share with ComDev. The ComDev had been covering our costs. So this year, not only are we going to end up covering our permitting costs for that, but the technical support as well will create an expenditure there for us. Next slide. So Big Rocks. So again, we've talked about Tom and working with Tom on a transition for the sad day when he does retire. And what that means for the staff in terms of absorbing the time that he's working on the Smuggler Superfund site. Our need for staff to, start to address some of these air quality program concerns, radon wildfire smoke emissions, as well as climate change and the work that we're doing. And I think when we think of climate change, we're thinking of a number of things, not just emissions reductions. It's data on understanding not only the number of frost-free days that we have and how that is changing and the changes that we're seeing, but it's also data on what other people are doing around the community around climate change, because I think there's an aspect of a coordinated role that we're seeing that we don't anticipate that public health is the lead, but we want to be part of that coordination and making sure that we're addressing the needs that we need. Mitigation, looking at how we know that climate change is occurring right now. We've talked about smoke. We know that that's something that's an impact, and how we start to address that to make sure that we're addressing the health of our community, sending out early warnings, working with CDPHE on that aspect, and then advocating for policy change when it does come to things like emission reduction, so that we're trying to address that. And the emission reduction is typically thought of as a dual role for us, because those are pollutants as well. And so there's a health impact just from the reduction as well as a climate change impact or potential climate change impact. Another piece that we're looking at out of COVID, again, thinking about the response, we could do and need to do a better job of working on our response plans, and so expanding our role with our emergency preparedness staff member to be more thorough with our public health response plans and work on trainings with staff. We're already currently doing that with some radio trainings that we're talking about. The last piece is something that we've heard a number of people in the community, and so we're thinking about our environmental health fees and how we can take a more equitable approach to those environmental health fees. Something you see in public health, but not as common in environmental health. And so we're going to do some research on, and we'll start this at the end of this year, working into next year, on is there a better way for us to address equity when we're thinking about our fees. We've heard a number of complaints about the septic system fees and how for somebody living in the Crystal Valley, that's a very expensive fee, and yet when we think about somebody living just outside of Aspen, a $2,000 fee on a $15 million home isn't an issue. So we're going to look and see if we can find a better solution to that. And it could be something simple. It could be as much as just charging an hourly fee, or it could be something more complex. We just don't know, and we'll start with some research. So those are the big rocks.
Okay. We've been here a long time, guys.
Since we have a decision point on the 5-year
Yes, we
plan,
do.
I'll just quickly mention a few things. The largest departmental source of revenue, of course, is grants and other governmental support. This also includes the funding from the mental health partners, just a little over $2 million in departmental revenues. The total costs for the department are $4.3 million. And so that funding gap comes from a number of sources. We have a transfer from the Healthy Community Fund, which is projected at just over $800,000 in the 2023 budget. That's 22% of the Healthy Community Fund. Then there's also another transfer from the Healthy Community Fund for the mental health program, just shy of $305,000. This funding, together with the partner contributions, is what funds the 2 term-limited mental health positions. So public health is receiving the funding, but then turning around and passing part of it to human services for the 2-year term-limited proposed position, but then also maintaining some of it. If we look down at the very bottom of the sheet, you'll see that there are 2 different fund balance pots within the Public Health Fund, and they're separated out here. The Mental Health Fund balance is savings from past years of Healthy Community Fund funding for the mental health program. And so part of this is being used for the funding of the 2 term-limited positions. You see it growing in the out years because we don't have contractual services yet built into the budget for spending those future dollars once the term-limited positions would go away.
Kelly has her hand up, so.
Okay.
Kelly, your hand's up?
Connie is done with her summary.
Oh, just one more item would be the transfer from the general fund, which we have at $1,250,000 for 2023. And this is where the board has discretion. Because if the board feels that we need to add more positions than the 2 that we have included within this budget, then this is where we have discretion from the general fund if the board so desires. And so then here on the third to the last line is the ending fund balance for the public health fund, mental health fund balance, and then the total. So Kelly?
Wait, Kelly, real
sorry.
quick, I'm gonna ask. You do have the last transfer from mental health, it says 2/from, so is it to or from? Or is it back and forth? It's 90 something?
Yes, so
95,000?
So in this case, in some years, we are drawing down the mental health fund balance by almost $96,000. In other years, there's more funding coming in than being spent or yet planned in the budget to spend. And so it's actually taking money out of the.
Oh, so it's just a generic to and from. It
Right.
doesn't mean we're taking that 95 and doing it to and from.
It depends on
Some
whether
years it's
there's-
to and some years it's from. Okay.
It depends on whether
Thank you.
there's more funding coming in or more being spent
thanks.
out of that mental health balance.
Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. So 2 questions, one for Connie. So if we decline to fill those other 2 positions that aren't funded, that would come out of the general fund line item? Is that what I understand? That number would be smaller?
No, so right now we have the mental health position plus one other position included in the budget. And so if you did not want to fund the one other position, we could decrease the transfer from the general fund. If you wanted to fund more than the one additional position, then we would increase the transfer from the general fund.
Okay. And then my second question is, I guess more for Greg. Did the Public Health Board review this, and what was their input on it?
Jordana will have to help me. We looked at it. It was presented to us.
This wasn't ready by the time the board.
This aspect wasn't ready. The new positions were, though, correct? Is that what you're asking?
The new positions,
Right.
and then how our budget from last year compared to our current year's spending. So they reviewed that information, but didn't quite have all of the numbers for the 2023 budget and the 5-year plan.
Right. So we did have I'd have to say kind of a pretty cursory conversation about it. I think it merits a deeper conversation. So I don't, if you're asking me what my takeaway is, Kelly, mine would be, I'm inclined to approve what's been presented to us today. And I'm sure you'll come back to us if you need to talk to the Board of Health or to this board about, the need for those additional positions.
Yeah, I guess, were there areas of advocacy that they highlighted, and were they hoping we would adopt the 4
No,
positions?
I don't think there really was very little back and forth from the board. As I recall, that nobody talked. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that, I honestly was asking people to chime in and I didn't get much.
Well, the point is they didn't see the whole budget that was presented to us today. They haven't had the
That's true,
opportunity
they haven't
to
seen
look
that,
at
but
that.
just even regarding the positions, I think it was new enough information that, I wasn't prepared to ask questions at the time. And I'll go out on a limb and assume that was the position from the others on the board, although they're supportive, so.
So I have a question, Connie. Does Healthy Rivers and Stream Board approve their budget when it comes forward, or Open Space and Trails? Do they get a chance to review the budgets coming forward to the BOCC?
It depends on the board. Open Space and Trails does review the budget before it comes to the commissioners. And I do think that
I think Healthy Rivers and Streams does too.
Reviews theirs
So,
also.
yeah, so that's, because I think there's a lot in the public health, and I don't know if we can get their input before we move the budget forward, but I think it might be important to hear what the Public Health Board has to say.
And when do they meet again?
Quarterly.
Not till December.
I'd say there's a good chance they're not going to meet before we finish this.
Well, there's always next year.
And that's something that we can look at, understanding when this is available and making sure that we can schedule those meetings at a little bit more coordinated.
But you can communicate with them about what this board has done today. For instance, if we approve this, we're at a decision point, what we're approving, you could send out a missive to the board and, I'm running out of words, summarize what the discussion has been about. And if they want to weigh in individually with you or with me or with, any of us before we decide,
Yeah, you could send them the packet and just have them look at it and say if they have any comments or questions and concerns. And then next year we'll do a more formal process.
That's what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
Can you say again, sorry, just say again, just to be totally clear, what the two positions are included in
Yes,
here?
exactly, was my question exactly.
The mental health data analyst plus one more. And I did not get from Jordana and her team what their first priority would be within those positions because they feel that they're all important. So there's budget space for one position in addition to the mental health.
If the board chooses to add another one out of the four.
Yes, that's what is built into
Yeah,
what's
and you
before
built in for the
today.
highest rate of, just so
Yes.
we're covered.
Yes.
And is
Okay,
that-
so if we approve the budget as you've brought it to us, it would include 2 new employees, but not a third that you're asking for.
Not the
There's two
third
more,
or the
there's
fourth.
four.
And that would be for next June
No, it'd
or
be-
right away?
For January. It would be included in the budget for January.
I thought that you said something about
So,
next
so
June.
the tricky part, right, when we're talking, we have term limited employees
Yes.
going through June.
Mhm.
Some of the proposed positions are similar to some of the functions that the current term limited employees are, what they're doing. So the epidemiologist position is very similar to the COVID lead
Mhm.
position. So we could it's budgeted to start January, but then we wouldn't be funding that,
Position till
term
March.
limited position. That would go
Or
away.
June, June. March.
June.
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 Yeah.
Right, and so.
The mental health position
Yeah,
would
that's
start right
now,
away in January. And then the air quality environmental health specialist position, we're not proposing we would start that until Tom retires, which we know.
And you'd have to come
That's
back to us
three.
for
There's another
supplemental.
one, though.
And then
The
the other one
epidemiologist.
is around the health education and promotion, which is similar to work that our community.
Communications person?
Community engagement
Yeah.
and
Communications position is currently doing, but mostly for COVID, but this would move it into a more generalized for all the public health issues that we need to be communicating to the community around.
So is there a possibility that your communications person could widen his or her purview right now to include more general health education, since there'll be less communication about COVID?
That's happening, but they're only funded through
June.
Okay, so if we did the epidemiologist now and approved the mental health, which is already in there, then there's a possibility you could come back to us with a supplemental if it turns out that you really need that communications person or whatever.
And also the Tom Dunlap, so we
Yeah,
have 2 more
right.
positions we might have to fund.
But that position you're hoping would go to full-time. It's 0.3 or 0.4 now, and
John-
you're
yeah,
hoping
Tom-
it would go to full-time. So that's not a full FTE.
The plan is for it to go full-time.
Okay.
But I have a question, John. How many communications persons do we have right now in the county? We have 2, don't we? We have Marcy and,
Well, we have Rosa and Abby, who are,
so there's 3.
yeah.
So then we'll have 4 people communicating amongst themselves. So I think, I'm willing to move this forward now, but it's gonna come back to us when we get to the full-time equivalents, to that discussion where we can figure out exactly where we're gonna go with public health's request. We don't have to make that decision as of tonight.
I'm in favor of moving it forward.
Likewise.
I'll move it forward, and then we'll bring back the discussion on the full-time equivalents or the 0.4s or 0.8s or whatever you guys decide.
Thank you. That was a long one.
Yeah. No, they have closing. Are we done? No, there's
Oh, there's
questions.
more.
There's a big question mark.
Oh, yeah.
I asked him. I asked mine.
Board has any other questions?
Could you say that again?
Can we start at the beginning? I'm so confused.
We have
Okay,
touched on a lot of
thank
areas
you
of the
guys.
strategic plan.
Thank you very much.
Wait, Kelly has a question.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with Patty's suggestion now. I do think it would be really helpful between now and when we discuss the FTs from the comprehensive point of view, to hear more from
maybe you get input from the board on how you would prioritize those positions.
And that's what we're expecting to come back when we have the broader discussion. We are not done with FTEs yet, trust me. So, okay, anything else? I'll give you some more time.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
That was a lot to put
Steve,
together.
did you have any closing? Because we had said now 5:30.
I've got a meeting starting right now.
My question is, when are we going to end this work session?
We're gonna end it as of right now, since I've been in this building for over 9 hours, so I think I'm done.
I do a question about housing to die on the vine.
What?
She doesn't want her question about housing to die on the
We are
vine.
bringing it back. Connie has already verified that we're gonna bring it back for further discussion. We have time set aside for it in
November
Connie's,
15th.
budget agendas.
Did you hear Connie, November 15th?
No, okay. Thank you. I thought the time was this afternoon. So thank you for the clarification. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, guys. Anything else? Grassroots, thank you. We are closing this. Bye, guys. She's out.